Okay, I think I have everything set up for today. Welcome everyone to the stream. Um, it's again a early rising stream. This time I had like a 6-7 hour sleep night, so quite a bit better than last night. Still probably not healthy and good enough, but we will see. I had yesterday a very good day. I enjoyed the game quite a bit. I played like 12 hours on stream and a few more hours off stream, as well as had like a 2 hour meta discussion. TLDR from the discussion, like from my standpoint, I think the majority is around agreeing where I am with how the matter is evolving and what's good and what's not good. The only thing I want to test, maybe, probably, and should have an eye on, seems like Shadowed Cloak on the pulse rifle might be very, very strong, and a setup, if it's possible, to try to pivot into, especially early game and mid game. That is one thing I haven't utilized, and someone else was very praising it. So maybe that is the new to go option. Other than that, I don't think there were many new crazy stuff going out. There's still the power drill discussion. I'm still like completely not sold. But yeah, we will see. Maybe I'm wrong and I'm just setting it up wrong, right? I will not say it's like totally wrong to not play power drill. I feel it's at least not consistent. But might be me and my weakness. A lot of discussion how good Armored Core and Force Field is. I think, yeah, it's the middle ground. Okay, that is like TLDR. Other than that, I had like a atrocious run yesterday, the last run. But I might also be tired after 15 hours of playing, so maybe I just misplayed there. Lost a little bit of ranks. But like, anyway, we were climbing every day. Quite good. I'm also said I wanted actually to play ethical on this account, but the honesty is probably I will be too tilted. So what I will do is I will concede once in a while. It has to be more on the crazy low roll side and or on the it's day 11 and I don't think I have a chance even remotely, like chances below 20%. So those are the situations where I might do that. Like if it's day 11 and I face a Pygmalion, I might be inclined. Anyway, that's a summary. Also, people are climbing quite good everywhere, like especially in the top 10, which means first of all agency's back, which is good. But it also means if Rarish and the two other people continue in a couple of days, there might come the issue where I need consider defending rank 1, maybe. We will see about that. For now, we're climbing on the second account and enjoying the game. Good morning, Mathield. Good morning, good morning. Okay. I'm the core enjoyer over the weaponized core. This is not existing. Morning, Hydra Homie, or welcome. So, yesterday there was also this very, very big discussion. Like in the meta talk on Tash summer streams. Hopefully there's a VOD available if you're interested. And or probably also a YouTube video. He's trying to go there on YouTube. About this situation, right? Rarish is of the impression leveling is always good. The rest was more in the favor where I came also to the conclusion that you might just want to go Isla for the Alpha Ray situation, because Alpha Ray is just for the early days the key item, right? Like especially day 1 to 4 on the core, on the crit core, like the whole way, right? And like losing the chance to get the Alpha Ray is rather punishing. And I don't know, like I think like the differentiated approach is there. For day 1, I think it is bad to skip XP. For every other day, you will win more and have a lot better time and consistency if you pick here the weapons and have the chance, and a very high chance, to get an alpha ray working. So the Grandest Noodle is telling us the VOD is available on YouTube from the Meta Talk, so there, check it out if you're interested. There were like a few people that are definitely in the top 20, and I think have a very, very good game understanding. Yeah. Okay. Consistency, let's go with Isla. I think, so if I buy the pulse rifle, I can do that. And the pulse rifle is good, but I can also probably not utilize it really good, right? And the issue is I would still need a friend. And the next issue is I want to roll for the alpha ray, which means I can otherwise not buy the Uzi. I think here, what is the smarter approach, even though it's like super weak, is buy the Uzi, because the Uzi is also pretty good, and then roll and try to very hardly try to hit the alpha ray, because I cannot buy the Uzi and the pulse rifle and roll and the alpha ray. Anyway, it's a Uzi angle, it's a roll angle, it's a low roll angle, we are set, and then there's that. I think we could win against the Viper here easily. The thing is though, consistency-wise, it's so important to get the duct tape. So we're gonna getting the duct tape here. I think you buy out this door here, because you bench the core and run everything else. A 10 damage pulse rifle is probably not winning me fights there. And I think this should be nearly equally strong. But we have the upside, we had a very reasonable chance for the alpha ray. The whole reason we went to that shop was for the alpha ray consistency, and no other reason at all. So here I take the region and hope this is good enough for my day 1 PvP fight. I think like in general, it's still like we're not in the worst position, because we had the region, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying that, but then there is scaling. And he has also region. I mean, I think if he had no region, we were here in a very good position. With scaling and region, I don't know if we're getting over the line. The issue here is the Uzi will run out of ammo. Arc Blaster for the win, it seems, right? Ooh, close one. Come on, Sandstorm, come on. Also, positioning was maybe wrong. I should have considered the Arc Blaster here to the right, because that is my heavy hitter who wants to get charged. So, anyway. It's still like early for me, so I will like sip my coffee here and being a little bit chill and stuff, but I will play again the whole day. Question is how long I will stream. We'll see how long my power level is holding up here today. So is this good enough? No. We want weapon damage. We're taking the defense grid, because I like that quite a bit. And I talked about it yesterday, but I will do it again. I think like having a defense grid here on day 2, where we already passed day 1 and day 1 fight is no consideration, is a very good pickup. And the reason is we are on one of the 2 cores where I'm really happily for with how long I want to running a force field, and I think it's a good idea to do. So defense grid is pretty nice, because I can put here a force field, I could put here a railgun, and I can put here on the right of the core a combat core, and all 3 of those builds feel reasonably strong. and worthwhile. Okay, we're taking XP though. We are low on gold and we have to pick our shops wisely, as well as we need to get our XP in. There's an Isla shop. I mean, there's no way I'm skipping an Isla shop, right? I also think, because I don't know what the next role is giving me, I should pick a Chris Army knife here that opens up a pulse rifle, and sometimes it's like just a Chris Army knife is good enough if I find here an alpha ray. So there's that. Now I look a little bit silly because there's the force field. There's still no alpha ray, but there's a force field. So I'm gonna sell the med kit, and yeah, I should have been more considering that. So if I sell the Chris Army knife, I'm again like need to buy a Chris Army knife kinda again for the pulse rifle. I still think I want to run. Though the Chris Army knife is a lot worse for now than the Arc Blaster, like damage output wise. I don't think I will ever sell the Uzi here. I want to buy the force field, obviously. Yeah, -1 gold. That's the situation we're in, right? It's okay, it's okay. I don't think I can beat a rogue scrapper here. We don't have scaling. So let's go for the Mosquito. Mosquito is still like a very, very reasonable pick. Anyway, it's just like I don't like the crap anymore. In this meta. So these two skills are amazing and the wing is amazing. I take the wing. I don't think small items is it. It's XP here. And then it's a random bronze tier item. Say it is an item, right? It's still just golden XP here. We are poor and we need XP. We are using the wing, but we're doing that on the core. For sure. And there's something fishy. Like I clicked on the board and my stash moved. It's like I know I have a hotkey for the stash on the mouse, but it's not. I did not press it. Anyway, yeah, it's just like a force field without duct tape and shield scaling at the moment, but it's still reasonable. And if the opponent is not playing weapons like this one, this is actually helping us quite a bit here in this matchup. I have no idea if though the scaling of just the force field helps us enough. It's just like very strong poisoning. If we had like, yeah, I don't think we're getting 2 hits in, we're just getting maybe 1 hit in, and then we are exactly like a 3 seconds to close. I mean, that is quite a bit of poisoning with the life preserver here on day 2. And we had no like real scaling here. Like if this is an alpha ray, we should have won easily. But we got like very low rolled on the shops. Speaking of low rolls on the shop, Isla 3 times is the charm, right? So I'm gonna buy the pulse rifle here. If I buy the Chris Army knife, I go down to 4. I roll. I can. Isla, you're a lovely person. I have visited you 3 times. I should have gotten my alpha ray now. I don't think it is time to pick up the Dillo here. We are running at the moment more charge the core, use the force field, and we are more interested in shield scaling, duct tape stuff. but I don't think we can utilize to a reasonable degree here the Dillo. Like, we don't even have the duct tape to proc the Dillo. It's also falling off because the base damage itself of the Dillo is on day 1 very powerful, but on day 4-ish not like the craziest thing. And we need other items. We need a duct tape, we need yeah, some other stuff. I take just the region here. I cannot afford the gumballs. I think the Scout Trooper is not strong, but we are so not strong ourselves. I really hope we're getting over the line here. Like, we have no real scaling, except of a little bit shield scaling on ourselves, and that was a very, very short while. And he has scaling, right? I mean, probably was wrong to go for the Scout Trooper the more I think about it. Like, yeah, I'm not getting over the line here, right? Not even close. I was wrong. Okay, I was a little bit already tilted. And now I screwed myself quite a bit here. I was tilted because this game is obviously not going our way, with not finding anything good in the Isla shops for 3 times in a row. It's just the skill angle, right? Like, there's nothing worthy upgrading here. The core does not benefit from upgrade. This is just damage. This is just shield, and we are not even sure we want to stick with it for the whole duration. So it's just skills. 8 on the rightmost is not good enough. So we're rolling here. I mean, upgrading the defense grid is something. This is also helping us quite a bit for the next fight, but in the long run, we upgrade the defense grid. Maybe we can recover. We're taking a risk here on the XP. Like, we're like really far behind now. I don't think there are medium items that are helping us, right? Small friend is also, in most cases, just a little bit gold. But extra damage, it's just the free extra damage on the pulse rifle, it seems. Yeah, this is a game. I mean, the reason we're struggling is not because we played it wrong. It's just that we got screwed by shops. That's a rather good day 3, right? And I think if we had scaling here, we would have been in a good position, right? Like, any sort of scaling, like whatever scaling would have been, like armored core scaling would have been probably good enough. Alpha ray scaling would have been probably here still good enough, because we have like all the time in the world. Obviously, if we just stumbled into the combat core, that scaling would have been good enough. But we don't have any scaling, like, at all. And I mean, it's fair that he has like a silencer and a crow's nest here. Yeah, man. I'm already unhappy. Really unhappy here. Like, if I had there is Alpha Ray that I upgrade for the from the level up reward, we would have easily enjoyed ourselves quite a bit more. I don't even know if I can beat this without scaling, so I go for the left. Like, if I don't find something useful, this is the run I will already concede, just to untilt myself. Do you think the core's most viable build is railgun, or do you have a different endgame in mind? Like the core, right? The answer is it does not have to be railgun. Railgun is good, but railgun is not the holy grail. It's just like a good item that you can utilize if you stumble onto it, especially early in the mid game. You can very easily run a combat core setup on the core, and you will be probably stronger after day 10, especially on the combat core setup, because you can easily utilize more skills, you can utilize better LEDs, you can utilize, you have more scaling on the Diamond Combat Core by then. You're just more powerful in general. When you use a vehicle, your items gain 10 crit. I mean, the only vehicle that we would use is a combat core. We don't have 7 items because we are running a force field, and we are a little bit more committed than we should is a hard word, but that we are, so I'm gonna roll here. That is scaling with the duct tape. This is good, but the issue is with a force field, the normal, like normally if you this is the perfect duty skill, right? It's it. Like 7 items you always have, and then that's powerful, and upgrading this is also powerful. The issue here is we're running a force field, and then we have only 6 items, and we need to have 7. That means either we are not running a pulse rifle and 2 small items here, or we're taking sharp corners. I'm more inclined to go with sharp corners here, just because I think we are stuck a little bit in this direction. Small weapon over chocolate. That's a like being on the back foot play, because like health is pretty important. Taking a risk here. I mean, he only rolled one game, same as us. I think we can go, but I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't. Okay, I think we shouldn't. Just like, it's just not strong enough, right? It's just a super weak build for day 4, right? Let's be honest. So yeah, I will end this run. Like I want to end my misery here. So it's not an ethical Snazer 2 anymore. I lost enough ranks already here. Okay. First of all, Cotty, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone to the stream. I'm Max, aka Snazer. I'm playing on my second account at the moment. Technically, I have a blast. Just the first run today was not going our way. We got screwed 3 times by Isla, by like having really bad chops, I would say. There's that. Yeah, that's about it. I'm having a great day. This is a very educational stream, so feel free always to ask questions, to challenge my plays, like backseat and be bold. Like obviously be polite and stuff, but you can easily backseat here. I don't take it personal, and it's very helpful for us to learn that way. So we are trying again the core. I think the core is a very good core, and I have generally had always a blast. It's like the first bricking where I like really felt underwhelming on the core. So there's that, and I have played more than 25 hours already on this patch, more like 30 hours. So yeah. That is that. I like the charge core very much. The combat core or this charge core? This charge core, yeah, that's a good core. You can utilize it quite nice at the moment, I think. That is like the core got better, I think, again. You just like ignore that you could upgrade, like, so upgrades are I think one of the reasons, by the way, why the core is actually good enough again is because you have less core upgrades available. Like you have just like a very limited amount of upgrades, and most cases you're not using your level up upgrades on the core anymore, unless you're playing probably armored and maybe ignition core. And then the power level creep of getting the upgrades on the other cores, like ignition core, armored core, while they get like huge increase in power, you missing out obviously on the core because you don't get any changes instead, except of a little bit of extra damage, which is meaningless. And since that is not happening, that is one of the reasons the core is better. The other is the matter is slower, obviously. Anyway, XP, leveling, quite easy. I think that's a very, very standard play. And then we're gonna go for small and maybe a large item. Double buying, rolling is 6 gold. So we're gonna double buy and roll. Oh, it's more. I was wrong. It's more expensive. Seems like, I mean, is it ever a plasma grenade for 1 second of slow? I think we either win or lose, no matter what. And then we can buy just a memory card. So here, 2 options. Either we take the crit for the future, or we sell the medkit and roll. I think we are definitely rolling. And the reason is, we are already kind of weak. We don't have an alpha ray, we don't have scaling, we don't have anything. And that means that we need to find a damage skill. And then the medkit is for sure gone. I don't value that anymore. Okay, game. You just want to continue here, right? You just want to continue giving me like not a single out of the 3 weapon damage skills. I think we might just dump the first few games today, and then we have a long way of recovering if we want to hit still the top 10 today. Though, okay. We should not be in trouble. Your day ones have been a misery so far. Yeah, I agree. I mean, to be fair, we got a paid actor that for some reason thinks a companion core he wants to play on ranked. I mean, if you really want to try, I wouldn't try it in ranked. And then he found his alpha ray, but he's a companion core. If that was a red core, he would have looked at least a little bit closer. So there's that. But like my shops in general, I think like all the RNG on the first like, I don't know, 4-5 days in game we played, where like today, man, that is way below average. Like I don't want to be the guy who's complaining, but like we can make the odds, and I'm pretty sure the odds of going 3 times to Isla and not finding a single alpha ray is a little bit way below 50%. It's just max health and region. I don't only have 5 gold, so going chopping at JJ feels not good enough. I don't think I can beat the Rogue Scrapper, and the reason is I don't have scaling. Like, I mean, I have scaling, but I mean, this is doing quite the trick of an alpha ray, right? It's memeing being an alpha ray, and we only have 2 weapons in the first place, but it's like, it's worse than the alpha ray because the alpha ray is scaling itself. Every 5-ish second, we do 50 damage, and then over 8, it's 12 more damage. So it's like 72 damage over 5 seconds, and then it's a little bit more than the repair bot is healing. There's also this, and we have to do quite a bit more. So yeah, I don't like the crap. Like, like as much anymore, but that is a crap angle, unfortunately. So anyway, I mean, we haven't lost yet, so we should stop complaining. Let's go on the positive mental side again. It's definitely bronze tier item. That's a reasonable item. It's fast proccing. I don't think like medium items is where I want to go. Surely a pulse rifle would be nice, but it's XP here. That's quite easy. We still want to level up as much as we can. Here though, man, it's not falling into places, right? I don't think it's Curio. We have at least a bunch of stuff on the board. Question is whether it's a small weapon for a decent chance and hit on the Alpha Ray. Like, there are not too many small items, small weapons. The alternative is 2 gold and 1 XP, and for the long run, that is definitely the better play, right? Signing the memory card, getting a small weapon in. But I feel I saw anything else but a Ray. It doesn't really matter, right? It's whatever. Like I don't think a Uzi will decide fights here. Either our opponent is another fully paid actor or we're just dying. Because every rear board should beat us straight up. So yeah, I don't like my odds there. So that person won. I want to take the loss here. Sure, it's on my second account. I don't want to abuse the concede too much. But if I was on the main, I'm out of here. There are a few small weapons at Curio. Yeah, I know, but what does it help me? Like, I know, like, okay guys, I am fully aware that Curio has like a bunch of small weapons, and I can even utilize a few of those. That is reasonable. Like, I understand that. But how would that improve my situation if I spend all my gold there on a bunch of 5 damage weapons on day 2? I will have no gold, like, left for the actual Isla shop where there's the pulse rifle and the Alpha Ray and the Dillo. I will not win most fights because if my opponent is a real opponent, like this opponent, like obviously it's a hindsight argument, but I don't think it's like so hindsighted. If I have faced any real opponent, like a 5 damage weapon here, 5 damage weapon here, and a 5 damage weapon here, ain't changing my outcome. It's not doing anything for us. It's wasted gold. Sure, I can get like 10, 20 damage then on the core or maybe on the pulse rifle. So fair enough. But I don't like the play. I don't think that is ever the play. It would have been okay-ish if I had a pulse rifle, because then the shadow cloak argument is very valid. But yeah, I like Kev, but I don't like Kev here. We're still in the same situation where we just go for skills again. I roll again. I don't like those skills. I take the weapon damage for the non-existing weapons here. I mean, maybe if we have like weapons, sure, then it's again the same. Anyway, small items, it's not it. I just rather go here for the risk, maybe. Is it a risk ever? Like, we're so weak, we're losing to everything. It's just like 2 gold and 1 XP. It's that. Do we ever like get on the good foot against either right here though? Like, I really want to get either right down. I think we can just barely get there, maybe. Like, we have a little bit of scaling, and there's an arc blaster. So let's just hope we get here over the line. Because I really want my rigged. And I might even take the force field here for now. Like, that would also already fill our board with quite a bit more power than we're having at the moment. We got credit here, but not the end of the world. Yeah, I think we did not overestimate our strength here against either right. That's also not one of the better drops. I definitely take skills over JJ. I think that is by far the superior approach. I am investing into 5 damage on my weapons here. I'm taking another skill. Take the sharp corners. And then Isla, you have to save me here. Sure. That is 20 damage. I am desperate, so there's that. Do I buy this Hamlet just in case I don't get another friend but a pulse rifle? And the answer is yes, I do. Okay. So memory card, you served as well. There's a pulse rifle. Angle. I mean, there are sharp corners. So Goggles is giving me 3 damage on all my weapons. Is that better than having a laser pistol? I don't think so. It's too slow. I don't think Ballista is an item here, though. I mean, I wouldn't say this is a real board. If I had a duct tape, this would be a real board. Because we have sharp corners. But at least there is like some damage going on. I'm still like a little bit complaining because we still haven't found an Alpha Ray in like 2 games now. We were praising like how key Alpha Ray is and how easy it is to find and why Dooley is so consistent. And then I find the day 3 Alpha the day 3 Railgun opponent. I mean, let's be honest here, we're not winning that. That's not happening. I might need to untilt me at some point here. Like, it's like becoming like atrocious, right? Like, it's like everything is going wrong, and I cannot get a break. Like, I cannot get a break at the moment, and it's like I'm certain it's not my fault. Like, it's not like I'm picking the wrong core. It's not like I pick the wrong shops. I go for the wrong PvE encounters. I don't play like I play pick the wrong odds. It's not something where I necessarily like do something wrong. It's just like I should have seen Alpha Rays. Like, let's be straight up honest about this. I should have seen like not a railgun opponent when I finally can have like some sort of a board on day 3. Like, this is like straight up unlucky. And it's continuing now for quite a bit. Reynard was unhappy somehow about my meta talk. Man, he disabled the account. I mean, I'm trolling, right? But feels that way, feels that way. So I'm sorry for that. Normally this is a stream of winning, right? And I praise this meta for being so nice and agency and everything is like so rewarding. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just tired and hadn't had enough coffee, but holy smokes. I'm picking here every time. Normally I'm picking here every time Silver Loot. I feel like in the situation I am in, I have such an atrocious board on day 4. I take the silver tier, silver item here. I go for skills. Like that is nice. Like we high rolling here the skills quite a bit. So normally the pick here is for sure the risk. But if I don't get a duct tape here, like literally the duct tape, I am probably hitting the concede button again, just to untilt myself. I mean, technically, probably the chem snail and the gamma ray is better what we're having on the board, but that is not a real board, unfortunately. Okay, we're hitting literally the duct tape. So there's that. Right? So now we have like we're memeing as if we had a silver gamma ray and gamma ray alpha ray, right? We're gonna. Okay, do we ever want to play here a force field though? I mean, in contrast to last game, we don't have a defense grid, and we don't have any sort of shield scaling, and strong shield scale skills or anything to support the force field, and then it's not good. It's still an item I would probably have here and not get rid of. So there's that. I don't think the crit matters here. I don't think the other matters here. So I'm just gonna use this. We don't need to sell those. So he, like the person, they had like a little bit more luck. They lost only day 2, I think, from the graphics here. Do I think I want to compete with this board? Sure. I have a very strong sharp corner. It's okay. It's okay. We have at least something of a real board, right? We have like a sharp corner with a duct tape and a pulse rifle. So he's us and a little bit weaker, but with a silver deadly alpha ray and blasters. Yeah, okay. I don't catch a break, right? I just cannot catch a break here. Silver blasters. Sure. Like, okay. I mean, this is just a fair. Like, first of all, it's fair, right? Like this is a fair board. Like, I don't want to complain too much. It's just like I wouldn't have done this because it's not like really consistent, but obviously it's really good against us here. I think like he will struggle against a equally strong Basnazer build with pufferfish. So there's that. So he's just like I won't say conceding, but close to conceding to a pufferfish build. I mean, he's conceding to a pufferfish build with this setup, right? So that is why this build is not really good. But then on the other side, like, look at the rarity, right? He has a full silver board of at least meaningful items in general, right? Every one of those items, they are considered meaningful and impactful, like silver pulse rifle, silver alpha ray, silver armored core, duct tape, and silver blast doors. On top, he has like quite a bit of nice skills. So he has like everything. We got some skills. Don't get me wrong. But if we compare this against this, you can see how my luck has been today. Oof. I'm sorry. I want to be a nice, positive streamer. But okay, we're doing the same thing as yesterday. Okay, do I want to continue this run? No, I'm done. I will make a 3-minute not talking break where I just like listen to a nice song on a louder volume on my PC. Like it will be the same for you. And then putting myself into a good mood, mindset again. because we are like 40 ranks down now. And then I will still continue, and then I will comment again, okay? So there's that. That helped me yesterday quite a bit to calm down. This is a board, by the way. This is a board. We leveled, we got Alpha Ray, all smiling. Okay, I'm on tilt. That was a very needed 2-minute mental time off. First of all, thank you GC Hero for the cheering and the bits, and also Rematic, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the generous support, both of you. Means a lot to me. Yeah, like this is like obviously this is a little bit high rolly light, getting there to the small item shop and then getting the Alpha Ray. And then that way that was okay. But I was like not gonna not level again on day one. Like you cannot make me do that often, especially with how my eyelash shops have been lately. This is like I feel like I'm allowed now to build my sandcastle, my build, like metaphorically speaking, I'm allowed to play the game, to build my board, to fight my opponents. So now like everything is fair and reasonable. I screwed up here, by the way. I wanted to have this. I should have had this on the duct tape. Anyway, we have like a long road ahead of us. Probably the whole day will be climbing back to the top 100 after that kind of losing streak. But that's what it is, right? We're still going like our power. Like the main idea is still to pick XP quite often and only very rarely go for shops. This is a close call on the PvE fight because I think the left and the right one are both good. Like here we get okay, overlay is working. Here we get quite a little bit more XP and gold. Here we have like I would say a little bit better skill and the wing. I want to think about this for a second because I think the consideration is how much leveling is possible if we go to the rogue scrapper. Like how far ahead do we get? So the rogue scrapper is 3, and then we get one more because it's end of the day, and then we are 4 XP off leveling on the same day again, which is quite hard. It's 3 if we're picking a skill, but we technically really want to upgrade the ray. So we have 3 XP to bridge. So leveling on the same day here is not likely, like a second time. But it's putting us in a good position. I don't think the wing is like necessarily better here over the clubs or the club. Sometimes it's so powerful to get like 1 day earlier ahead of the leveling curve and just like run away that way because you have just more HP. You just have more power from the level up. So this is a very close call. I think it is reasonable to go to Mosquito as well. But this is my reasoning now. Thank you for staying around. I watched the podcast. What is the reason? So first of all, hello Prismot. Welcome, have you here. What is the reason you put the core over weaponized core? It's Tosh Sama, VODs and YouTube. I will explain it to you. So the weaponized core, like, so we have like red cores and they rely a little bit about the alpha ray situation and then pulse rifle and whatever, right? That is how you play your red cores. Like, I think you play every core, like it's a standard thing, but obviously the red cores profiting a little bit more out of it because they also get scaling from the alpha ray. I don't like the weaponized core as much because the only upside is you get like a little bit of scaling early. So if you're breaking on your alpha ray, you can put like an item to the right. I do think though, the scaling of the weaponized core is not in the same powerhouse generally as like, for example, the scaling on the ignition core. Like the argument why the ignition core is so good is like early and scaling and everything that. Burn is quite significantly stronger scaling than the scaling of the weaponized core on the right. Like if I put a weapon to the right of the weaponized core, or I put an Aegis on the right on the, or like a Dave or whatever, to the right on the ignition core, I think in every matchup, your ignition core is just like outscaling you by itself, like by the scaling, just by the scaling from the core itself. I like the core quite a bit because I think, especially in the mid game and as well in the late game, you have like at least 3 easily items, or like 2 to 3 easily items that are profiting quite a bit from the core and are really, really strong. First of all, you have the combat core. The combat core to the right of the core is actually a very, very reasonable approach. Like, the core becomes so much better because you're charging it quite a bit. The double core setup has a nice synergies with LEDs to the left. You can utilize all the skills, and then it's just like so fast proccing the combat core, and it's actually probably one of the best setups you can have. I think like it's obviously if you have like a very, very, very high rolly opponent, you can lose, but you can raise quite a bit of the average opponents, and I think it's like in the 10-15% of best boards you can achieve. Second is, And I mean, my stream here, I low rolled hard, but in general, I had like an amazing time playing this setup instead of a combat core, if I don't find it, with a force field. It needs a little bit of situational awareness when the force field is like really good. You can have like a shield enchanted pulse rifle. You can have like 2 shield scaling skills, like titanium casing and something defense, where when you use a weapon, get shield. And then you have a duct tape. So you need a very good form of shield scaling. Obviously, best case, you also have a defense grid. But if you have, like, for example, those situations, I feel like a force field on the right is often like very, very, very powerful. And sometimes if we don't have those, there are like other things that somehow feel really good, getting a little bit of extra charge and looping you if you put it right off the core. So those are not like standard items, and I would have to think very hard which of those it were. But I have played like 30 hours for this patch and quite a few, or even more, on the core, quite a few games on the core. And like it felt always like it felt good, right? It felt rewarding. It is good again because the meta is slower, to have like this free battery that you can utilize now again because everything slowed down. So it felt good. Also, there's maybe like, and I'm not sure about the positioning, but obviously the railgun interaction. If you have like an early railgun, it might be good to have the railgun on the right. But I don't know, because if you put the railgun on the left, you get more procs on the core and then 2 chargers on the railgun. I'm not certain about that, by the way. But by intuition, it was like not the worst to put the railgun on the right there. And therefore, I have a great time with the core. And at least a decent amount of people, or like at least a few other people, have the same intuition about the core, by the way. So yeah, welcome to the TED Talk. It's bronze tier items here. That's an Aiden. That's good. That's really good. They're weapons, so we're gonna go for the weapons. I will buy the pulse rifle. Don't want to buy the arc blaster here. I think I can afford that, and probably it's good enough. And then I'm rolling. Dillo would be amazing. I mean, the Uzi is good. I don't think a force field is a build on the crit core though. So how do we want to play this? So I think I want to buy the Uzi for sure. The question is if I ever want to run Chris Army Knife over the Aiden here. That is the question in my mind. And I don't think I want to. And the reasoning is I want to have the frontal shielding on the duct tape. And if I run the Chris Army Knife, it's not on the duct tape. I think that is the short answer why this is no consideration. I'm still not clear if this was not happening, which one is better. I mean, sure, Aiden is proccing a little bit more, but we get quite a bit of shield as well for the Dillo in the future, maybe, as well as now. And we have another target to scale on the Alpha Ray. So I'm not certain without this skill which is better. Like, there are up and downs for both. I feel, like, personally, without math and stuff, that the Chris Army Knife technically here is better than the Aiden, but I'm not really willing to concede my buff on the duct tape. I mean, we could arguably say it's this, and then it's the Chris Army Knife. Probably, actually, it's anyway the Uzi to the duct tape. And then it's a Chris Army Knife. I feel it's way better. Like, I know the Aiden is there, but it's an Aiden. Small weapon. I mean, we could like gamble here on the upgrade on the Alpha Ray, but there's XP and XP is XP. So you know, this patch is still again leveling as much as you can. This is a very good board. I don't mind anymore. Like, we are now on the good side again. We had our low roll for like hopefully the whole day. So there's that. I haven't been picking base core, but the perspective helps on how to run it. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. I need to try more the core, combat core. I've been underestimating it. Okay, we just like got completely annihilated here by a double barrel that is silver. And skills. Okay, I mean, it's fair. It's fair. Vanessa should win some games early on weapons. So there's that. So we just got double barreled. Why does she have that many skills on day 2 though? Like, what the friggity frick? She leveled? Oh, she leveled. Okay, I see. Okay. That is a high roll of opponent. I thought we were done with that kind of stuff for today. Like, leveling here, like, it's not like we skipped a lot of XP there. Like, we purposefully went to the rogue scrapper for the full reason there to you know, get as much XP as possible. I don't think we have skipped any. I'm upgrading here my alpha ray, putting in the weapons. Going here definitely for Isla. Over chocolate though. Dillo is still her item. Upgrading the pulse rifle is reasonable. Rolling. I don't think upgrading the Arc Blaster is reasonable. The Arc Blaster will probably be gone next on the board here for now, so there's no reason to upgrade the Arc Blaster. We're taking the strongest fight. Now we are in a very good position. I think with this board also we, like, even without the level up, we would have won maybe with the Dillo against the Vanessa's build, but that's okay. The issue with the combat core build, by the way, it is like not reliable, right? It's the same as the railgun build, kinda, from the perspective. I mean, surely it's nice if you have the combat core. But the question is obviously, how often do you get the combat core? I had quite a lot of success, so there's that. But maybe that is not always like as often happening. And then you need to be a little bit flexible on how to utilize the core. But for me, force field was also often working quite good and felt like really good. And I was beating very strong opponents. Like, there were like no weak opponents at all. Like, just to be clear, it was not like I had like weak opponents. Even against a very decent dually build, I had the very good time with the setup there. Okay. I don't think it's small items. We have a full board kinda, so the whole approach now is level. And that's that. When you crit, your weapons gain 5 damage. I think that is a very good skill. I think as a crit core player, we will anyway focus quite a bit on crit, like with or without this skill. And this is extra scaling. That is very decent. I don't think I can justify gumballs. I can either go for a freebie or I go for Bakun. I think like the upside from Bakun is we get actually like up to 5 gold. And then we, I don't know, look at the items. Maybe we don't even reroll. Best case, we find an upgrade for our medium items and that's it. It's probably better than the random item, like gold-wise. And high roll potential is like in both cases there. I want to put the crit on the pulse rifle, I think. And I think I'm quite certain I don't use these. The only where I'm not certain is the Chris Army Knife. There are sometimes builds where you just don't think in the late mid-game, like day 8 onwards, the Dillo is good enough. And maybe you find like other items you want to pivot in, but you still want to stick on your pulse rifle. And then you just don't have space for the Dillo duct tape setup anymore. And therefore, I will hold on to the Chris Army knife as long as I don't need the money. And if I sell it now, it's just like 1 more gold. I think the downside of holding on for 1 more gold is warranted to hold on to that. I think like here, I'm even not even sure if a core is proccing more often. Maybe it's actually duct tape, Uzi angle. I think it is. And then, yeah, let's just keep going. I mean, this is like feeling fair again. I mean, we lost a round, but that was okay. Game feels good. We hit the pieces we are supposed to hit on average. By the time we should hit them. So this is just a good game, you know. Like, we're really strong, we're winning. That feels obviously good. It's good on the mood. Winning is fun, right? Like, at least for me, when I play the game where I want to win and be competitive, winning is fun. Like, I also enjoy sometimes obviously trolling around and do other stuff, but if you go there to win, you should also like hopefully win. I take a risk here. I don't want gumballs, I'm not rich enough. There's no reason to take a relax. I go for JJ. Okay, JJ. I will take those upgrades because those are like more items that are more likely to stay on the board than not. I still think like if I was on the core here, I would already start to consider here this force field. And I definitely would buy it. And I might already nearly on the edge to run it. It's like just a very little off. But on the crit core, it's a different way, right? Just take the crypto. It was more or less a free roll there. So energy potion versus XP and gold. I have been not had a lot of success lately with the energy potion. It's just like 1 item, and even then, it's great, but it's not like game-winning great, because you still need to find ammunition, and that is, while it is happening sometimes it's not happening. Like, I think like maybe 50%, maybe 30-40% where it's not happening, and then this is just the consistent play. It's good monster loot. That's good monster loot. Crypto, yes. Feather, definitely on the core. And then I don't need small items necessarily. I mean, sure, like you can look for the metronome and stuff, but I think on the consistent play is there just to get the gold and the power leveling in. It's more about the leveling, not about the gold. But anyway. This is just 5 damage or 10 damage, depending on how you want to view it. This is just gold. None of those are really impactful. I think like Keener is the pick here, because there's still like 1, 2, 3 items that are good. Like specifically a metronome I have in mind there. That would help us quite a bit. So here's another good question. There are 2 good items to just like invest into. And I think I want to, for multiple reasons. I want to buy both of these. And the reason is, this is a very cheap 1 gold investment if I find a railgun in the next 2-3 days. And this is also a very good investment for the railgun, but it also opens up the combat core. Like, while combat core is on the core by far the best, and not even close, I have had combat core games on the crit core quite a bit. And like, one of the, like the second to last game yesterday that was off stream, I had just a 10-0 run with a combat core crit core, and it was amazing. So yeah, and if you have a combat core, a crit core, a combat core, any core setup, cool LEDs become actually like a 2-second item, and then they're really decent. So 2 reasons to pick those up. 1 reason to pick this up. 3 gold we invested here for the future. If we ever have the opportunity. Yuki, I think that is a name I remember, either from some discords or he's high ranked. Either way, probably he knows what he's doing. Okay, that is a worse force field setup, but Silk. I do think, though, we are in a good position here. We just outraced that, right, like quite easily. Just imagine this board where we also get like sharp corners like last time. This would be so fun. Medium items working at the docks or freebie. I think like we go for weapons here. There's like a little bit higher potential. Then no one saw that I got more gold than I should. We're gonna go for the chocolate here over Quixel. Do I afford the good chocolate? And I think I do. Like I cannot do that regularly, but here for now I can. I still think upgrading is nice over skills. There's like this whole discussion, and I think we were not like agreeing completely on what to do. Like I think I'm locked into this alpha ray for sure. Like even if I go for the combat core angle here, only if I find a rail can I make it out, but that is not likely. So I think this is staying here, and 50% extra scaling damage is quite better than the high and also low roll potential of the skill with 1 XP. Like I don't think 1 XP is that important. Strongest fight though, most XP. Maybe we can get another level in, 1 risk, and then we are probably close to leveling again. So first of all, I don't know if it's fixed with the remote control. Like that was a question: is remote control good? Like last or the patch before, I got from multiple sources told that the remote control only triggers 1 core and not both cores. Might have been a bug, might have been fixed, I don't know. Even if it is fixed again, I don't think it is good enough because it's just too slow. Like in the most setups you run you already have like a rather fast proccing combat core. You try to have cooldown reduction on the cores. You run the core setup. So your combat core has an effective cooldown more or less around 3 seconds maybe or below. And then you profit more from having a 2-second LEDs on the left or an alpha ray on the left than remote control. So I would not pick up a remote control. That is the summary I'm giving you there. Just, yeah. XP is XP. We have a full board. Like, there's like 1 item we might change. There's the risk. So if we're winning the risk here, I mean, so the upside is if I take this, we're guaranteed actually leveling again. If I take this, we can break like 30% of the time, and then we're not leveling on the same day. But I think that's a risk I'm willing to take. Like, the risk of not leveling is the downside is okayish. It's not like you lose the next round for that reason, because it's not day 1 or day 2. But the upside is in like whatever 30% of the cases you get a fight, and that is like a huge increase over the low roll potential. Oh, you want to take this? Like, it's very unlikely that I will have poison, and then this is a downside for future upgrades on skills. Upside though, if I stumble onto a poison enchanted Uzi, that's quite a bit of crit on a crit core. Whatever. Let's go for gold skills, quite easy. I think like this is good enough. Like, I mean, is it good enough? No, it's not good enough. I'm rolling. The reason why I roll is two things. One, there's obviously building crescendo in the pool, and I get the building crescendo if I reroll, right? And second of all, the machinery skill that gives haste I learned is totally bugged. I don't know why I didn't pay enough attention there. So it seems like I get full like hasted all the time, so hell yeah. It is in the end a titanium casing. It's a little bit worse than the extra weapon weapon scaling, but it's not. In my book, it is only a little bit worse, and not like a lot worse. I think titanium casing is a very nice skill that lets you stabilize quite a bit. Here though, shield scaling is not helping us. It would have been weapon damage quite a bit, obviously. Though this is just a silver turtle shell and a silver beach ball, and not everything is golden on day 5, so I thought I might outscale this, but I seem to be wrong there. Okay, I'm wrong there, and I think, I mean, the storm can help us maybe, but I don't know if it does. Like, we have only 8 more seconds. 7, 6. Yeah, we don't have the time, right? It's like 3 seconds that we're missing here, or 4. Okay, we got outscaled here. I mean, Tiny Dancer probably helped there. Oh, I realized why we lost. Oh. You know why I lost? There are 2 pearls. Like, I did not, like, look carefully at this board. The reason why we lost is not because he has a turtle shell and a beach ball and a pufferfish. We lost because he has 2 of those cheeky things. Like, if he did not have like this, I think this would have been a win. Or if he had not this, it is just like straight up the pearl. Second pearl. Okay, it's my day. This will be a atrocious day if this continues. Like, we will not get over lines. So, is it ever weaponry or is it ever titanium casing? I think it's actually titanium casing, because for now I cannot make really a lot of use of the improvised weaponry. So there's that. I like to go to Cav quite a bit. I know there's chocolate, but like shield enchanted items, especially weapons, will help you in every other matchup, except the matchup we just had. And it's so broken, like, even like laser gun that is shield enchanted is such a broken item here. Strongest fight, most XP, let's go. Can we play? Oh, the music is quiet. Can we play the comp with another core? Yes. Technically, you can play this with, like, nearly every core. Like, this is a very, very standard build. Oh, that was a misclick. I wanted to go for, obviously, for the monster loot there. Okay, what is it that we do here? Do we want to go for weapons? I don't think so. Like, the only really power increase, like noteworthy power increase, is a golden alpha ray, and that's unlikely. Surely it's also like crit enchanted other weapons or like an upgrade on the pulse rifle, but it's not like really likely. And I have a mysterious portal which can have like a decent chance for good stuff, so let's go for the good stuff. I would say that is a good stuff, right? Lifesteal, okay. I think we're putting it on the pulse rifle. I think we all agree on that. Pulse rifle is more likely to stay than the Dillo. And obviously, we still want to have the slot on the crit core free for slow and haste. So there's that. We're poor now, and JJ is also not like a premium shop, so we just go for weapons here. Just for my inner sake, I just delete one item to have space. I think like we are now in a very good position. Even if we're like facing now the last opponent, we are winning because we can just like out heal the poison a little bit more. Like this opponent should not beat us here. Like that is not out shielding us even remotely and out damaging us especially not. So that is not a close fight here. At what point would you move duct tape next to the core instead of the Uzi? That's a good question. Maybe it was like also not helping us there to have it next to the Uzi against the Vanessa, right? Because we ran out of ammo for sure in that fight. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's look how the numbers are here. It's 10 to 11, so you're correct. It's time over. Thank you for pointing it out. Yeah, like multiple people pointed it out. It's a good one. While Cav is like one of my beloved, like most beloved shops lately, because shield enchantment is quite nice and powerful, and you have like often nice shield enchanted items here. Day 6, 7, and 8, it's a risk angle because you can get like all the premium PvE fights, especially Bonk, like a Thug with Bonk, Radiant Corsair is in the pool at least. And even I think if you get a fight more likely to show up, maybe, I think somehow this is working. So yeah. Emmy! Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for your subscription. How are you? Hope you're having a good evening, I think it is for you. So yeah. I'm back. I have streamed yesterday 12 hours, I think. The game is finally starting to work again after the 2 weeks of struggling. I found a solution for my CPU issue. And yeah, I enjoyed this patch quite a bit. I'm having a blast. I have played every day, the whole day. I had withdrawing symptoms. So here we are. We had like a rough start on the stream today. We low-rolled quite a bit. We lost 40 ranks or something on the second account, obviously. So there's that, but nothing we can not recover today. So yeah, I'm back. I'm streaming again. Feel free to hang out again. So there's that. It's a haste enchantment. I mean, that is the easiest haste enchantment in my life. I also think haste is probably even better than the icy enchantment. Like I would probably pick in most situations even haste over icy at the moment. Don't know if it's overkill, but it's definitely in the scenario. I still want to go for haste, slow, and cooldown items. The Arc Blaster here is okay, but it's not like really good. I rather have like actually a metronome. Because we still want to have like our haste starting early, and this is a lot more consistent, especially if there's a little bit freezing and slowing going on. Otherwise, we will not have a full hasted board, so this is helping there quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, it's only silver, but better than nothing. Technically, the GPU is doing the same as the metronome, and it is proccing the core. So, and we don't need the second side of the haste, because only we care about turboing the core. So, is the metronome letting us start earlier? That is a question. No, we're starting probably with the pulse rifle anyway. Technically, this means this is also consideration, but I don't like it as much, because there you get like a lot more procs on the duct tape and then charges on the Dillo if it's next to this. But I think we are reverting here. That's okay. I think this is better over the metronome here, by the way. Strongest fight is strongest fight. You haven't also not played the game for 2 weeks, Emmy. I mean, to be fair, I think the last patch was not as much fun in general. Like, even if I could have played, I didn't like the meta because I felt like you have less agency and to the patch in December, as well as in comparison, quite a lot of less agency to this patch. So I like the patches, obviously, where you have agency and good plays get rewarded often, at least. AKA, I win more. Upgrading the core, cooldown reduction, or rolling. Upgrading the core is not helping us. It's too much. Cooldown reduction is okay, but it's not really doing a lot on the Dillo there, to be honest. Though we already have like the diamond titanium casing. And we don't need the machinery skill because haste is solved anyway. I mean, if we get the machinery skill, we are able to drop the GPU though for a weapon again. Is that better than 5% CD on the core and the Dillo? Potentially. It is okay because we can also get the, I think, overclocked, the 10% cooldown reduction on the core, which is a lot better. And then when we get burned, and that is happening also sometimes, we're getting another 10% for free in. Yeah. It's that. That is probably not the best, but it's okay. We're just picking the firepower. We're putting maybe a raid to the right, and the reason is not because it's, it's this skill. That's the reason. And then let's clean up a little bit here. It's health though, and not the chocolate. I don't think I need to go to Isla. I'd rather get 2 XP in. So there's the 2 XP. And then he has a good skin. I have not had that on any of my 2 accounts by now. That feels a little bit troll. I don't like the level up rewards as much more recently. Choosing loot isn't as fun for me as choosing from 5 things. Yeah, that is probably true. Also, there is a combat core enjoyer, but he is on the armored core. But he's with a Dillo. It's funny, right? We just titanium casing, shielding, and out shielding and out scaling the opponent here. Yeah. That is fair. Just like one duct tape and a titanium casing is taking care of the whole board of my opponent. I mean, it's only the halfway because we also need to do damage, but it's like, I mean, that is like a little bit unfair. So do we want to take your temp boost or gonna go for weapons? I don't think we need a temp boost. And then we can go for weapons. For example, a deadly enchanted weapon would be quite nice, wouldn't it? So there's a combat core in the gold version. Give me a second, my voice is cracking. So, do we want to change our setup to a combat core setup? Let's talk a little bit about it. So we would run the combat core in this spot, right? There's where it is. We don't have space for the duct tape anymore, but we have like 2 shield items that doing the trick. We get scaling from the core and the combat core, and everything is scaling that way. We obviously get double scaling here from the alpha ray. Feels a little bit worse to put in now the LEDs, because this is a deadly Uzi, right? More procs on the core. We will be still like popping off quite a bit. I think the board is still full hasted without the GPU, because we have less haste targets with a large item. We get double the scaling from the titanium casing here. We get double procs on the alpha ray. So I think over the Dillo and the tape, this is straight up better. So I like it. I will hold on to these items here as long as I can, and then probably start selling the stuff off I feel will be the least favorite one. I also don't think it's right of core combat core, by the way. It's like the crit is not mattering yet. So there's that. I think this is better setup. It should be stronger, more reliable. There's chocolate. I want to buy chocolate, so cleaning up. I don't think we're ever pivoting back to a railgun, so the light bulb is out. I also think probably the arc blaster is the least favorite out of those. And then we still need to get rid of one more item. I think I will rather always use the GPU over the metronome here in this situation with the turbo critical core. So it's metronome out. And we have our 5 items here. We have space now. And then we can buy chocolate. Maybe just a little bit the cheaper one, because 20 gold is at least what you should have for golden skills. In my opinion, it's a new rule of thumb, obviously. And then I go for monster loot. Regret there the one misclick earlier this game. Let me catch up with chat maybe in the fight. So this is pretty nice. Like the skills is like 2 skills, both would be rather strong in this situation. This though is also like this is also kind of a skill, though we cannot make use as much out of it. So I'm more inclined to go for those skills. They feel better. First of all, good morning, Kita Gibi. Good morning, good morning. I really couldn't find my feet in the last patch, and then all the issues, so yeah, took a break, haha. I have no feel for the current meta, but I'm sure I will soon find out. Yeah, you will find out. It's a little bit, it's at least closer to the December meta, and only small variations and different stuff. So, I mean the approach, at least. Like, surely you're not playing the same Ray builds and Ray builds, and you have like a little bit different variation possible, but the approach is, if you were good, and I think in the December meta, you will get an easy hang on this meta as well. Okay, I think it's gold tier items, scrap metal, chrono barrier maybe, though I don't think I can fit it here, to be honest. That will be tough. And maybe something else, like I already would probably still buy just the upgrade on the combat core straight up to make sure we're not running short on damage. Nothing here. And then half a level is half a level. And then upgrade an item or get gold skills. So upgrading an item is like 33% on the scaling from the alpha ray. Gold tier skills though, if I get a building crescendo here, man, my life are looking like quite a lot better, right? What are the other skills, gold skills, that would increase like crazily us? I mean, the pool is really, really close now. Yeah, it's gold tier skills. It's a roll. I think it's liquid cooled here over the other two, so there's that. I don't know if it was better over, like, in hindsight, over upgrading the alpha ray, but Like having there a 33% chance about, or 30% chance to get a game-winning skill. And I mean that like in a very good situation. It's good. Like, look, those three skills, they are very, very scary, right? This is haste, this is crescendo, that's always a problem, and then there's bonk. I think like if we're losing here, the only reason why we are losing, and it looks like that a little bit, right? It looks like very much like that. It's because of the bonk though, and not because of those. While they're like so close, man. Like one hit there, and we would have been in a good position, right? And that is just the bonk. It's a coin flip on the bonk. I cannot catch a break today. I cannot catch a break. Like this is already like a minus MMR run, right? Again, the third in a row. And the only reason is here we got steamrolled by a bonk. I mean, if this continues 2 more games, I think I will have to end the stream. I cannot take it much longer. Getting like steamrolled left and right, and like, sure, we low rolled a little bit because if we had like a crescendo there, the issue was like we would have won, right? If we had a bonk or he has not a bonk, we would have won. Like, sure, but man, that is. I mean, we're doing okay, right? I don't want to complain too much. We're doing okay. We have a very good board technically. We have a turbo crit core. It's like, it's not something like we have even obsidian pulse rifle. Like, we are really strong, but yeah, like there's just like a few, like if you listen to the meta analysis on Tash, like a few items, and it's like crescendo and bonk are very, very hard there on the list of coin flips where you just don't have agency about. It's a temp boost. And then it's hopefully knife tricks. Those are not knife tricks. This is bugged as far as I know. So I'm not picking that. It's probably double down here over the crit because we don't have enough crit to justify this. So it is just double down. I think we just like straight up, I mean, we don't have the gold, right? We don't have the gold. I was like, we're straight buying up the combat core, but that ain't possible, so I take a freebie. Good morning, donations. Good morning, good morning. What's your music playlist? It's just like a playlist from Einaudi and Patalini. And their albums, most of the albums between 2000 and 2010 maybe. Two artists that are piano artists, like rather famous by the way by now. Combat core on the right, no. We only get like 15 crit here, and we lose quite a bit of extra charges on the crit core. So that's never the play. Also, it could only be like this. But like we like in that fight, if you remember, the fight, we had like not nearly a full haste uptime, and the reason was bonk, right? That was the reason why we struggled. So this would also like again lose us quite a bit of cooldown, like effective cooldown reduction on the crit core, who is our main haste source. So that is, and it's only a bronze core. It's never it. I can tell you. It's a freebie. That's a good freebie. Um, yeah, Yiruma is also one that I listened to quite a bit. The time where I listened all the day to Patolini and Einaudi. Yeah, I have him in my Spotify. Anyway, back to this game at hand. I think like what we're doing is maybe hopefully get another dually, take the 7 wins, and then call it a day. We lost on all the coin flips, like not all the coin flips, but enough coin flips here. We have no crescendo. We have not find the knife tricks, and those 2 coin flips kinda, because I think it was a coin flip because we went 2 times to gold skills. We'll make sure we are not winning after day 10. Like that is not happening. I think it's just chocolate here. And we can easily fight Lord Arkin. That is no issue. Oh, you got a little bit of background noises. Let me check if the properties are... No, it's correct. Okay. Sorry for the background noises. The filtering did not work probably as good as it should. Or I thought it should. So I would run a diamond rivet gun. I might consider a knife. What is it? Knife, whatever, the knife item from Stell. Though it's already hard to fit in here because and has diminishing returns because we're running a combat core. But I don't think like 5 damage is impactful enough, so we can as well just go. Is there any other item I'm missing? Anything like, oh, a high rarity JoJo? I think Yo-Yo, is it still like increasing? Let me check it up. I think like I have like a mixed memory about the Yo-Yo. Yeah, so the charge is increasing with the rarity, so that is like still like how it works, which means if there is a yo-yo that is like gold or diamond, I'm gonna pick it, and I think that is fitting way better in comparison to the knife box set, whatever it's called. Can boost, or try to get like a golden scrap metal, use it to upgrade the combat core. It's just like get over the line, right? Like I'm not getting to 10 wins this run, so it's getting over the line. This is more consistent. So let's hope it's not like Bong Crescendo again. It's a power drill enjoyer. I have no idea that is good enough. I mean, we're starting a little bit later here. There's quite a bit of slow. It's a heavy power drill, okay? And then we're still getting quite easily over the line, right? Okay. I don't think power drill is a real item. I will not try to make it work anymore. So, as mentioned earlier, I mean, we can just go through the motions for this day, but I don't think you can convince me to queue another round here. This is not a non-ethical Snazer 2 anymore. I think it has to be, especially today. I still don't think upgrade is like here it. Like we just upgrade with a scrap metal at some point. I think it's like digging for crescendo again. I mean, we got like a lot of slow-in issues. So taking like extra haste for the board is probably still very reasonable technically. So like with all the slow going on, we were struggling quite a bit. And we had no near full haste uptime here. So this should help quite a bit with that issue. And then I think Curio is actually it, to get like extra haste on as well. We can get crit, we can get damage. I'll just like buy out Curio here. I'm gonna buy this, I'm gonna buy this, I'm gonna hold on to that. Can you explain why the ray is on the right? Yes. Firepower. If you use a core, an adjacent item gets 10 damage. So this way we get extra scaling on the ray. I don't think it's for the crit, it's just for the scaling. And it's not like hardly impacting our effective cooldown because it's the slowest item. Our effective cooldown of how often this core is triggering in the first place. It's a little bit more questionable now since we are running a combat core, to be fair, because that means we're also like not going as offensive as it gets, but it's also not the end of the world to get a little bit of shield scaling on the combat core, so I don't mind it. So I think this should be on average a little bit stronger, and if I don't like this metaphor, but if I simulate 100 fights against myself with the alpha ray here and the alpha ray here, I think I would win more fights with this setup. So that is the reason. Hydra Homie, how's your morning been, Snazer? I have to tell you, it was not a good I had comparable to the last nights, I had a good long night's sleep, so I'm doing fine. I am rested. I still enjoyed the game quite a bit. Like, all good. I had yesterday a good day. I played the whole day and I had a nice meta talk and everything is good. But gaming wise, we have been getting screwed by the game left and right as much as you can imagine. Weapon skills over burn and slow, I think. And then I think it's just a crit because we're on a crit core. And then it's monster range. And it's the feather here. So is it half a level or is it Goldie? I think half a level is technically the better approach here. But I think like we really need to find a scrap metal to upgrade our combat core for scaling. So there's that. This is more like, okay, I don't think there's even a free win possible at this point. So we are conceding probably anyway. But this is the more consistent play. So I'm gonna do this. Like, if I wanted to continue here, I would have picked that. So I don't think I win against the one weapon build. I think we just bricked on so many things here. And there will be some tripwire, proboscis bullshit, one weapon bullshit, radiant, whatever, 1.2 second, rifle with 500 damage, and then we're just dead. We're just dying. That is what we're getting. And we're not out shielding and out scaling that because we don't have the time to do that. We don't have the fast enough scaling because we don't have knife tricks, we don't have the scaling and extra benefits of crescendo. We don't have a bonk. We don't have anything going on. Our freeze isn't doing anything because that will be a radiant item, and I'm not getting to 10 wins anyway. Like, the chances are definitely below 50% to win here, and 10 wins is never gonna happen here in this spot. Like, I can tell you that. Like, I think the chances there to get 10 wins is probably below 10%. So I'm not even achieving trying that. Also, we started like I was like nearly top 100, like very barely above like 107 or something. So I've lost 50 ranks in like no time since yesterday because I have a losing streak. I don't know. Either people are already like adapting quite a bit to the patch and therefore it's getting like harder, but the other like top players do not struggle as much. So I think it's just like a long losing low roll streak on my side. And or I need to concede more. Let's get a break. Let's play Ignition Core. Ignition Core, especially early, is by far the most consistent, right? So we're gonna do that. Maybe I should have taken a break. So maybe I should still do that. Did I miss something? Oh, there were raiders coming in. Okay, maybe I don't do a break and after the next game. Morning, nice Mitja. Good morning. So Wrath at SS, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone from the raid. Welcome to the stream. I'm Snazer. I'm streaming again. I had a 2-week break just because of technical difficulties. I hold rank 1 as well as trying to climb to top 25, top 10 with the second account for the next 2 weeks. So this is my main agenda at the moment. We're fighting here the Pyro. Yeah, it's a very educational, shrill stream. Backseating is totally allowed. Always challenge my place in a reasonable and polite manner. If you feel like I do something wrong, helps me to learn and maybe everyone else also to learn. So this is here where we are. And welcome everyone. Good morning to each and everyone, or good evening wherever you are. And I was a little bit not in the best mood because I still want to climb a little bit, and then even though it's only on the second account, was a little bit tilting of the RNG, but I think it's done now, so there's that. We are gonna take XP here, and then whatever we get, right? I think non-weapons is quite fine. Like, I'm already interested in buying all 3 of those. So I think this and this is gonna get bought. Question is whether I want to buy this or not. I mean, that's like a little bit worse than a Uzi, where we cannot get a Uzi here. I will buy it, I will roll. Sure. This is a definitely a start, right? I will roll here for a burn skill. So this is a very good start. I like that so many items are good now. So I was asked about the conceding. Basically, every single PvP fight will either give you plus rating or minus rating, and therefore, and then at the end of your run, you get a new calculation if you get plus or minus rating, which means every loss is hurting equally bad, your rating, and then it is sometimes just better to stop fighting if you think you are losing. And there's at the moment still no punishment for conceding itself. So you just can say, well, this is not working out. I'm less favored than I should be to win, and then you're out. Okay. I think this is like a bullying board. Like if you face this on day one, you will probably always lose. We're just picking the XP options, try to power level as much as we can. We have the power to do that because I think we are close to, I won't say like unbeatable, but we are very close on the range of nearly unbeatable, right? That is, like most boards do not beat this. So there's that. I mean, probably you need to have like either a mirror setup or you need to have blast doors to get over the line here. Or you have to be the burstiest of burst builds with like, I don't know, silver double barrel, 5 weapon skills, and then hit me in the head like really, really fast before the brick buddy is getting off. And I think those are the only ways how you get over the line here, right? Anyway, bronze tier item is a bronze tier item. Snail is definitely like really good here. Like means we have like faster scaling on the brick buddy and we have poison as well. Like I don't mind. I take a risk any day here. That's a rematch, I think. With us just like straight up being better. I mean, it is just a placeholder system, Kotaru X. They never intended this to be the main system. It's just they couldn't like develop everything in the same speed, and they will give us a new rating system. Like they at least change stuff in the rating system in early February. I don't know if it's the new full rating system or it's just a fixed for the placeholder system. Either way, I think in the future there will be a very good, hopefully a very good rating system. Gold, treats, or medium items. Let's be honest here. I would upgrade my brick buddy to annoy my opponent, and I have the money. I would probably try to play a Dave here. So a Dave would also be nice, even though the synergies is not there because I have like a lot of medium items. But I rather like, and maybe I even play blast doors to put my opponent in full shambles. So I think medium items are good enough. I don't like the treats. I don't need gold if you look at my bank statement here. So we can just go for medium items. Is it ever like a Dillo pickup for the option to run Dillo? We don't have the duct tape, we don't have the pulse rifle, we don't have the alpha ray. We just buy the Dillo for 2 gold and hold on to have the option to pivot into it. Like the ignition core has so many different ways to play out. And one is obviously play the Dillo duct tape pulse rifle alpha ray setup and then have that as a engine as well. And I have the financial means here to invest like technically only 2 gold if I sell it off later, and open up the possibility. So just like because we have the money, like I think it's wise to open up the possibility to, if we just like find a pulse rifle and alpha ray and stumble onto a duct tape, that we can do this. I will hold on to this for the duct tape. I will not put it on the brick buddy. I don't think that is wise. But I also will not run the Dillo here. And I'm still, since I went to middle, I will also roll. So that's like good items. I will buy the pulse rifle for sure. That is like, that's not even close. Question is if I want to buy the Dave here. It's starting to get expensive buying all this stuff. So what is gonna happen is we're using a pulse rifle as a faster charger for the core. So the Chem Snail has to take a break here. We still want to run the brick buddy system. I think that's especially on day 2 still like a very meaningful amount of shield and winning us most of the time. I think Dave is technically an item that you can run. But since we already have like a pulse rifle and we're running pulse rifle, it's starting to be not as good anymore. Like it's only good if you have like a bunch of small items on the left and then Dave and core on the right. That is still viable, especially for early game and mid game. But we are not having that setup. We are more in a medium-sized setup. And the pulse rifle is probably at least equally good over a Dave and open up more ways to play. Whereas Dave is very narrow about small items, core and Dave. Which means since we like got already the pulse rifle ready here, I think maybe that's it. Though I just realized I was wrong about the pulse rifle already being played here because it's just a 2 cast and not a 3 cast. That's actually a huge difference. So Chemisnell, you're back on the menu, but pulse rifle, Dillo, you are definitely in the back. I do not regret buying those at all. Also, probably someone will ask, why is the bomb squad on the left and not on the right? And the reason is the skill. The bomb squad is super, super slow. So it will also only trigger once or twice. So it will only get like very minor impact. And the core gets all the juice here. And the core will actually see procs quite more. And then it's for sure better to have it this way. Like, no doubt in my mind. Like, not even close. Yeah. So, like, Ignition Core early on, very consistent, makes a lot of fun to play. That is, though, hard-hitting, start of combat hasted Lengthian with a Shadow Cloak. And we got 25% instantly deleted. Okay. Like, I mean, you cannot make it really up, right? I mean, we had only 400 because we didn't level there. We were 1 XP short. But we have a very, very good board. And we just lose on day 2 to that kind of, I mean, bullshit. Because, let's be honest, that's already a huge number. But, like, it had to crit for 25%. That is a coin flip that is going, like, again against our favor. And there is a start of combat rush, which enabled even the one-shot possibility. Like, that is not an average board, and that is not an average outcome. Even if I simulate this fight, like, I don't know, like, yeah. 6.6 Lengthian also on day 2. Like, 6.6 second on day 2 on the Lengthian. I'm just putting it out there. Like, you cannot make it up. It's one of these days, right? Where you should just like stop playing and go outside and play and touch grass. It's like there are sometimes days, and it was like always like that, even in the December meta where I played a lot, where like some days like nothing can go wrong, and you just like get a 10-0 into a 10-0 into 10-0. And then there are days where this kind of stuff is happening on the other side to even out, right? Where you just like, no matter what you do, the shop screw you, the matchup RNG screws you, the skill screws you, and you're just like getting screwed left and right. And I feel like it's one of these days where it's really hard to get on the other foot again. I will take a break. Just a 3-minute break. I should have taken the break anyway after the last game. We're already 2 hours into the stream. It's like literally a 2 to 3 minute break. You know it if you're like watching my stream regularly. So it's not like I go away for longer. It's just like probably a good time to cool down. So be right back. Okay, I'm back, guys. So just like I will stop talking about this in just a second, but like obviously I don't mean this in a serious manner, just to be absolutely clear. But it feels like the Discord situation is that the team, like the Tempo team, is telling us that Dooley is not as dominant and strong as it is talked by everyone. And the data from trackers is obviously one-sided, which is partly true. Like the reasoning is not wrong. And I think they listened to our meta talk yesterday and were like, we are proving you wrong today. We are proving you completely wrong. Dooley is not consistent. You don't have always your alpha ray. You're just like getting streamrolled left and right by every Vanessa opponent that you can face just to prove the point Vanessa is still viable. It feels that way. Like, I mean, it's not meant to be honest, and it's obviously a conspiracy that is not true, and you get the idea, right? And RNG is just sometimes weird, and people blame other stuff for RNG being weird. Like not weird, unintuitively. Unintuitively is the word I would phrase there. So yeah. He went through the people who talked in the meta discussion, and it's like, okay, Snazer 2. Who was there? Tash Samar, Sixten. And he's like, okay, Rarish, you will get a different hero pool, ghost pool now. And also you get different shops. It's obviously, I'm joking, like, just to be clear, not that someone is running around and telling that Snazer said that, like, please don't take that out of context. Positioning this is different, you're correct. Upgrading over skills, I think like I could still upgrading the core. Like I like to open up the lines of playing a little bit more burn variation. So if you don't have the alpha ray, I think it's correct to upgrade the core. It's also a meaningful extra burn number on the core in this meta, so there's that. I think infinite rerolls aerodrome is nice. JJ is not like a premium shop, and one or twice rolling at aerodrome for the absolute crazy high roll potential, if it's still possible. I haven't seen it on this patch. To get like an enchant on day 3, that's okay. So Quixel it is. I don't think we should like on day 3 still upgrade the brick body. By the way, it was like a meme to say, like, not a meme. I would have upgraded on day 2 because on day 2 silver brick body is still carrying, but the brick body is not an item that is good enough to stay on the board on an ignition core setup. Like, we are pivoting out of this. I don't also think we are not really want to pivot into the day 4, though I might be wrong. But it's like so dysfunctional with the pulse rifle approach. And I rather have like an Aiden or whatever, or even like, yeah, it's not it. So it's not none of these items. I think they're a bait. I think his GPU is good enough. I don't think the Dillo is impactful to upgrade because at the moment we're not making use, and the Dillo is more of a battery charging item that has also nice base damage and a little bit of scaling. It's not like the 25 damage of the Dillo matter, and at the moment we are not even utilizing it. And if we're just utilizing the Dillo by day 5, that extra 25 damage on the Dillo is not worth the investment of 4 hard gold. And it's in this case 4 gold and not 2 gold, because as long as we're using the Dillo, we cannot sell it, and then it's 4 gold. And I'm not rich enough to justify spending lavishly 4 gold for a future situation where 25 damage have not the biggest of an impact. So no buy here. Small burn item is probably where we want to go. I don't want to go shopping again. We're also not leveling here as fast as I want to. So there's that. And by we are not leveling as fast, I mean we just had like 2 encounters without XP and risk. And I'm not sure if we would have won there for like with certainty with how our RNG went. But I think in the last fight, if we had like 150 more health, we could have gotten maybe over the line. If the second hit was also not a crit, we would have had maybe enough shield. I don't know, but it should have been close. Anyway, so this is out, and then the crit is probably just on the core because that is staying. And then we can buy chocolate here. Let's be conservative about the spending behavior, but chocolate is chocolate. And then, is it region and health, or is it shield items? I think it's shield items for two reasons. One, we can get a duct tape. Two, we can get a shield enchanted weapon. Both would be amazing. And I want to improve this board. Like this is a very good board for day 2. This is already a board that's only mediocre for day 3. Like Brick Body is falling off hard. People will have their comms more often ready, where you have actually more synergies than this, more scaling. So yeah, let's go here. None of those items feel like worthy to put into consideration. That's a duct tape and an Aegis. I take both of those. And there is still our leveling. Like we will have 7 items here. It's 5% cooldown reduction on the board permanently. That's an amazing thing. So let's try to change a little bit here the build. This on the duct tape, this here. I mean, I know we are weakening ourselves, so first of all, I think this is the strongest possible board here. So just to make that very clear. Obviously, it feels not good because this is probably not really strong, and then you look at those items and be like, they are good. I don't think like it is worth though to get like 1 less pulse rifle and then put in like an Aiden here. I don't think. I mean, it's every 4 second one proc there, right? Maybe it's an Aiden angle still. Maybe it is. Yeah, it is. But 1 proc means also 1 less charge. So you're losing 10 damage, which I don't care about. You know what? I think it's this. I lost quite a lot to plasma grenades lately. The slow sometimes in a close matchup mattered. So this is a Basnazer who has not won. Let's be honest, they should not win here again. What do you get after you win 10 in a row? The most rating, because that means I did not lose. And then I get the most possible rating for a run. And then that's it. Also, 10 wins means more chests. And hello, Superstar XA. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the nice emote. So, this is a Basnazer who did previously not win, right? And then to face me, I get a duct tape, pearl, turtle shell, turtle game going against me on day 3. It's one of these days. I mean, I feel like I sound like this streamers that are just like cannot stop complaining. And I don't want to be that kind of streamer. Yeah. Like, I mean, look, we're playing like a nice ignition core. Like, we have like all this stuff falling into places. Day one, day two, we have like a brick buddy set up, uh, with like extra like four poison, one cinder, and three burn on the from the skill. So we have like a high high burn core, uh, burn ignition core, and we have like a brick buddy with two friends just randomly on day one and day two, and then we have already without an alpha ray a very nice setup, deload tape, pulse rifle to fuel ignition core and get extra scaling on an Aegis. I mean, that is like the dream, right? That is the very rather consistent, but that is the dream you can achieve. Maybe with an alpha ray instead of the plasma grenade, obviously, to play here one of the variations of the ignition core. Sure, obviously Omega Ray would also be great, and other ways could have worked as well. But it's like the consistent dream of this, and then you just get completely steamrolled 2 times in a row again. And I don't think my opponent boards and what we had there is anything you achieve on average, right? This is what you achieve on average. That is like, it's just like a bunch of bronze items that have like nice synergy, and that's about it, right? It's not like hard to find. And then I have like opponents that have like 6.6 Silver Lanxian, 25% crit, start of combat haste, and hit him in the face and just kill me in 3.3 seconds. Bam. That's it. You don't even get to play the game. And my second opponent just had to find all the turtle items by day 3, including a duct tape. Yeah, sure. That is something where you maybe not can race with an ignition core, because still, while being nice in the mid game, in the mid fight of the scaling part, you can get outscaled there. You're not racing the shield comp fast enough, and you're not scaling hard enough, at least without like an Omega Ray and an Alpha Ray on the board here. Like, if this is if this is Alpha Ray and this is Omega Ray that is positioned here, you're not scaling towards like fatigue. But that is like fair if we're losing that fight if it's day 5 and we're not improving. But on day 3, that is not averagely achievable, having that kind of Vanessa board. Like, I have played Vanessa last patch, and I know what is achievable on average. That is not an average board. And I don't know, like, I have faced non-average opponents and non-average outcomes of shops lately for the last 2 hours quite a bit. Okay. Maybe maybe it is what it is. It is what it is. I will be maybe a little bit quieter for some time to cool down, and then we'll just keep going. So we have 2 techs already, and a railgun by day 4. Watch me lose with it. Watch me lose with it. I don't think buying the Alpha Ray here is now the reasonable. We're just playing a tech items ray gun build. So like we don't care about that scaling anymore. And we're just playing this as a fuel source until we find better tech items. This is 3-6, so we can use the feather here. Be careful, don't use the feather with 7 items on the board. You just have like a diminishing returns then that way. I don't think I necessarily need the scaling on the Aegis. It's like burn is not our damage source anymore. We're still running the Aegis because it's a tech item. We're running the GPU because it's a tech item. And we just want to proc the core as much as possible because it's also a tech item. And then we're finding 3 small tech items, putting them in here, and upgrading the railgun. And that's basically this very, like, I think it's like the least complicated build if you hit it early. It's like, there's like nothing you really like change up. You just like get tech and then health and skills, and then you fall short after day 10 maybe if you're not having like a crit on that, because like it's like very similar damage. But also here you can see like we're like really strong. Even with this positioning, you see like there's like a huge number of burn on our opponent. So like this opponent is for sure by a million times weaker than our last opponent on day 3. Because we have a good setup. We have a very good setup. Even without the high roll on the railgun, we were in a good position. I will not skip XP. I will not skip health. And then if those 2 options are not met, and only then I will go for the tech items. I don't think I need to have the tech items as hardly as possible. It's totally fine just to take health and making sure we're not getting one-shotted. So there's no reason to go for weapons. There are no tech weapons as far as I know. And we're pivoting out of everything except the railgun. I don't think I can see, or like I can reasonably expect a golden railgun here, and even then, I have to consider whether I want to buy it. I mean, I'll probably buy it, but you know, I don't need the temp boost because temp boost is only temporary, and I should win nearly every fight. So I take the 7th region and then aerodrome, rolling once or twice. I mean, that is health, that's good enough. It's even the expensive one. Like I will spend like not too much of money anymore. It's only skills where I need to spend money. Tech items are cheap. It's just small items. I don't care what they do, as long as they're triggering fast. I can get a golden railgun on day 5. Technically, gold items are available at day 5. But the possibility to roll a gold item at Isla is very low, and most of the cases not happening. And even then, the gold item that you roll needs to be out of all the possible items that can be bronze, silver, and gold. And that needs to specifically be a railgun. So the odds for that should be probably below 1%. We could do the odds, but it should have been below 1%. And then it's not worth to go there for the 1%. That is like not happening. And the upside is not needed. Like you don't need the upgrade yet. You can just wait until you upgrade it with a level up reward. It's no issue. I'm just spending 5 instead of 10. I want to have the option to buy gold skills. And then we're gonna go here for our gold skill. And so is 5-second freeze good enough? In my book it is, because we just need to stop our opponent scaling infinite amount of shield early, because he's just dead in no time. And then we're taking a risk. It's technically XP. And this is the time where we actually are able to just bully Lich back. So we're gonna bully Lich back. So the items that would have been the best here is probably light bulb, probably LEDs. Okay, I thought like we were bullying back. Not enough charges on the... This is my day. Look at this. Like, it's like 0.1 second maybe, or whatever. And then we win, and we're not. Like, I was overestimating my strength a little bit. It's just like 2 tech items and not 3 tech items on the board. So this is why I probably lost here. So that is partly on me, right? But it was also like point what, 1 or 2 seconds. Non-weapon items is good for the tech items. That's a tech item. I don't need any of those. Like I don't need friends, and I don't need medium and large items. Still go here, and then I can sell the bomb squad for more gold. I don't think it's reasonable to roll here. Same consideration. Railgun ain't gonna be there. So this is just a very boring game because, you know, there's not much to talk about, but it's also like a welcome, let's say, easy high roll to 7 wins now. And then I will also play like the little bit of concede abuse game now. Like, I will not concede like day 1-ish because I don't know, I didn't get the right core, or like I don't like that I don't have an alpha ray, like not that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm not like continuing as soon as I feel like it's not worthwhile anymore. And then take a risk here. Risk is the equivalent from XP, and XP is better. Haste items are nice, and they can also be tech. Like a turbo thrusters, for now it's definitely a tech. Like, I don't know if it's good enough, but let's just pick it here. Solar farm is technically a tech, but it's not charging enough and it's getting clunky. I don't like it. I don't think it's a real tech. Chrono barrier is a tech item though, and that is a real item. Like, a chrono barrier is a real item, especially on this board, obviously. And is it ever not the cosmic rock? No, it's always the cosmic rock. It's just a crit, it's a feather, it's yeah, pretty nice. How do you beat Lich, Mr. Snazer? Like, if I had like one more tech item there, you beat Lich. It was just very, very close anyway. If you play a force field and have a decent setup for a force field, you easily beat Lich. If you play a quite stronger burn setup, like a very burn-oriented heavy setup, and have like a very good burn setup ready, you are also quite easily are in the mid-range power spike level and beating Lich. But that's about it. Or you have like the craziest high roll of your life because you found a haste enchanted pulse rifle on day 5 and have a golden alpha ray and a crit core, and I don't know, maybe if it is somehow possible, stumbled into a crescendo as well. Like, surely that is also beating a Lich with ease. But those are the main builds I can think of that are beating Lich. So here, I think like there's a little bit of consideration. So shield is pretty nice because it means you don't have issues at all in the mid game. But crit is also quite nice because it means you increase your rather non-scaling damage output of the railgun by 50%, which is equivalently of buying yourself time with the shield, and this has more upside being able still to raise your opponent. So I think crit is better, but shield is by far not the worst. You can even argue you only lose if your railgun is getting frozen for like forever and slowed, so maybe it's even that, but the main thing is the railgun needs like all the charging from the small items, and if they are slowed, doesn't matter if the railgun is slowed or not, and freeze is not as often happening, at least for a longer time duration. It's just the relax, just cheese it out, and then just win. With a diamond core force field once dispatched, I mean, it does not have to be that crazy. It's like, if you have like a decent amount of shield scaling and a force field, or you have like a decent amount of start of combat shield and a force field, you should beat Lich. Because starting with like it's the same as starting with like a railgun, right? If you have like a few hundred shield already, it's coming close to this railgun approach here. A lot of Vanessas today. I don't know what's going on there. Make Vanessa great again or something? Chocolate is chocolate. It's starting to be expensive here, but one more time I can maybe justify that. Let's go for Kef though. I don't want gumballs. I don't need the gold. Maybe I find a tech item here. That is a tech item. When I'm here, I can also roll. Oh, I also... That's wrong. I should have obviously batteried the railgun here. I'm not paying enough attention. Anyway, this is a good board for day 8. We getting to day 10. We should win both our day 10 fights until our fights until day 10. And then we very, very carefully decide whether we want to keep going or not. Hello, hello, Admiral. Good morning or good evening, wherever you are. I don't know which time zone you're from. I will go with dually skills. There could be more haste or more freeze. I don't think the fight is like going more than 5 procs of the core, right? Like, let's say best case this core is proccing every 2 seconds, and that is a very generous assumption. It's more like 2.5. This already 10 seconds into the fight, and if my opponent is not dead soonish after that, we are anyway struggling, so we can roll for haste. So just upgrading the core, it's a little bit of burn, whatever. And then it's just a temp boost. And it's for sure heady. And deadly was key there. Yep, maybe it was even. So in hindsight, to be fair, I'm still like in the mindset that the turtle is not a real comp, and I don't consider it as strong. I get proven wrong today, so maybe it's a real comp and we underestimated it, and maybe it's even like easily achievable. Like, I don't know. Like, today is a day where I may get proven wrong about how I view the matter and how wrong I am. Like, I have no idea. Today is not a good day on the climb yet, at least. Anyway, that is a companion core enjoyer who has like at least 4 wins. So he's just like one win behind me on a companion core. He has luck. He is winning. He shouldn't win that much. Like, I'm giving it to you. He should have not been in the same area of winning and losing as I am. Like, not because he's a bad player necessarily or anything. It's like no hard feelings there. It's more like he plays a companion core. So do I want to go for upgrade on the railgun here? If I can. I think I should. I should do this over the dig side. No upgrade though. I have never have done it, but I really want to do this. I want the one shot, one kill. Like, I never had it, but I want it. And I think it's like really good, obviously, because we do not care as much about the cooldown of the railgun because we're just charging it like crazy. So do we run a haste like an energy potion here? I think we do. I think we are doing that. And then we said like health is more important. And then we can go shopping for small items here and maybe even an upgrade on the railgun. I don't think a remote control is a better tech item here. Three ammo haste pot, pretty good. Yeah, that's good. That would have been good on any setup though, like probably, unless you have like a full hasted bot already. I'm wondering whether I want to charge the haste pot to have. No, it doesn't need. No, it's not going off faster that way. Haste pot pretty good, huh? We're back to having fun because we're winning, and winning is fun. For me, winning is fun. So is it ever Curio for a cooldown reduction? I think so. Just have to put it in mind. And maybe even like rocket boots here. I don't think we need to upgrade the damage here though. That is, I mean, we can afford it, so why not? So hasting the haste pot is fine. Might matter. Like I wanted to say, like when we use feathers, we need to make sure that we don't have 7 items on the board. And then I think a dig site is better though than Midsworth, to be honest. I mean, this is like doubling the temp boost. If we're taking health as a temp boost. And it's doubling the Finn's bite, though that is not happening as often. Is that good enough? So it means like my temp boost is like 500 health more if I want to take it. I mean, it's close, but we cannot abuse it as much as Pick, so let's just keep going. I mean, I have like the gold, so I mean, this is like 16 gold, like it's like plus 15 gold in the bank account. But like 1-2 more rolls and then we maybe call it a day. I mean, that is, yeah, let's just take the gold here. So it's still like upgrading, obviously, my my railgun, it's like 200, 300 more damage on average and output, like 200 more, and then an extra 100 extra because we have crit on it. We should be able to easily face, not face, like fight Lord Arkin here. You beat a 0-weapon shield bash pick. That's cyberbullying. Save is less gold than a large gold item. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're correct. I was just like, oh, this is a lot of gold. Let's just get out of here. But you're still correct there. So there's a shield enchant. I think we're taking it. We're putting it on the core and calling it a day. Because for now we don't have a better target, and the railgun will stay crit for sure. Let's probably just relax over chocolate here. We're cheesing anyway. It's definitely diamond skills. None of these matter. So does knife tricks ever like accumulate a lot? So it means like if you have like a fatigue opponent that is like turtling you, knife tricks actually is like improving the power level over a long time quite a bit, because this has also multicast. This though is like if it's a close fight and we just need to buy ourselves one more proc of time. Obviously a mini Fury Rebirth. And a mini Fury Rebirth is also quite good. I like knife tricks so much. Let's just like pick knife tricks, but it's a close call. So do I think I'm favored on day 10 against the dually? Like, should I win on average more often with this setup than not? And I think yes. Like, I'm not scared of a dually here on day 10 though. Like, this is like still an amazing setup. He's even giving us a glass cannon. Though there is like, when you slow charge, and if there's like a lot of slow, we are in trouble. But yeah, me being like, oh no, we are in trouble. And then he's just dead. It's, yeah. Nice. We could also replace the GPU against a light bulb, by the way, because obviously we don't need the haste necessarily. I think a mysterious portal is better than random small items. I don't think Jules has anything to offer. We're not playing live set here. I'm just getting out here. I mean, I can also roll, but there's nothing I want, right? There's not a single item I can think that is working here. I don't think there are tech items. And then it's still health, and we need to make space, so I think the turbo thrusters that are bronze are not good enough. And then we're just going with district. I think like shield bash would also be quite good here for us, right? Because we all have only one weapon, and that's the one weapon that we want to hit with. And it's nice from opponent doubling your damage. Yes, I think that is a very nice gesture. Think my opponents should do that more often. It's definitely skills. Talking about shield bash. How do you feel about a shield bash? Okay, 5-second freeze. I think a 5-second freeze is a skill. That is definitely something. And then it's just a temp boost. I think it's just the health in case like we need to survive early burst. Okay, so that is a Pygmalion who, for some reason, never lost a fight. What does it mean? It means he has a crook, right? And he, of course, is a good gamer. And then he found his caltrops. And now he has like 1 million damage on all his weapons. He has 5 medium weapons. And there's a caltrop. And I will lose because I will just hurt myself and he's hitting me with his icy or turbo elettle. And then I'm just dead. This is how it looks. I can tell you right now, I'm 100% certain I will get like turbo elettled or icy elettled with a diamond, crook, and some sort of extra damage scaling, and then there is Caltrops, and I just die. And there's no way I will win this. Like, it's not even helping that I freeze his best item. Yeah. Oops, I misclicked here. I don't know. I'm so clumsy. Oopsie. I'm so clumsy. How could that happen? I just wanted to go to the main menu, and then that happened. Oopsie. That is on me. I don't know how that could have happened. Like, they need to make a button that we don't press concede accidentally. That is on them. That's their fault. I didn't mean to. Let's make a angry Reddit post about how there should be a button that you don't concede accidentally, because it's their fault if you accidentally concede. And you cannot learn from your mistake, and you will have to do it all over again, all the time, because there needs to be an extra confirmation. You cannot concede easily. That is not fair. Is there a reason to conceding in such a situation before Legend? That totally depends on you. Because, I mean, first of all, you might win, right? I mean, not likely, but I don't know. There is your 5%er, you're winning that fight. And 10 boxes, and then maybe you get like 2 free wins after that. 10 chests, 3 chests is better than 2 chests from a gem perspective as well as from a skin perspective. And I think you even get like, if you're achieving your 10 wins, you get more easier ranking up to a legend. On the downside, your rating will already get accumulated over the time where you get to legend, which means you will therefore maybe start a little bit lower in the rating itself. I don't think I would do this. Like, if I were you, I would just play it out. I would say whatever. But if you still, like, that is how I would approach it, but that's on you. That's the summary. Okay. I want to play another Armored Core run. I like Armored Core. I don't think Weaponized Core is that as good. I think Armor Core has a lot of flexibility and nice niche situations. So, do I want to have like a scrap, or do I want to have a weapon? I'm more inclined to go for the weapon, to be honest. And the reason is, and this is like also like a little bit of gold. I mean, the crit is also like not the worst. And the reason is, if I have like an alpha ray, I stumble into an alpha ray, I have one more weapon available. And I don't think the 3 shield actually ever matter in comparison. I agree with you, Admiral, there. It's 2x XP, and then we'll see what we're getting. Hopefully not just a curio. That's all I'm asking for. I mean, it was a close one, but there's a shop, so all good. Like, I don't think I want to buy a cooler, a water cooler here. Okay, let's talk a little bit about skills. So, do we think getting a 20 shield on the leftmost item is good enough? I mean, we are just like probably winning here if my opponent is not a poison enjoyer. If he's a poison enjoyer, we're just losing, right? This is how it looks. The issue with like to the left is I rather have it to the right. To the left means you have less agency about what to hit. if you have, like, for example, time for a certain amount of time a Chris Army knife, it's just on the Chris Army knife, where on the right you most of the time have your potential force field, where I think it's a little bit better. And your shield items will always be on the right. So left means also maybe just the core, and then it's totally fine because the core is a fast proccing shield item in comparison on your board in the long run. And it fits the theme of having like a extra shield. Though weapon damage is weapon damage, right? It's impactful. And if we roll, we also get the option for a defense grid. I think the defense grid argument is making it so I'm willing to roll here. And I will not be mad if it's like weapon damage and I don't get a shield option. So I think it's a roll angle. I mean, look. Any other shield, the right shield on all your shield, like 10 shield on all shield items, would have been good. I would take a defense grid. Obviously, this was why the reason I rolled. And any weapon damage is still okay. Like, you will play weapons for most of the time. And I don't mind if it's 10 damage on all my weapons, or if it's 20 damage on the one Uzi for now. All of those, very reasonable. All of those. And I hit like 2 burn and 1 poison. I would say that's it's okay-ish outcome. Because there's like also 3 burn and 3 poison things in the pool. And we already got like 1 shield shown, so, but there was like no weapon option in the first one. So it's still a below average outcome. Maybe I shouldn't have rolled there, but me, why do I have to be so unlucky? Do I rather have like in the future poison, or do I have a future burn on this board? And I have like I would say the tendency for burn is higher than for poison. And also the after day 2, the impact of having extra burn is quite a lot better over having extra poison. So we're taking the rightmost final flame here. But yeah, that's something. Is it still reroll rollbacks available? Or did you mean by conceding? Also, I don't know if I win this. If the barrel is out scaling us, or if we're outscaling a barrel. At the moment, it looks like we're outscaling a barrel. Is it sometimes not smart? Shield skill diff? Yeah. But like, I think it's reasonable to roll there for the defense grid high roll and hope that if you don't see a defense grid, you get any other shield or weapon skill. Yeah, I know, guys. I would have made a difference. We would have won there for sure. Like, I know. I mean, in hindsight, would we have won if we put this on the right? By the way, I was thinking about whether this was wrong. Because we're still scaling the same amount of shield, the damage, whatever. And then we have a second proc on the duct tape there. Was it actually a skill issue that we lost there and this would have won? I think so, right? Like, no one of you pointed it out. But I feel like if we had positioned that way in the previous fight, we get like an extra nice proc there on the duct tape. Or you just like say, well, whatever, it's this. Whatever, like one of these things. Because we ignored that the duct tape has a second side. I mean, to be fair, we're also losing like technically core procs and then we're losing an extra charge. So it's not like completely easy, but it might be also a difference maker because the fight went into fatigue. I mean, I don't know if it went to fatigue. This is maximizing on the side on the core procs, and then you catch up. It's the same left and right situation that we had like with the ignition core, the last the patch before last. I don't know. I mean, in the end, I don't think it matters here. I'm just fighting another rogue scrapper. We should be able to change board and replay the flight to learn. I don't think that will happen. Raynet probably will not allow that. I can agree on that. But now we're playing a water cooler game, huh? Yeah. So, Admiral, do you have strong feelings about positioning there? Or right or left of core for the duct tape? So we are leveling, and we do not get a nice shop. We have a courier situation here. So there's that. So you have also a mint study background, Admiral, right? The way you talk about it lets it indicating, I would wager, like at least engineering, but sounds more like mint, if I would have to guess. Engineering, but I also did a minor math minor. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know. It's like I don't know if that was a good build. I don't think it was a good build, to be honest. It was just like a bunch of poison stuff. We would have won against that without like a bunch of nothing. Like if the last chop not was courier, but the last chop would have been like a reasonable Isla, right? Even if we don't get a force field, just like an Alpha Ray and bunch of weapons, I think we would have been in a good spot there. So I mean that's on us, right? It's a skill diff. Just don't get courier there. So there's that, right? That's on me, right? That is so much on me. It couldn't be more clear. I'm telling you, sometimes you have those days where you cannot do right, and it's like, I mean, Admiral, do you look at my rank? I'm like, so let's look how much MMR I lost today, like just to tilt me a little bit more. Oops, sorry, wait. So, like last day, like yesterday, I was around here. This is where I was. So 2190. Now I'm at 2100. So it's like minus 80 MMR. It's not as bad climbing 80 MMR as climbing 80 MMR and like 3500, right? But 100 MMR and we're already losing more. Like this game is already also minus MMR here. Like so we're like more like here now. So we are close to minus 100 MMR today. For the purpose of climbing, minus 100 MMR is, in my book, also close to infinite minus, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not skipping skills for Quixel though. He's back. He is back. But I'm also rolling back that. Okay, health, toughness items. That's a shield memory card. I'm just buying all the bunch of shield items here. I'm just whatever. Is it another poison? By my luck, it's poison. Vanessa is always poison, right? And we don't have a force field, we don't have weapons. You know what? Oopsie. Clumsy me. I mean, I have so many viewers today again, like, I started to be a little bit more consistent, so people started to tune in again. So I'm happy about that. So I really, really don't want to skip, like end the stream here. And I also, like, technically want to play the game and enjoy the game. But it's hard at the moment. It's hard. It's hard. So, like, now we are minus 100 MMR. I think, like, it's wise to take a a small break here, and then there's the last try for today. Like if the next run is not a flawless run where everything is falling into places, it's a day for touching grass. That's what it is. At least for half the day. We can look at this evening maybe. So I will take a 2-minute break, and then I will continue, and hopefully we get on the right foot now. So see you in just a bit. Okay, I am back. So yeah, let's restart the game. Maybe activate the streamer client, making sure the game is running smooth, and all good. Like, look, it's all good. I want to be a nice, enjoyable, good, moody streamer. So let's try to be exactly that. be chill and analytical. Let's go. So there's a crit core. Crit core we agreed is technically the best core. It's our first shop. It's no XP. We need to level. It's not okay not to level, which means we just take a bunch of items from Kina and then we're picking our XP. We cannot afford this here. We cannot even afford 4 items, as I realized, unless I buy all those. Okay, in hindsight. Should have taken, like, the 5 region. Get the Isla shop early. Not level. And just be, like, sad that I missed 2 XP nodes, technically. Or, like, 1 XP node on day 1. Because 8 gold is not enough. I can buy this, it's okay-ish, but it's also like a 6-second item, right? I need to buy it, and then I can roll, and then that's an Aiden, right? That's about it. So can we ever, like, beat a Fang? A Viper for a Fang? It's out of combat 3. And then 4. We're not surviving long enough, right? I mean, we have an Aiden that will do quite a lot of work. It will heal us as well as cleansing quite a bit of poison in the long run. Aiden beats Viper by himself. Okay. I mean, I think, like, if Core and Aiden beats it, Welding Helmet does it too. Welding Helmet is just a better core in this spot. Because we get like shield. Or is it the damage? But, like, we don't get the damage in any way, right? I mean, maybe it was the damage actually, maybe it was the damage of the core. And I screwed up here. I mean, we're winning anyway. Okay. I was for no good reason being skeptical here. You're correct. Okay. So we get a poison fang, a toxic fang, right? That was the best outcome, right? It was the best outcome. We never wanted to have a fang or a toxic fang. Why should we want to have that? I have words for this Jewish cats guy. What did he do to you? Give us an insight. Come on. I want to hear it. So I'm actively considering being clumsy again. I think it's like a little bit abusable now. Like abusing now. It becomes over like it becomes too much. I don't want to do it that much. Well, that is a legend player. He knows what he has to do to go into the day 1 fight, right? He has to level and he has to pick the good stuff. So basically, I can already start with a loss, I would say. Like, maybe we have like a best case, I would wager a 20% chance that he's like having found worse than us, or did not level and did not find an alpha ray, or wants to experiment with like, I don't know, a companion core, and also did not find a brick buddy. It's like, sure, one of those like, he has a companion core and no brick buddy, maybe, right? But any scaling, any decent amount of items, whatever. I mean, Jewish Cat has like a good, decent win rate. So what does he have? He's just us in a lot better, right? But for some reason, I mean, okay, he has scaling. But like, obviously he's us, and then he has scaling and is just better, right? Like, it's just us and better. I mean, who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? But then, he picked this. Like, any poison, any shield would have been better here. And Power Center won him the game here. Oh, Jewish cats, you're here. Hello, hello. I did not read the names that you were here. So welcome. You were also like kind of doing decent lately, like in the game. You were climbing quite a bit. Like, at least last time I checked your name out. It's a little bit ago, but yeah. Okay, let's not get tilted by losing day one. Let's just like go here, and if we're finding decent stuff, we're still in an okay position. I don't think I beat a rogue scrapper, so just go for the mosquito in the first place. Your other account is 98. I mean, you are ahead on your second account here, my friend. Like, I wanted to catch you today, but today is not the day to catch you, probably. Like, I might recover to getting close to top 100 again, but that's about the best I think I can do today, even if my luck is changing. And it's not looking like that so far. Let's look for a pulse rifle. I'm not rolling here. So I think it's a risk angle, right? And then do we level then? No, we're not. I mean, technically I want to take the risk here, in all honesty. But I don't think without an alpha ray this has like merit. Okay. Okay. Sometimes you just need to state that you want to have an alpha ray, huh? I don't think a force field is what you want to play here. We would have played that on the armored core though. Rolling is super expensive, and I rather accept my fate here with the welding helmet. Okay, let's see. If I lose this fight, I am tilt conceding and probably take a break. Okay, if you get like a early Ballista on the companion core, it's still good. But other than that, you're just trolling because we all agree it's not like a real core. It's good to hear that my intuition about the game is not completely off, and for some reason we are all sleeping on the super crazy strong companion core. I mean, that would okay. I would find it extremely funny and humiliating for like nearly everyone who was in the meta talk that is like considering themselves like a good player in this game with a decent understanding at least. If companion core is by the end of next week the best core to pick, that would be ridiculously funny if that would be the outcome. I mean, I cannot see it, but it would be funny. I would be humbled for the every meta review for the next year if like that is the outcome. It's a weapon shop, so let's go for the weapon shop. I want to buy this. If I buy this, sure, I can still roll and buy an Uzi and stuff, and I have the stuff to sell, so there's that. So is it ever like a rocket launcher just for now angle? Nah, I don't like the rocket launcher. I think it's a bait item. And also, Chris Army Knife is not needed. We're playing the standard approach, and we get a duct tape soon. Companion core is just a worse captain's wheel. Yeah, and probably even a worse metronome in some cases. So there's that. Early Lizard and Aiden has caught me a couple times on special on Armored Core. Yeah, but you don't need your companion core to catch you there. Like, probably the Aiden and the Lizard alone will catch you. Or the Aiden and the Chem Snail will catch you on your not doing anything Armored Core. Yeah. So you don't need the companion core for catching you if you're AFK and the opponent is having poison. That is, that's not the fault of the companion core or the benefit of the companion core. For gold or looking for the very needed duct tape. I think it's go shopping here. We still have places to fill. Those are not the places. I also don't think those are items I really want to buy and invest in. So there's that. So, Sylvia, my dear friend, if I go to you, well, you might have something in it for me, right? But it's like some few items, and it's just a JJ that looks prettier. And, well, a pretty JJ is a pretty JJ. It's still just a pretty JJ. And the risk means I can level up if I get a beatable PvE fight. That is probably a very beatable PvE fight. I'm gonna do that. Like, that's pretty easy. And then I get rigged, and then I level up, and then I get a silver skill, and my silver skill is some crazy bullshit. Maybe my silver skill is a defense crit, and I get here the force field. Or I get rigged. I'd rather have rigged. Anyway, neither happened. Let's go for a good skill, huh? When you slow. I mean, yeah, when you're slow. We're not slowing. And sure, you can argue we can get like a heavy enchantment later on, but yeah, ain't happening. I don't have any shield items yet, and that's also not it. So this is not doing anything. Like, sure, it's burn on the Uzi triggers, but it's burn on the Uzi triggers or whatever. That is not no impact. It has not like a very low impact today, like in this game, and in 2-3 days it has like no impact at all. So I don't care about that. That's bait. This is good if you have a lot of tools, but we don't have a lot of tools. Let's be honest. Like, ain't gonna happen. I don't know why this is in the game. Honestly, like, it's one of those like skills. Okay, you can maybe make use if you have like a duct tape and a Chris Army knife, but We are like far off the Chris Army knife, and unfortunately even a little bit off on the duct tape. This though has exactly one merit to pick if we're pivoting early into combat core or at all into combat core, and I have played combat core quite happily on the crit core, to be honest. This is like a little bit slower crescendo, depending what the other skills you have are, or it's a crescendo, whatever. I think like we're just picking this. We're not happy about the outcome, but that's the best available skill there. I don't think these two are better than the weak point detector here. So we're just playing it like this. We have scaling. I think we are strong. We leveled, so we have extra HP in our bucket over like your general, your normal opponents. Okay, that is a 44% critting Langxian. So he is not critting. And then we have to kill him through the life preserver as well. So he has not to crit twice because we need more time. But then the poison is getting us anyway. Whew, okay. Getting over the line here, but fairly close. So finally, at least a run, right? I agree on that. Is it ever chocolate over Quixel? I think it is. Conservative chocolate, but chocolate nevertheless. And it's gold and XP. I don't think I can even beat the flame juggler here. So let's not go there. And then we're going to the left one for the skill and cooldown reduction. I have this set up just with got offered a shielded Uzi. Yeah. I think like technically that is one of the reasons why weapons are so strong. It's because like shield is scaling on the weapons now. That's so nice. I still think it's like monster loot here over a random silver item. It's still the risk over the small items here. It's some gold at least. So JJ, you having the goods for me. Let's go. This is not the goods. You know what? I mean, is it ever better to buy the atomic clock? I mean, it gives you leeway as well if you ever stumble into a railgun. And it's a little bit of annoyance to my opponent, but the annoyance is just like very minor, and this is also scaling. So if I have a turtle opponent, it's just like better to have the weak point detector because it's a total only of 3 seconds increase on my opponent. So that is, it's not it. Okay. And that is a turtle opponent, right? That is a turtle opponent who has not won. Like, I get my paid actors back. I mean, not on day one, because why should I get a paid actor on day one? When I'm also struggling, but yeah. Hello, Love Lives, welcome. Should we consider Brick Buddy? No. I mean, maybe, but I mean, you're correct, me. No, I don't think so. No. The reason is like, okay, I was dismissive as I just said no and gave you no reason. The reason is we're losing quite a bit of progress on the pulse rifle. We have only a slower armadillo. We get like charge from the brick buddy, but the brick buddy itself is only proccing every 5 second once. So that's not a fast proccing shield item to fuel the dillo itself. The scaling of the brick buddy is only good with how it changed on the first few days, like day 1 to day 3. I know it was silver, but it's falling off quite hard already if you have like a decent opponent. So I don't think it ever is a brick buddy on this board, unfortunately. For the skill, Oh, okay. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Okay, haste and slow dough items. So we are like cruising now, finally, for once. Is it ever a heavy power sender? I don't think so. That's not an item. The GPU is though probably a 1 gold investment over the goggles. Like if I don't find anything better, it's still something. Let's go shopping. I don't need to work. I'm not a poor person. Do want to roll though? That's an expensive roll at a Quixel. Sure, Quixel has a metronome. She does not. Do I ever want to run an Arc Blaster over a GPU? Nah. Like both of those items are just stand-ins. They're both not really meaningful at all. I would grab that Sander and play it instead of the goggles, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, like 1 second slow every 4 seconds is... I mean, that is like half a second advantage over your opponent. So it would be the same as the power center being 3.5 seconds, right? So that is about... Not even that, because we get like a little bit of upside, but yeah, they also get upside. So it's like the equivalent of, let's say, 3.5 seconds of a sender. And then it's like a little bit of scaling. And we could scale the Uzi and the Dillo there with the sender at a rate of 3.5 seconds, which is the equivalent of one extra proc maybe on the ray on just the 2 items. Maybe. I still upgrade my Alpha Ray. I'm a firm believer that that is a good play over Silver's tier skills here. Hello Sylvia, you pretty girl. I'm gonna go shopping. Let's go. And then it's just gold and XP here. It's a lot of gold. Good morning, Alexander. Good morning, good morning. So I don't know if it's still possible, Carton, but normally if you want to upgrade something at the pedestals and then you accidentally sell it, that's like a sort of a weird glitch bug. And if you just go to the main menu, instantly go back to the main menu and back into the game, you normally get your item back. Like at least it was all the last other patches so. But I have not encountered this bug where you accidentally sell something. Oh, they fixed that. I mean, I think like maybe, I don't know if it's possible, but if it was possible, I think they should just make only at that specific scenario you cannot sell items. Like make it unsellable. I don't know if there's ever a reason not to do that, and maybe it's hard to code, and I'm not want to say they necessarily need to do that, but that would be like a quality of life fix for sure. It's definitely weapons here. I don't want to upgrade those. I want to buy these. It's more like get a combat core, get an upgrade on the weapon, maybe high roll, and get an alpha ray. It's more that situation here. I don't like a power drill. I don't like a Tesla coil. I don't want to play a force field. It's definitely chocolate. We're cleaning up a little bit the inventory for a second. And it's only the cheap one. I still want to have my gold around to buy gold skills. Speaking of gold skills, here's my crescendo to get the mood up, right? Okay, I mean, there are 2 good skills, and I probably should not greed. Like, I think, like, titanium casing is a decent skill. Like, no means, like, it's not the best, but it's a very reasonable, like, above average skill. And Beautiful Friendship is also, like, scaling extra for free on the Dillo proc. So there's, like, in the total of the fight, probably, at the end, 20 more damage on my weapons for free. Like, free in way of scaling. I don't know, like, normally I would pick this, right? But today, every one of my opponents is a Basnazer who's trying to turtle, and then getting extra shielding, extra scaling on the weapons might be necessary. But also, if they turtle without poison, that means like we can outshield them. Like it's like ridiculous. If like we had like ridiculous runs where we outshield everything just by titanium casing. Though shield enchanted weapon would probably do kind of the same trick for us. Like a shield enchanted pulse rifle best. We can also say we want the 30%er for the crescendo. What would you drop for combat core? Probably the Dillo and the duct tape, or the more like the Dillo and the like probably those 4 items, and then a small friend for the pulse rifle. Like I still think I have an Aiden ready for that. I'm seeing a large amount of shield poison Vanessa's last few hours too. Is there any, like, I don't know, like, okay, we have 200 viewers here. Anyone who has a good reason why that changed so much? Is there like a big streamer who's like promoting it? Is there any news that we are missing? Why this is like the crazy new stuff and everyone is one runs it? Or is it just like for some reason the hour where everyone is starting as a newcomer and trying to get like wins in with Vanessa? But then even then, like a few of those were way too strong. Like it's not like I think like average achievable. Like my Vanessa's like. It's only a few. I just like got high rolled a little bit earlier this morning, and I'm still halfway tilted. So I catch up with chat for a second here about the situation. You know what I want? Like I while I read chat, I thought about this situation, right? And sure, like those are it, right? But in the end, I think the gamble here has to be to roll because we are on a crit core. Like I know, like I don't know what the odds are, but they are around 25 to 30%. I would wager to get a crescendo here, and we should take the odds because that is the one GG for the next 4 days, right? And then we can decide whether we go to day 11 and 12 or not. But against a dually, even day 10-ish, 11-ish, 12-ish with a crescendo is on a crit core is GG, you know? So what I do is like I like there are good skills. Like look, this is a little bit worse than titanium casing. I agree, right? Let's be honest. It's not that much worse, but it is worse. Straight up straight up clearly worse. Like, I think that is something I have to give, right? But if this year would have been, or this would have been a crescendo, the percentage-wise increase on power is like, you know, like let's say you make a very easy multiplication of how likely your increase is, like your chances, like how likely your chances of finding the item, and then by how much the finding would increase it, and then also compare it to how much decrease I now got over how likely that is. I think like this is just a small setback for the reasonable high roll, like a very reasonable, very calculated GG. I should be easily baiting the Infernal here. Okay, that was closer than I wanted it to be, but it's not the best skills in the end. Probably JJ, more agency, finding good stuff. Don't think it's ever missiles over the Dillo here. So do we want to play the combat core? I want to play the combat core. And I'm leveling anyway here. No combat core for me. No combat core for me. So 2 XP would have been better. I cannot take it off and use this, so I have to take the L here. Yeah, it is what it is. Okay, HSU Chef. Okay, we Oh man, I'm not watching fights anymore. I should have. I want to see that fight. Come on, I want to have fun. Let's get the fun in here. Let's see him paying me like. It's also the lifesteal, right? It's the lifesteal. Did he crit there? I've no idea. Okay, let me complain whether he critted or not. I want to see if I can complain even more. I want to complain. That's the whole stream today. Like I should change the stream title. Okay, the first was not a crit, but the second has to be a crit, right? Just to annoy me. Yeah, the second has to be a crit, and then he wins. Sure. The order was like against me because of the first crit. Probably, maybe it's better. Like I don't know. I mean, I'm changing the. Like, I don't know if I should, but like, it's not a chill stream anymore. It's a Snazer is getting like bullied by Vanessa players today. It's like I okay, if like last time complaining, hopefully for today, I can very good take it that once in a while someone is getting the crazy shit and then you lose, right? And if like one round per run or something, there is a guy who's just like on day 6 giving you a great sword in the face. I have to admire it. I have to say, well, you know, look how versatile the meta is, and I will probably not complain too much in most cases, right? I'm just like laughing it off and just keep going, right? That is most of the times how I approach it, at least if I'm on stream, right? And that is fair. I think that is fair. and you cannot win everyone. You have to lose a few rounds, and I think that is reasonable. But today is a day where this is just happening too often. It's just like too often. I don't mind having it once in a while, but can we tune it down a little bit, Reynard? Please tune it down, make it more that is in a reasonable manner, and then everything is fine. I don't mind. But this double whatever, like pearl turtle shell on day 5, and or like turtle shell, duct tape, pearl, everything ready on day 4. Does not need to happen every second fight. Also, back to the HSU, Jeff. Thank you for counting it. So it's only an 88%. So that is nice to know, because you have like, so it's like then in that regard, like around 20% to get the crescendo in the first place. About if you have like, before you go to the vendor, right? It's like 88%, and then before that, probably a little bit lower. So it's more like 17%. But anyway, so it's like 17%. Like close to 20% to get it in the first place if you go to skill vendor. But for the reroll, obviously you only get 3 more, and then it's just around 10%er. That's good to know. Thank you for calculating that. I was too lazy. Does that mean you shouldn't go for the 10% win the game? I mean that it's like 10% win the games. It's like the same as you have like the option to get a little bit more XP, or get like a 10% chance to get bonk, and then you're like, okay, I have to get bonk, right? But anyway, thank you for calculating it. With titanium casing, you would have won there. No, I don't know, whatever. It just the braces on the board is Jeff's case. Okay, I had a good laugh about that. My response to that is, well, you have the silencer, so it's like only so. I mean, the knee brace makes sense, right? You have a silencer, which means it's like it's only 0.75 seconds and not 1 second, because you get like return, like a decrease from the silencer. You get more value out of your silencer. I mean, I would have done that as well. Okay, this has to be funny, right? We can agree this it's partly it's funny. I mean, sure. This is my day. I mean, at least I had a good laugh. I have fun again. I just like I just accept that my day is just probably never ever reaching top 100. Okay. I mean, that is a icy enchant. I think it's better than slow. I'm not sure if it's better than haste, but it's definitely better than slow. So here, by the way, I think it's stuck because rebirth is not really good anymore. But now, since you don't have the whatever Thief's Guild thing here, maybe it's again Corsair. But like, I think easily Bonk is a lot stronger now than Rebirth. Like it's super easily clear that Bonk is just way better. And it feels so bad not to get your chances on Bonk. But also, whatever, we have a nice EN chance. Let's just like power level here, get the XP in. But it's like really, really close call. I think it's would you pay 3 XP? Like, let's say, I mean, that's not the fair comparison, but like, would you trade 3 XP and free rebirth against a bonk? Like if I give you the options, give me your rebirth and 3 XP and get a bonk. How many people would take that deal? I think I would. I would take that deal every time if it's a shop that I can use there. And that is a lot closer fight than I want it to be. I mean, in the end, this is like a nice outcome, right? And there's like haste, so we're gonna taking the haste here. Also means our combat core gets a lot better, so maybe it's like skip HP, even though we get double value out of it, to try to get a combat core in here. No combat core, never lucky. No metronome, never lucky. And then we are fighting just like, okay, this is fair, right? Like, just give me a bonk. I think we are strong here. I would say this is a strong build, but my luck today is amazing. Like it's chef's kiss. So I feel like I should lose this round. I think that is just fair. Like maybe like there's some crazy scaling and then I just lose. So Carton, I see why people are. Why is he having full health again? We're losing here, right? See 2 times is ours, or is it rebirth time? No, it's rebirth time. So maybe the sandstorm is helping us. No, we're just losing. Yeah. Ah, I love it. We are not weak. We're not strong. We're not strong. Let's go. Why should I win a fight? Why should I win a fight? Ever. Yeah. But like, to be fair, I think like a slow core is also not winning if the icy core is not winning. It's a third or fourth force field. I have not seen a combat core. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm like speechless. Maybe it's time for flamethrower angle. And just say maybe we want to use it at some point as a alternative to get over the line and not getting out fatigued there. It's probably still a rock. So I mean, I am really down today with the the mood here. So Carton, my example was people argue, well, you go there for the XP to the Irradiant Corsair, right? So I tell you, I give you an event where you can trade 3 of your XP. You lose 3 XP. I don't know how that works, but just like as a thought experiment. And you have to trade in the rebirth you already have. But in comparison, you get a bonk. How many people would give me minus 3 XP, like would go to an event where they get minus 3 XP, minus rebirth, plus bonk? And I think every good player will go there. Like, I think it's just like the easiest trade-off you're willing to do. If that is a trade-off you're willing to do, then there is no reason to go to a Radiant Corsair if you can go to bonk. Sure, like someone is coming here and telling me, well, the odds are not the same, and I agree a little bit on that because drop rate from rebirth is higher than the bonk. But just by the argument I always hear is not bonk and rebirth, it's, oh, the 3 XP are so important. And I'm not willing to say 3 XP is important as having a bonk. Hello, Blackbird. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm showing my lower rank players it is sometimes happening, but I would also, like, if I would not stream, I would have taken a break 2.5 hours ago, probably, of this game. As well as, yeah, probably conceded quite a bit more, just because I was tilting, not because it's correct, just because I'm in a tilter. Let's still try to get the combat core, maybe. Just too late, after the Yuli's workshop. I mean, it's still better, right? We have machinery and we have flash pilot, so in the end, it's still what it is, right? Still think this is better, by the way. Yeah, we got an icy enchant and we lost the next PvP fight, just because this is my luck today. Where have you been, brother? I had a little bit of technical issues for the last 2 weeks, because the game were like I wouldn't say crashing, but nearly like crashing my CPU. And there were like CPU issues, and then the reason was the decision was from my side to wait until the issue is resolved. I think the issue is not really resolved, but I found a solution on my own. So there's that. But now I'm back. And yesterday I had like a great day. I streamed 12 hours. We had fun. The game was good. So yeah, all good. I still think we should just upgrade. Probably still an Alpha Ray upgrade. It is a vehicle. It's just like not showing because it reaches the maximum amount of tags. There, like we can look at it, but people told me yesterday it is still a vehicle, and it's still listed as a vehicle on the bazaar, how bazaar site as well. Fan, thank you, Fan69. Thank you so much for the subscription with Prime. Thank you for the support. You can see crits going up. It's a vehicle. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. Appreciate it quite a bit. So thank you on that. Let's get knife tricks in. I will. This is bugged. Otherwise, this would be probably good enough here. But it's only triggering somehow once, and then that's it. We don't have burn. We don't have burn, so we have to take this. To be fair, with rebirth and stuff, maybe this is also okay-ish. Is it ever dig side over 1 XP? I like the dig side quite a bit. Okay. That's a restorative combat core. I can see the light in the end of the tunnel. Let's phrase it that way. I can see light. And now I get like a scrap metal, right? So we are recovering this, like, I mean, this is a fun board for playing it, probably. If we wouldn't have lost like a million fights already, this would also be like quite amazing, but it is what it is. Yeah. Lens metronome. I think lens metronome is a thing if you play a railgun, but otherwise I don't think it's a thing. I don't think chocolate is doing a lot here, so I'm more inclined to go for the scrap metal. I don't think like a pure conditioner is good enough. Also, we have freeze. Yeah, it's pretty hard at the moment, but the question is why? Why? Why is it like this crazy, unbelievable hard? And I mean, it's fair that it is people are adapting, but why does it feel so crazy? Like, I don't know if you've watched the stream, but I have like minus 100 MMR from just basically today. And there's like so much unluck on my side, but it's like something is not going as it should. Where does all the freeze come from? Like his freeze. My core was quite a bit frozen here. It was probably always this, right? Oh, whatever. When you want to have the combat core on the right, I mean, I get like crit scaling anyway. And I want to proc this core more often. Like in a way of here, at some point there's anyway having enough crit. And I want to have like here the extra charge on the core to proc the core more often. I think it's top priority to proc the core as often as possible for two reasons. One, to still make sure we have a hasted board. And second of all, to freeze my opponent. I mean, as long as I don't face Pygmalions, I feel comfy here. As soon as I face Pygmalions, I don't know what to do. I think on the free side we are good. It's probably a slow. Though, while slow is good, let's roll. I think like 25 crit is good enough here. I'm only scared of the Caltrops Pygmalions at this point because heavy hitters have hit us quite a bit. We also have a lot of freeze going on if it's just like not radiant. It is just the Caltrops from a Pygmalion that just like instantly nuke us away, right? So yeah. So he used well-oiled machines, so he does not know that it is bugged. And then he has building crescendo, but it's a poison core, so he's like not having a good day against this board here. Oh. Why was the combat core? Oh, yeah, I see. I had burn on myself. I was like, why is the core lower on the CD? That was the burn. Small items over chocolate. No, let's clean up the inventory. Good morning, Venus. Yeah. So I am quite certain that well-oiled machine is just triggering once or twice and then stop working. And it's also like not the best skill because it's kind of slow in comparison to knife tricks. So there's that. Okay, that is a diamond chrono barrier. Does this change anything? I think chrono barrier is just too good to pass on. I mean, we don't necessarily need to run it, but I feel like it's just too good to pass on. So do we say stay true to our word and just like concede against every Pygmalion? I mean, I don't want to. In all honesty, I don't want to. Like, I want to finish this run. Like, yeah, like, it's probably not correct. At least we have rebirth and quite a little bit more leeway. So let's hope there's like no cut drops. I mean, this is winnable. I would say this is like very easily winnable. And also Chrono Barrier is wrecking them quite a bit. Yeah, I feel like here we can actually beat Pig. Like, we have 1,000,000 health and like very good skills. I think it's just crit on the Uzi to proc the core faster early. I think our main target's already gone. I think we can still look for scrap metal over like a little bit on chocolate on day 13 here. So I'm a little bit poor, I just realized. Extra scaling. I think just more crit early is probably better. Is there any reason to pick this? Like, okay, we cannot get like destroyed. I mean, small items is also no reason. So who is it? Is it like Chrono Barrier? So we slowed down the dino? Is it Alpha Ray so we don't lose the scaling of the Alpha Ray? Like, I'm not changing those two or those three. It's just like who and why should get like this enchantment? Like, what is the edge case where this enchantment has like literally impact? Is it just Chris for the memes? Yeah, talking about Chris. Chris is still okay here. I mean, we had no full haste uptime, so maybe it's just GPU to have more haste going on. I mean, that is bronze GPU and a bronze Aiden, like, what? No. It is a Chrono Barrier for the meme. I think the meme is more the Chrono Barrier. I do like Chrono. Yeah, I think, like, Chrono deserves a Radiant. And then it's a temp boost here. And it's just the health for the Caltrop, so we're surviving, right? And it's a Vanessa. Okay, let's see if she bursts me down in no time. Like, I think it starts with the question how much Radiant bullshit is going on, and how fast can she burst. So she has Crescendo, and this. Yeah. My Chrono Barrier is making your life so miserable. Like, you're not comboing this, right? You're not. You're not comboing against the Chrono Barrier and the Icy Crit Core. You cannot tell me. Yeah. Hell, this is deserved. At least a 10-3. At least a 10-3. Deserved. Not like losing everything. Man. We deserved this one. We deserved this one so much. Like, we deserve these 10 wins. Like, we have struggled so hard for these 10 wins. Did I even get a ring for that? I think like I was 160 before I started. I mean, I don't know, but at least it's not minus MMR. Okay. We'll just keep going the spirit here. The spirit is We are on the rising track again. Top 100 incoming before we ending the stream. Let's go. Six perfect runs in a row. All we need. 6 perfect runs on a crit core. Okay. So from an analytical standpoint, I feel like for some reason, for the next at least few hours, I should focus my decisions a little bit. How good is this board against a poison turtle Basnazer? I think like that should be for which reason ever, probably a mindset. Like we're picking skills and weapons and setups a little bit more skewed towards winning against Basnazers. Like, I mean, this is not changing a lot, but sometimes if you consider skills, right? That is the main point. Like if you consider skills. Or like enchants. Like it's not the shield enchant, it's a crit enchant. It's not the titanium casing, it's the damage scaling. That is the mindset, I think, like as a like analytical analysis. Like I think that is a takeaway. For some reason, you probably face a lot of Basnazers at the moment, and then you should do that. Also, finally a high roll. Like obviously level into good stuff. Sure as hell. I take 5 crit on my weapons. I'm on a crit core. That's reasonable. Right? Nice crit. Nice crit. Not even close. Okay, this is already like a pulse rifle and a duct tape away from greatness, and I think that is easy to find, and it's not even needed. I mean, the duct tape more than the pulse rifle. Let's get a shield. Let's be a duct tape. Oh, never lucky. Think we can raise a. Can we raise a rogue scrapper? Yeah, I think we can. We should be able to. Like, it will be a close fight, but in the end, we should prevail with the scaling we're having on hands. I mean, hopefully. I was very confident here. And then... I mean, it's just like always the same. He has no scaling, and then when you have scaling, you're getting there. It's just like always in the start looks that more dire than it actually has to be. It's a decent skill. I don't mind it. We always like start of combat stuff. That's a force field. Small items. Nah. It's XP and gold. We're not losing the main agenda here. Weapons though, that is an agenda. So how do we feel about those upgrades? Not really good. How do we feel about Chris Army Knife here? I mean, I don't need it. No. That's wasted gold. I mean, it's not the worst item. Let's just buy that. But like, we're not upgrading. We're just rolling for the rifle here. Okay, no rifle. Not playing those. I don't think it's ever playing the Dillo here over... I mean, I'm saying that now, since it's getting like 2 charges, it's being hot. Because the damage number of it itself is quite high, right? Sure. Let's just do it like this. I think we cannot do completely wrong here, to be honest. Let's just like be confident, play with confidence here. That's looking like a lot of damage from the barrel here. I get double barreled, huh? Okay. Is it ever silver here? I don't think so. It's golden XP. It's upgrading. It's weapons for the pulse rifle. There it is. And do we roll here? Surely, why not? So, question. As long as we don't have duct tape, do we ever want to buy the missiles as a alternative? I don't think so. That is too expensive. That's not the winning play. It's Kev's Armory for shield enchanted items. I don't think I want to buy those though. I still like commit to the Dillo though. Could have also been a duct tape in there, but yeah. Let's look for the duct tape again. That guy also won 2 rounds. It's another the Basnazer Enjoyer. Smaller board, not even leveled. Like what are you? No, he leveled. He just like did not find any items. I think I roll. I mean, sure, like I don't mind combat core, but like it's like not guaranteed to find, right? I don't know. Like Robert was saying yesterday how the silver steel skill pool is so nice now and it feels good with all the new skills. And the new skills are like overall feeling good and like powerful and one a little bit too powerful. But for some reason, for me, the silver tier pool is still like always. None of those have any impact for now, and most of those will never even have impact at all. I don't know about that. Is it ever skipping chocolate in the situation to look for metronome and duct tape here? I think it is. I would buy the silver GPU here. I don't think it's a bronze GPU. Also, by the way, where's my Uzi? Slow item? That is a duct tape. Or agency. I think agency is better. Which PvE fights do you take that aren't highest XP fights, assuming you can beat all? So Thug for Bonk. Sometimes the Mosquito. On day 2. Depending on the mood. There is the one in the middle that gives you the vehicle skills, and sometimes you want to have the vehicle skills. I don't know what it's called, but he's in the middle and he has a vehicle skills. Then there's the Cosmic Rock, who's like the new kind of MVP in town, because he gives you the haste on crit skill, which is like one of the very few ways to get like haste nowadays, unless you're like, if you're bricking on the enchantment. Also, he has feathers and stuff, so he's like a very, very, very. He's like by probably the new Thug, kind of, or the second Thug. Those are that come to mind. I don't know, probably there's maybe one or two more. And some of those are situational. Like, it's not like always you pick this or that. Let's go for the Uzi and Alpha Ray upgrade here. I mean, that's a deadly Chris Army knife, and we're on a crit core. But for the very foreseeable future, unless there would have been like a combat core here as well, I will not run Chris Army knife over the Dillo, even if it's a crit, like a deadly Chris Army knife. So we're just rolling here. I will not ever run the deadly angry balloon bot, so there's that. And then we're taking monster loot. And we are risk takers. Yeah, going for juggler is good sometimes, true. Yeah, those are the ones that come to mind. Milk enjoyer. Looks like at least halfway German. Milch is a milk in German. So Mr. Milk Enjoyer, he is winning. He has not found his crook. So he's just like scaling a dog and a regal blade here. I don't think he should get over the line unless he has like crazy crits going on. And yeah. But he has a perfect run because he got probably easy opponents. Yeah, someone else wrote that video is already on Tish Samar's YouTube. So go check it out. Or the VOD is at least available somewhere. Like, at least something is available. I think it was on YouTube. I think the VODs will always be on YouTube because he wants to promote his YouTube. Like, that is probably why it's there. Also, I should, like, just for convenient, like, for backup, like, to have it, like, indefinitely stored, as well as for, like, promoting, put probably my VODs out on the YouTube as well. So maybe today, instead of making a meta talk, I will make a YouTube account, and then just putting the VODs there. Well, I don't know, like, I'm so lazy. Like, I can honestly not be bothered. Like, it's probably correct to do that, and at least for the saving purpose. But yeah, I'm just sometimes a lazy person. Let's go career and save some items for potential enchantment targets. Okay, so this means everything that I don't think will ever be used is getting out. So we can get this for potentially haste enchantment. We're gonna buy this, we're gonna buy this. We can also buy this because it is free, kinda. And then buying this. I mean, it's just like a little bit. Is it fixed? By the way, it was bugged. Maybe we can look it up, right? If it's fixed. I think small items over gumballs is reasonable. Metronome and Uzi are items. Love's Life. Is that Love Life's second account? So now, like, game feels good, right? Like, those are opponents that are, like, you know, this is like, even if this is Love Lives, who's like, I don't know, non-stop online and in free Twitch chats at the same time. I don't know sometimes how he's doing it. Anyway, that was not like meant as a critic. It's just like I admire his multitasking there. Even if I was like to play maybe Vanessa, and I would think about every single decision, and I would already have played 20 hours on this patch. I feel like sometimes you end up in this position, and you try your absolute best, and then you look like this, and you have seen how that fight went, right? You're just having not a good time. So this is how I envision like Vanessa, and then compared to like 3 hours ago. So we came to the conclusion it's like an 88%. Like someone else gave me the info, and we as a Twitch stream came to the conclusion it's around 10% to roll here. So is overclocked, I think it's called, right? Overclocked, good enough. And we should just pick it. Or do we go for the 10%er win the game? And I think going for the 10%er win the game is just straight up better. So I will roll and try to get the 10%er. I didn't hit it. I think from those, like, we don't know yet if we have a slow enchant. If we have a slow enchant as an option and no haste, maybe this is good, but otherwise this is not good. And like freeze is meaningful. It can give you like a little bit of time early on if you need it. So I think a coolant leak is still good enough. But yeah. in hindsight, I would have rather have an overclocked here, right? Just to be clear. Well, it's a mama serve. If I was on a core, like the core, I would be happy. So do I want to go to a dig site or like look for a combat core? I think in this situation, like, I don't know, like it feels like not a combat core angle. I don't have like the skills for it. So here I don't really want to dig for the combat core. I rather go for the dig site and see if I can high roll there. So just rolling a few times, looking for stuff, look if I find something. I didn't find anything, so I just take the shielded pylon. Not because I think I want to go in a power drill mood, like don't, but more because of it's 12 gold, right? So get my gold back. I wonder if cores are 7 seconds again in the future. No, don't do that. Don't. I want to have that. I'd rather have like, honestly, I want that the cores get cooldown reduction. So it's like meaningful to upgrade the core. And I want to have more agency sometimes to upgrade cores. I feel like, so two things I want to have in this game, which will change, like, okay, I will only talk about on how to play dually changes. I think like, and not about how that affects the opponents, like the Vanessas and Pygmalions. They just need to also figure out how to adapt Pygmalions and Vanessas so they're equally strong and not underperforming. I don't think when I say like make it better for dually, that means necessarily that I just want a even more dominating dually meta. So just to put it into perspective, I feel like two things should happen to make dually feel better. One, make core upgrades sometimes more meaningful. Like the core should get rewards for upgrading, and it should be more than just a little bit of extra damage. And I think cooldown reduction is a way to do that, making cores also more meaningful. Doesn't need to be on 2 seconds at diamond, don't get me wrong there. Just half a second, just a meaningful impact. Or even increase the charging number for a diamond the core. I mean, diamond the core is super late, you need to upgrade quite often, and then make it the same as a rivet gun, 2 seconds. I know, sketchy, but it would feel rewarding and good. Secondly, give us a silver scrap metal back. And I don't mean that you change the cooldown reduction. So you can have still silver scrap metal, just upgrade without cooldown reduction. Gold, upgrade without cooldown reduction. And only at diamond you get 1 second. This will not change how much cooldown reduction is happening in general from the scrap metal, but it gives you a more nicer way, like a reasonable, balanced way of sometimes upgrade the core on a different meaning. And it will also incentivize people not to go hard for XP all the time, but consider like metal shops, for example, just because maybe you want to upgrade your core. So it makes shopping more rewarding, and it gives you sometimes, I mean, it's the same rarity as a metronome, right? It's not like always there and you have like 10 of those. Sometimes the option just to high roll and get a upgrade on the core. I think that would on two ways fix a little bit the issue with cores that you rarely upgrade those, and that is like, I feel like not a good game pattern, and we could solve it with, for example, those two ways. Surely that is partly a power creep for dually, and if it will be just in this patch and we add this, probably people come and be like, oh no, that's unfair. But that does not have to be the way, right? You can still make the weapons from Vanessa better. You can still maybe make Vanessa like a one trebuchet person again, and increase like the decrease the cooldown of the trebuchet. Like, I'm not saying this has to be in a vacuum. You can still adapt the power level of the other heroes to match. It is more of a play pattern, feeling, balancing, how you want to play the game, and what you want to reward players to do for metric. I feel that would be amazing. It's just like my dueling mindset, and one way to do it. Like, you can make other ways as well, right? It's not like the only one that is fixing that issue. But I feel like it would fix an issue. I mean, it's not like the highest priority issue and stuff. I put it into perspective, but I feel like would be nice. So, do I ever run this dino on a crit core? No, I don't. Hello, Catplays. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Do we ever think a heavy power drill is good enough? No, I'm done with the power drill. You cannot make me pick it up. I think upgrading the duct tape is good. Do I like a heavy battery here? Not really, it's a bronze battery. If it was higher quality, maybe. Because then the battery itself has also impact, and it's just like a nice note with the slow as well. That's an awesome drill. Yep, I'm not playing drill. Like, if I watched a streamer, like a good player, like putting up out of like 5 games, 2 good power drill games, I will scratch my head and realize that I'm not a good enough player, and I should change something, and then I'm ready to adapt there. But otherwise, I'm losing here because of the freeze. Otherwise, I'm not willing to go down that lane and play power drill. Anyway, I lost a fight against a companion core here. Why did I lose? Like, what the hell? You haste adjacent items and then you put your metronome here. Sure, he has a little bit scaling, but we don't. But so there has to be something weird going on. Like, this is cucking me. The freeze was though pretty nice on a blaster. My freezes though were horrendous, right? Like, I just freeze like 3 times the alpha ray there. And that is why I lost, right? Like, literally. So I just I just lost because I just like freeze all the time the by far worst targets there. And then I don't think this positioning is ever correct. Like, I don't think so. I mean, I understand his mindset, right? He's like, I want to haste the core, so the core is proccing more often, and then the alpha ray is scaling. Well, that is a bronze alpha ray, my friend. So why not, you know, haste the Chris Army knife there? That's also charging the core. I don't know. For some reason, that worked. I don't know. Today is just not my day, isn't it? It's just not my day. That's a golden combat core. If you do have a dual setup and get a railgun before level 7, do you switch to railgun? Depends a little bit on the skills and the core, but probably yes. Compare this enchantment to a hasted core. Okay. He has not won a single fight. So you're winning this, right? We're just winning this. There's nothing that can go wrong. There's no crazy enchantment that he just got to keck us. So you're at 0 wins with a railgun. I mean, to be fair, he's not using any tech to charge the railgun, so I don't know what this idea is doing. Okay. I'm not saying anything here. We got handed a win. So this is extra scaling. Or we go for haste. I think we go for haste. Okay, let's just upgrade the course then. So is Radiant important? Not really, but like non-scaling poison and non-scaling burn is also not important. And then there's like a lot of slow going on. sometimes, and then it's nice to not get affected by slow on this item. So that was the train of thought I had there. Okay. I okay. I will take a 5-minute break. I will I will grab myself some food. I haven't had breakfast yet. Um, I will be back in a few minutes. I will stream and eat probably a little bit of pastry from like the no, it's not pastry, like I don't know, like stuff from the bakery. Um, and then I will still continue streaming because I will play anyway, right? Um, I'm sorry that my mood is a little bit down. Like I feel like today is an atrocious day for me RNG wise, and not like it's. I don't want to be the guy who's just blaming RNG, but for those who have been here for 4 or 5 hours, they get an idea. Um, so sorry, my mood is today a little bit down. I still want to stream for 3 more hours. So there's that. I got some food. I will be back in just a few minutes. For those who want to stay around, thank you for staying around. For those who take the opportunity to leave, thank you for being here. Thank you all for the support and the follows, and see you in just a bit. Okay, I am back. Took maybe a little bit longer. So I live like literally next door to a bakery, but they were like unforeseeably a little bit of a queue, just a small queue, not the biggest of a queue. Anyway, went outside, got myself pastry. Now I'm back. I will eat in just a second. So thank you guys for staying around. Hope you're having a great day. Let's just change the mood and keep climbing. Let me catch up with you in chat and then. So we had a few crit core runs now. They were like just like mediocre. Let's make a core run. Change it up a little bit. Have the opportunity to play a force field as well as combat core quite nicer. I don't think Finspite is it. I think we'll still go with the general assumption, buy 2 medium items here, take it and just level up. So I want to do that. I mean, that is something, right? For day 1, that is good enough. So probably it's even like this, the strongest. Does it mean we want to fight the Viper or does it mean we want to fight the Pyro? And if I have to guess, I think I want to fight the Viper. And I also quite certainly beat the Viper, so I'm gonna do that. So thank you so much for the nice and kind words. So like they gave it for free to me. It's just like very fresh baked bread they want to advertise. But it's still something I can eat. And I actually wanted to have like something. It's called in German Käselaugenstange. It's like cheese baked on top of like something. Like I don't know how you would say it in English. No idea. Even I don't even know if there's an English word. So here we stick to the game plan. I know there might be an alpha ray, but the game plan is leveling here. And then I just got myself a croissant. Like here. So there's that. Yeah, so this is what I will eat in just a bit. Is it ever like 3 burn on the microdave? I mean, the microdave is not staying. I think like we can justify rolling for weapon damage here. Like if we had like a shield item, that would be good enough, but I don't have a shield item. So gladly I took this. Not the best drop, right? Anyway, good enough. Yeah, it's like a pretzel. Yeah. Laugenstange is like a pretzel. It's like sort of a pretzel with like cheese baked on top of it. That is a good way. That is what I wanted to have, but they were out of it already. Or a cheese stick. Yeah, something in the lines of that. So here we got lucky. The double barrel just I think did not crit. Maybe he did. I don't know. We're getting over the line. I will just be a little bit more quiet. I will still play. And just like put like the camera off and mute microphone for most of the time to prevent background noises. I will just eat for like a couple of minutes while playing this game still further, and then I will be back in just a bit. Feel like that's maybe also a healthy break for myself here. So yeah, thank you for being here, and see you in just a bit. Or you see me, like I don't see you, but you get the idea. While on mute. So pastry is like the bread is super nice. It's like it was like a little bit warm, but like very very fresh, and it is with nuts. Like I just eat it without anything, and I'm having the best day of my life. Anyway, so I think like force field is something that is quite good on the core. The issue here is we have yet need like to have any meaningful bonus. Like we don't have extra shield for the rightmost item. We don't have a defense grid. We don't have any sort of shield scaling. We don't even have a duct tape. Which means buying the force field and like maybe I can barely buy it is like in my book a overcommitment. So then the next question arises: don't want to buy the missiles, and it's also not clear. We probably need to get rid of the Chris Army knife for the time being, and then the granola bar, and then we can slot in the missiles. For now, like for the next one day at least, that is probably by far stronger, right? Question is it worth to go for that line? I mean, we don't have a Dillo, we don't have a duct tape. Even if we're rolling and getting our Dillo, we don't have a duct tape, and then the Dillo is still like sitting quite a bit around. Because also, if you're taking the Dillo, the Chris Army knife is probably not on the board, right? We have just one very slow goggles or one very slow like one 2-time proccing granola bar, which is probably the equivalent of a slow proccing goggles. Like everything of the decisions we're having here feels unrewarding. If I roll, I don't know if I even could afford a combat core, maybe barely somehow will be hard, but I think I can make it work. Though let's be honest, I don't know if it's true, but the likelihood is not high. I mean, you know. So what is the play? Do we think we need to buy the missiles here to make sure we're not losing? And I think it's like it's not the same as the blaster situation last stream, where I like would have avoided the issue and just invested 2 gold into blasters. This is like a 4 gold investment, and all the gold, and then means I cannot roll. So I'm more inclined to roll here. Maybe I get like very lucky and get an upgrade on the Alpha Ray. Maybe I take the Dillo if it's there. Maybe somehow I can make work if it's a combat core, so there's that. So there's my Dillo. I can just buy it and then decide what I want to do if I see my opponent. Yeah, I will finish my bread and then talk further. Okay, thank you for staying around. I'm back. Was very delicious, especially the very, very fresh baked bread. So, small catch up. Blasters saved the day. We just were our opponents with like a better setup, better array, and better blasters, and then we won. So that was good for us. Very happy that I picked there finally up the blasters. Because we were weak, otherwise we would have lost otherwise for sure. Unfortunately, lost there against Beryl, just a bit too short. I don't know what it is today. It's just not the day, right? It's not the day to climb. At least not upwards. So there's that. Other than that, what I would put right of core. I mean, probably blasters would have been already a consideration. It's mostly force field, combat core, any of the large items that want to get beneficial charging. Other than that, the core is still like better probably on the right. At least, I mean, maybe this, but that's like both ways don't matter too much. And the reason is, I mean, this is better, okay? And the reason is, we still want to have as many core procs as possible to get the alpha ray going. I don't think there are any friends that I want. It's either the freebie or the temp boost. I don't need a freebie because like I have gold enough, and freebie is just in most cases nothing. So I can just take the temp boost and make sure we're not losing the next fight. So I can upgrade my alpha ray, and I'm on a core that benefits from the alpha ray as well. So I think that is still a reasonable thing to do. And then we're fighting the Trash Town Major. Also, enjoy the meal and have a delicious dinner evening. Probably a little bit later, but I know sometimes, you know, if you're like staying up late, it's still okay. Yeah, so there's that. It's definitely health items, duct tape, shield enchanted weapons, all the stuff. So we were talking about the force field, and I like the force field. There are two things here though that are the issue. One is we don't have still a setup that is like enabling it. And secondly, we might struggle with the force field to get the 7 items. And I like this skill quite a bit. Both are reasons not to commit to the force field yet. I don't think upgrading the Chris Army Knife is the play here, because if we roll and find our duct tape, the Army Knife is out anyway, and if not, yeah, well, it's still like no big impact anymore. So, like, let's get rid of this, let's get rid of this, let's get rid of this. So is it buying an Aegis as a tech item for the potential railgun pivot in the next 2 days? I think that is the 1 gold I'm willing to spend. I don't think Chem Snail is good enough here. And I don't think Brick Buddy is good enough here, so we're just leaving. And then probably non-weapon items for Metronome and Duct Tape again. Do we still buy a battery for the same reason we bought the Aegis? I think we do. Let's be mindful here. Do we want to finish here, like the trio at least for the railgun? Sure. That's a railgun backup trio of 3 gold. But not the items we actually looked for, right? We wanted to have a metronome, and we wanted to have especially a duct tape. Which means Dillo is still staying around in the back. Blasters is still available. I mean, Blasters is not helping against poison Vanessas, and every Vanessa is poison. But I don't think the pepper spray on its own is like changing it too much. In some weapons, Vanessas were around at least early. I mean, this is the point where they probably pivoted. Though this person probably won day 1 and day 2 with the weapons and then lost with all the weapons. So maybe they just don't want to pivot and stay with weapons, and then the blasters is still correct. And I think the upside of the blasters is very higher than the downside here, just because I don't have alternatives. Like, I would play a duct tape and a Dillo here, and take out the blasters. Okay, they are this build, and we, to be fair, this is now a alpha ray that is golden, so scaling is a little bit higher. And I think they don't have a water wheel here as well, and then they just die, so yeah, they were not as scary. Force field without duct tape and armor core, it's not my favorite thing. I don't know. Like, I had a few good force field games on the core, but it is situational, not gonna lie. It's like, it's not something you should force as much as you force it on the armor core, by no means at all. Want to go weapons? Yes, we want. So there's our combat core. I think, like, even with this skill, it's a combat core angle here for sure. So I'm gonna buy the combat core here. We have like 3-6 items, so the pulse rifle out, 2 small items means the skill is available again. It's something for the future to consider, right? It's not something we need to care now. What are items that would make me do that? Probably a metronome specifically. Maybe LEDs. Maybe something else. I don't know. We will see. Do I want to ever, like, run just a laser pistol there? I don't think so. Okay. Pivoting time again and pivoting time again, huh? Okay, 2 questions. Do we want to run, instead of the combat core, the railgun? And I think we want. So, blasters. You served us well, but you're gone. And Dillo, I think Dillo, you are out no matter what, right? I either play combat core or I play railgun. I will not play a Dillo setup anymore. So Dillo, you were a nice contingency, you are out. I think for now I want to play railgun, but I might want to pivot back into combat core. So I will hold on to this combat core as long as I can, and just put in... Wait, what's going on here? Huh? Am I dumb? What's happened here? Where's my railgun? Did I... Am I tripping? Hello? Okay, all good. I was for a second like, wait, something is not right here. Okay. And then we were very wisely, because we already have all the tech items ready, right? How do I feel about the Deadly Chris Army knife? It's a very expensive Chris Army knife upgrade. It's only good if I ever want to run pulse rifle and Chris Army knife. Otherwise, I don't care too much about the Chris Army knife. Like, yeah, I don't think the Chris Army knife is the one that is impactful here. So we're just skipping that. We're definitely going for gold skills. So there's the titanium casing argument again. I don't think it's good enough. I think overclocked is though good enough. And then, which I mean, I would like to go for skill upgrades, but it's maybe 20 gold for the golden ones or 10 gold for the other one. Can I afford 10 gold here? I can. I want to. I think it's worth the 10 gold if I get it. Yeah. I can sell this. Maybe I want to put it on the core though. Like, yeah. Let's put it on the core. Don't be foolish. And then we're selling the pepper spray to get the space in the back as well, but primarily to get the upgrade on this very nice skill. And then we're fighting the strongest opponent. So let's think about this for a second before I catch up with you in chat. Oh, okay, I need to catch up. Trynet, thank you so much for the raid again. Thank you. Means a lot to me. Welcome everyone. So let me make a shout out first of all. Shout out. Yep. So welcome everyone. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? How did you where are your games? I had like a atrocious RNG morning so far. I got high rolled left and right. I got low rolled in my shops left and right. And there are like quite a lot more Basnazers around. I don't know why, but at least they are. So there's that. Everyone, welcome to the stream. I'm Max, aka Snazer. I will stream for a couple more hours. We are trying to climb back towards top 100 on the second account. I enjoy the core quite a bit. I have also the combat core ready for it already. And I wanted to think about whether it is correct to position the railgun left or right of the core. So let's say this is an item that's triggering every 4 seconds, and then it has multicast. So it's triggering every 2 seconds. And then you need 6 seconds, then you get 1 more proc here. The other way around is 1 charge every... It's about the same. Okay, so it's about the same whether it is here or here. So we can just put it like here. And get extra damage from the core. Okay. Positioning is clear. This is the fight. Let me catch up. Also, hello Blue-Eyed Wolf. Welcome. I'm back. My CPU issues are resolved. Daily streaming incoming. Thank you so much for the sub, Blackbird. I think if I missed it, I want to thank you again. So yeah, anyway, let's just keep going. I think like we don't need to get the duct tape anymore. That ship has sailed quite a long time ago because we sold our Dillo and we are never running like a duct tape Dillo comp anymore. So tools are completely meaningless as far as I'm concerned. So we can go for infinite rerolls. Roll. I mean, we are like very poor here because we invested into 2 heavy, like large items. So maybe it's just a JJ and call it a day. Nothing to see here. And while force field is sometimes nice on the core, we have at the moment better options, especially since we don't have anything to set it up. Another JJ. I think we're working at the docks, to be honest. We go for probably still weapons. I mean, that's a flagship, but I'm not gonna run a flagship at all. And then I go with monster loot again. So where do I want to put the crit? I'm not committed yet to either of those. So probably on none. Like, I'm not sure which one I want to use. Like, we get like overclock value here, and the issue with the railgun is while it's like nice now, it's falling off, and the combat core is better after like day 9-ish, 10-ish. So like there's like reason to not make a decision here. For now though, this should be probably a good setup. We saved already like a couple days in this game earlier the 3 tech items. We just picked them up and said it's like 1 gold of an investment each to have the possibility to pivot into railgun. So this is nice about this patch. I feel like if you like playing ahead, you get sometimes at least rewarded. So that is still nice. We should probably get easily here over the line. I mean, day 6 a railgun with a like good setup is atrociously strong. So yeah. I feel like it's still a dually meta, even if I got like a little bit shown the door this morning by Basnazer's. Crypto surely, I don't think Aiden will ever be on the board, right? I mean, I'm saying that it's still a fast proccing item that gives us haste. It's just like, it's not on the board. So we can just roll here though. There's a Nitro, the Nitro's on the board. I don't want to upgrade the Aegis, I don't want to commit towards that. I also don't think for the time being we need the scaling of the Ray. We are more or less just fueling the railgun, and the extra scaling of the Ray is probably not meaningful. So we can just go here out, get a few wins in. So do we want to go for weapons or working at the docks? So upsides. Upsides is we could still upgrade for a railgun and combat core, and I would buy all of those. But we're missing out on a little bit of gold. I don't think gold is the issue at day 7 anymore, so let's go shopping. I don't think upgrading the pulse rifle though has enough impact on day 7 here, so that is a very expensive upgrade that I don't play at the moment. And I don't even know if I will play it in the future when I pivot back to the combat core, because I still want to have probably 7 items on the board, and then all the other items needs to be small. So pulse rifle is probably also just like not a long-term item here at the moment. It's just like something I might want to use if I pivot back to the combat core. Cosmic Rock, though, is by far one of the best encounters at the moment. Keen Eye is good, Cosmic Wind is good, and obviously feathers are amazing. So, space issue. Maybe it's time to say goodbye to the pulse rifle, because I think I can have enough small items to run, and then if I ever pivot back, I really want to have the 10% cooldown reduction, and on this 10% cooldown reduction. So maybe it's like a goodbye for the pulse rifle. Crypto can get higher in the value, and then we're taking the feather. We need to make sure we're changing the board before using the feather though. Because otherwise we're not getting the full value out of the feather. Sure. Okay, we like to see that. Like, this is finally the game is being nice to us again. Fair opponents and a haste enchantment. That sounds like something I'm happy about. Health, toughness, and shield item I like to go to. Shield enchanted weapons are very, very, very powerful this patch. There's a chrono barrier, which is, by the way, a tech item. So we're gonna buy that for sure. We're gonna roll here. Okay. So let's make sure first of all we use the feather here. Oh no, it has to be. How are we doing this? So I want to use the feather without cores on the board. Okay, we are committing to the railgun more, like at least more. Then we're using this on the railgun. We take one out. Now we have 6 items on the board, so this is not triggering. And no core on the board, so this is not triggering. Then we can use the feather finally. And then we are buying the upgrade on the shielded railgun, obviously. And then we are running all the tech items here. As well, right? We want to charge with the battery the shield railgun. We want to have all tech items, and this is all tech items, including a chrono barrier. It's only a golden chrono barrier, but that's synergetic enough and reasonable enough to go for the chrono barrier here for sure. So Nitro is better than Aegis. Is battery ever out? Because if we have like a fatigue game in our hands, or like a slower game, we can like sustain quite a bit with a shielded railgun. And the battery charge is also like negligible in the amount of charge. Yeah, I don't like that too much. So for now, we're keeping those items around in case there's like pivoting options available. And then we're just putting it like this. And then positioning, we can crit on the core and on the railgun now. Yeah. It means this is not available anymore. Is that for us worse? Oh, that was then not good to sell the battery. But like a chrono barrier is like, okay, chrono barrier is chrono barrier, right? Even at gold, because we get like synergies from the tech factor. Yeah, so the question is whether 10% CD on the board is like stronger than Chrono Barrier. And I don't think so. Like Chrono Barrier is helping us quite a bit in most matchups. Like against the infinite turtle shell matchups, against dually matchups. So I think like Chrono is better than 10% CDR on our board if I have to pick, right? Okay, weapons. I mean, we are poor. Maybe it's just like chocolate, and we have to commit like a little bit more because we need to make space. I don't want to get rid of the idea of this combat core yet, though. I mean, we have a chrono and a diamond. No. It's time. It's time to commit exactly here and now, and then we can like get chocolate. Just a cheap one. Still think I want to be a little bit cautious with the money. Still very low, and then level is level, like XP is XP. And dually skills are the strongest. We get upgrade the core exactly offered now, right? When we committed. So we are rolling for haste. It's just CDR on the core then. That's good enough. And it's still, I think, the rock for the cooldown reduction on top, like the feathers, as well as crit and maybe cosmic wind. So definitely always a mysterious portal. I mean, there are no mech items I can think of, so there's no reason to roll. And PvE fight is a PvE fight, so we're definitely gonna go for the free PvE fight. Energy potion. I don't think so. Like, look, our board is here already full hasted. Like, barely, but it is. And energy potion would take one tech item away from charging the railgun. So I'm not sold it is good enough. We are gonna hold on to the gunpowder. We don't care about the sleeping potion, though. And then we have a dually matchup. I mean, I think, like, on this day, with what we have, we should win against nearly every dually, right? Also, like, I don't want to complain. Okay. Diamond Defense Grid is a statement, but then he has the slowest left of sight ignition core I have ever seen with like 7 seconds. So he's like literally not doing anything, and then he's just dying. So there's that. I was like a little bit tilted, because probably this guy has not played even nearly as much as I have. Like, I think it's a fair assumption he is not even in the legend ranking. So unless it's like a, I don't know, crazy bot thing, I don't think he has played as much as me. And he has like this like nice skin, and I have played this game for most of the days since release for 10 hours and more, and I don't have that skin or any legendary skin for that matter. I still think the approach here is now to say we have everything we need, make sure we're winning our fights, which means like it's just like Finn's bite here. I think like shield is fine over region, and then it's more about getting the health in. Probably a temp boost angle. So medium items means we can still get scrap metal and a chrono barrier, and I think both of those are nice. So maybe I don't need to be greedy here and go for the temp boost, since we are strong already. So there's the reason I was holding on to my gunpowder. It's the atomic clock, because it is now a tech item, right? And with 2 extra, it's starting to be reasonable to run it. Like, it's five charges, which means I get like extra fuel on the railgun. Though this is a turbo core, so I'm not taking out the core. If this was not like a turbo core, we would have just taken out the core and then went with the atomic clock instead. I don't think I can yet justify going with the atomic clock. Maybe it is just the angle of buying it and then using it later. I think that is the angle we are going for. Let's also get rid of a little bit of the arc blaster here. A little bit more space in the back. So we don't have a tool and we don't have a vehicle, so I think the full arsenal is not as appealing anymore. And then we're just going for the highest XP and reward, so there's that. I don't think I want to run here the atomic clock. I think the chrono barrier is still better in my book. I like it still more, but it's probably very close since it's just a golden chrono barrier. So cloak is not it. Let me think about this chrono barrier upgrade in this atomic clock situation. So 5 times 2 seconds is 10 seconds on the board. So it's around 1-ish second on the items of my opponent, with the upside of very early charging core and railgun. That's quite a bit, right? The downside is if we're not getting over the line, we have a dead item on the board. that is not doing anything. But to get like 5 procs out of the chrono barrier, we are 25 seconds into the fight. I mean, not really, we have haste, so we're like 12 seconds into the fight. So if the fight is longer than like 12 to 15 seconds, the atomic clock is straight up worse. So I'm not like, I don't know, doesn't feel that good. Do we want to therefore though still upgrade the chrono barrier or the shielded railgun? I think, like, in all honesty, if we're losing, we are losing more or less likely just because our opponent has caltrops. And in every other matchup, I really rather have, like, instead of 200 damage more on the railgun, I rather have like a golden chrono barrier, a diamond chrono barrier. So I will upgrade the chrono barrier here. That also makes like the pickup of the atomic clock more questionable, I would say, but I still think like diamond chrono barrier is just like a nutty item. And is there ever like a reason to hold onto this gunpowder for something else though? No. Then we can use it still and making space here. And then we have 5 spaces left and we can get chocolate. Let's not go with the good stuff. Let's go with the medium priced chocolate. That is okay. Tastes okay, but it's not like Lint. Slow items could be LEDs. And LEDs here would be nice, right? I would run LEDs over the Aegis there. So let's go. We are not pivoting back to heavy charging station. It's just LEDs that we're looking for. Good morning, Feuerfritz. Morning. Is LED tech? Yes, it is. So we playing a similar setup, though I have a chrono barrier and a lot of tech items, and that person just has a railgun and 1 tech item. And then he got just annihilated. Good for us. You want to look at small and medium items over gumballs and spare change. I think that's okay. Also, there's like now starting the question. So, okay, let's go with diamond tier skills. First time you fall below half health, double the damage of the leftmost weapon. Do we just take that? I mean, it's not the worst. By no means. I mean, knife tricks is just better, right? And the health is also good enough. Do we ever be the glass cannon player, though? I think we are the glass cannon player. If we're not winning early, we are just dead, so we are the glass cannon player. Let's take the insect wing. I still think we are like not playing the atomic clock. Otherwise, there was like ammo for the clock. But turbo core is just turbo, and diamond chrono is diamond chrono. We're reducing the railgun though, and we're fighting Lord Arkan. So what I was thinking is, no, sorry. I'm not ethical on this account anymore, which means I once in a while concede games. And do I want to concede preemptively against Pygmalions here? Okay, that is a meaningful battery. Question is if 4 charges is enough, and I think maybe it is to justify the battery here though. Let's go with the loot. Or if I'm not conceding preemptively. So I have a lifesteal option that I will not use, right? Like straight up not use. Because I will not get rid of the shield. Shield is straight up better than lifesteal in most cases. It's only like the lifesteal is only helping against poison, but I don't think there's a poison build that is out tempoing me in this meta. I have a turbo core, so there's that. I think it's just going shopping, in all honesty. What happens? Do we want to go for health and toughness items? Or chocolate? I think chocolate is falling off. So this is just a Vanessa, and we have a Diamond Chrono Barrier. So even if it's a strong one-weapon build, I feel like we have a fighting chance. It looks more like a poison build, and then our Chrono Barrier is like completely wrecking it, I would say. Like, I would be in shock if she is getting here over the line with what we're having. Yeah. That is bullying. That's a Chrono Barrier bully. So I think I was correct, by the way. Like, for example, in this matchup, it would not have really mattered whether this is like gold or diamond, but this here might make a difference. Random questions. I don't know about the bow. To be honest. I buy this upgrade though for no good reason. So you can like let's make it together, right? You can go to our bazaar and use this very nice website. So this has lifesteal on its own, and then it means it is not an enchantment, but there are some items like the obsidian fang, for example, the lifesteal fang that drops from a monster, that is an enchantment. On the bow itself, it seems to be no enchantment, and therefore there is still the slot for enchantment available. I didn't know for sure, I have to admit though. And you can have only one enchantment per item. So non-weapon items for the LEDs maybe, but like LEDs are not like really better than those light bulb to begin with now. Like I don't care too much. I mean, yeah, they are better a little bit, but they're not really better. Let's go with gumbolts, and maybe the Chris Army knife is gone now. And then we can get gumbolts for crit. So do we want to upgrade our railgun, or do we want to go for another gold skill? What gold skill is there? Not too many. And maybe it's just like get over the line, get like a little bit of damage here. I feel like it's upgrading the railgun here though. We have like haste solved, and that's the reason why I think like it's okay to go for the railgun. It was a little bit over fastly going on the right here for the high XP. I could have and should have considered the juggler there, and I think came to the conclusion juggler is better for us. Though, trickle down economy. Sure, second lifesteal that I want to pass on, right? I just take the relax because it's the last day, and then I take a temp boost because it's the last day. Is it like 50 damage on the railgun, or is it 681 health? I think it's 61 whatever health. And then is it crit skills to get maybe crit on the large item, for example, or building crescendo or any of those? Or is it sort of haste and charge and hope we get like a freeze? I mean, charge can also be when you when you shield charge. And I think that is quite good. Though critting is critting, right? And we are smoking quite high. Let's go for the crit. Maybe I get big numbers. I will roll here. Okay, 8 crit. That's 8 crit. It's okay. Okay, it's a dually. I think like against a dually, we are in a very good position here. Like Diamond Chrono Barrier, and then the smoking should like annihilate most dualies. Though, and we have haste, but like if it's slow and haste on the dually, there might be options. So this is a combat core deadly force field setup. Fortunately, we went first, and then they just like crumble. Nice. Finally, something of a good run. So we are finally at the first good game of the day after spiraling down 100 MMR today. So there's that. Not much of a climb, but it's what it was a 10-1, so that is the reason. Yeah, let's just keep going. Why do we concede if pick? We are scared of Caltrops. Like, while our heavy hitter is a heavy hitter, we have still a lot of small items that proccing every 2-3 seconds that don't do anything except of charging our large item. And then every proc of those small items is a few hundred damage in my face. And then on top of that, there will be some other shenanigans going in my face, and then I'm just dead before they are dead, because they have also 1 million health at that point. I think that is the small answer. So I think like it's the core here. I got burned a little bit lately because there today are a lot more poison Basnazers around, and armor core without the force field is like super weak, especially early against that. So yeah, at the moment today, armored core is more dropping a little bit in the B tier territory, and it's not an A tier anymore. I don't think weaponized core is better than V core. I like V core quite a bit, especially with combat core and sometimes other items. So we were already in that situation quite a few times. Do we want to go for Kina here? Hope we are finding sort of stuff and then are able to level, or do we take the L, go for the region, and then hope there's an Isla and 1 XP node, and somehow the high quality of having an Alpha Ray and an Uzi, as well as 5 region, is helping us win our day 1 fight. That's the consideration. I mean, there's also the oopsie, how clumsy and conceit strategy, obviously. The issue if I go to Kina is we have only 8 gold. So we cannot roll and buy our board full. We will have like at least 1 spot empty unless we're finding an item from the PvE fight that helps out. Also, we cannot find weapons, which means no Alpha Ray. So there's the issue we're encountering at the moment. If we take region and then we just don't get an Isla and just a medium middle store, we are also like in a full world full of hurt, because while having 3 medium items is quite averagely strong on day 1, having only 2 medium items is not getting over the line. Like, let's say a chem snail and a brick body here, or whatever. I mean, that's a very good combination, but even a chem snail and an Aiden to the core can be sufficient enough. Just a chem snail and a core, or just an microdave, I meant not Aiden, and the core might not be good enough. Anyway, long talk. I go with Keener, and if I cannot find good stuff, I mean, okay. My complaints have been heard. Reynard made room available. We can fight whatever we want. What is it that we want to fight, though? Probably the drone in this situation, right? Okay, complaints were heard. We got a, what is it called? Blast doors and an Aiden and something, and then all good, crisis averted. She also doesn't have the best items. Feuer Fritz, look at my board. It's not the best items. Fair, but that's a blast doors. That should do the trick, unless we get like completely out poisoned, right? Like, and while that is possible, I would say on day one that's not like the most probable thing to happen. And now we are picking double XP. Yeah. I just like trolled you in hindsight, Feuer Fritz, you know that. So, do we want to roll here? Or do we want to take the shield? I think I want to roll here. Yeah, that's a lot better. And while crit is nice, 20 damage on the core is just straight up better. And we came to the conclusion we should have the blast doors right of the core, because this will not charge meaningful my core itself, but this will meaningful charge the blast doors. So let's hope there's not a million poison and then we have a free win, which we deserve, right? So there's that. Yeah, I see red. Red is not green. And in this case, I like seeing red quite a bit. So yeah, I think there is no way that I should lose here. Okay, I had to listen to voicemail and had to mute the sound. I hope you couldn't hear that. But I think I made the right setting adjustments in OBS. I cannot use my phone to listen to the voice because it's a camera we're using to stream. So there's that. Okay, sorry for that. It was like not as smooth as I thought. Medium items, treats, or freebie. I mean, medium items can have a pulse rifle, right? But the issue is like we're also not rich. So I'm interested in the freebie here. That's probably one of the best possible freebies, not gonna lie. And then it's just like power leveling and XP over Quicksil. And is it ever needed to go with the duct tape here? I mean, it's also scaling. Sure. I'm quite certain I can take out the Rogue Scrapper with the blasters alone. That's like very, very nice. So we're gonna do that. Just because I like to get the XP in, I like to get the extra gold from the fight. I have like a higher quality of drops in general, like money-wise. So there's a good reason to go for the Rogue Scrapper here. Are blasters any good? I would not like... So blasters are technically a very good item. I think the strength of blasters is especially in the early days, like day 1 to day 3, where they just like win you a lot of matchups. Like as long as there's no poison going on, you should win day 1 to day 3 probably just with blasters on the door. Like, it's a little bit overstatement, but you get the idea. Afterwards, though, it's not as good anymore. It's still like very good, technically, against weapon damage, a lot of weapons, against burn even decently. So it's still like buying you a lot of time against burn. It's probably still soloing most of the weapon builds, like most. The issue is that if your opponent is running poison, and that is like a lot common today especially, but even was common since the patch released, you concede those games because you will not have the burst potential, the damage potential, the damage scaling you need to compete with the turtle, pufferfish, Basnazer. And then you just basically concede those games instantly. You could have blasters available and then switch around, but often it's also an issue of having the money to afford, like, especially in the early days, both ways, like having blasters, upgrade maybe blasters as well to make them good enough for day 5 or whatever, as well as building your main comp you want to use, at least against Basnazer. Bronze tier skill items is good. Gold and XP is gold and XP, and hopefully an Isla is occurring at soon. No, okay, leveling is not there, so it's just JJ. JJ, give me something. Okay, I'm still not a believer in the blasters. And the blasters. Oh man, already tired here after 6 hours. I take myself a mate in a second. I mean, I'm not a believer in the power drill. That is where I wanted to go. Do I want to buy a Hamlet here just because something on the board? I think I'm rolling and find something better. I'm saying this. I mean, a freeze is a freeze. 1 poison for the next fight and 10 shield. It's good enough in my book. Let's just take it. I mean, as long as there's like not too crazy poison going on, we are in a good position here. I will look at the fight and then I just like grab another mate. It just takes a very few seconds, so there's no delay. So I'm already back. Blasters is soloing this probably for sure, I would say. It's just like Blasters all the way here. Like I'm telling you, Blasters is soloing day 1 to day 3 against everything non-poison. Another short night. It was like a okayish night, but it was like not a long night. Was like definitely 6-7 hours though, so at least okayish. But obviously, if you have like 2 short nights and then a just okayish night, as well as streaming like 12 hours yesterday and already 6 hours today, and playing quite a bit more than just the streaming hours, you can see that there might be at least partly mental exhaustions happening, and Imate is fixing me a little bit. Like, I wouldn't be that exhausted, obviously, from just playing the game if I did not stream and would have to talk all the time and pay attention to chat. And, you know, like, streaming is, at least, if you haven't done it for years, still mentally at least partly challenging. Like, it's not like the hardest challenge, but it is definitely obviously more exhausting than if you're not doing it. I don't need to go for friends here. I think XP is where I want to go, trying to get ahead of the curve now. So there is like two things to discuss here. We have two options. One is we upgrade. If we upgrade, there's only one target, and it's called blasters. So in that way, the blasters are making sure we're winning the next few days because we upgraded the blasters. But all the Basnazer players will by now start to pivot into their pufferfish. And every pufferfish is basically an insta-loss, especially if we are investing our upgrade here into blasters. So that is like a gamble, and today most of my opponents were Basnazers that like bullied me quite a bit. Other than that, there's nothing to upgrade on this board. There's not even a consideration to upgrade anything. The core is unfortunately the worst core probably to upgrade. And we ignore that the companion core exists at the moment. Skills come with 2 perks, like 1.5 perk. The 1 perk that it comes with is XP, which makes it a little bit easier to level today a second time on day 3 in this game. As well as obviously can give you like nice directions or power spikes. Like even a defense grid would open up quite a little bit, at least the force field dream on the core. Getting 5 crit on the weapons in the future might be something. So, or 10 damage on all weapons. There are like at least some skills that are meaningful. We can roll there. The more I think about it, I mean, this is just like a gamble I don't want to do. Like, this is a gamble if you just want to, I don't know, get a few wins. But it's a gamble that is having a hard downside, and I don't like that. It's not a consistent play, because at some point you will face a Basnazer with poison. So there's like 10 damage on all weapons. That's a good enough skill. That's quite a bit of power as soon as we hit an Isla and some weapons, but that has to happen at some point. I think I have not skipped a single Isla here this game. Maybe on day 1, but I not remember, but I don't think so. So Chocolate, we're still playing this game ahead, and if you want to play ahead, like if you like be like, oh no, I don't have like good items, and we don't have good items, and then you go shopping at JJ, you might find one item, and that's about it. You spend like equally the amount of gold I spent here on Chocolate. Then you playing from behind. Playing from behind is no good idea, not a good idea. So we are not playing from behind. We're going with the Chocolate. We're spending 5 gold on the Chocolate, and we're saying at some point the Isla is coming and everything is falling into places. We want to go for the either right here. I think that's sketchy, very sketchy either right. Oh, that's I didn't consider that thoroughly. I mean, the question is if we get fast enough damage on the either right here to not get run over. Like, I think we can defend ourselves against incoming damage as long as you're not scaling shield. The issue is the shield scaling. But that is like 40 damage on the core that is scaling. Okay, we're selling, and we are as ballsy as it gets. I think this is a very questionable pick, but Richt is such a good skill. Okay. The core is proccing a little bit faster than I thought. Everything is good. And actually the scaling here is helping also a little bit. And then you can still see even the Bronze Blast Source is just like on its own shielding more or less everything away. So no issues there. And we get even another proc if we're falling half health. So there's like another 150, maybe even 300 shield available this fight. If it would have come hard on hard. That's a force field. That's actually a way to like play here. Like, don't get me wrong, but I can see this. Okay, I think it's Quicksil, that's okay. We're never going for gumballs here, and sharpening stones also don't have the highest impact. So let's go for Quicksil. There's a Dillo. Do we want to run a Dillo? I mean, if we find a pulse rifle and the Dillo and we have already the duct tape, I think the Dillo is something I definitely want to buy here. Don't want to buy a GPU, like a bronze GPU. I don't think so. I mean, maybe against the Vanessa. It's a small investment. Let's just do it in case we're facing a Vanessa. Maybe. Okay, we are leveling for free anyway, so we can go shopping for small items. Do we want to go shopping for small items? Alpha Ray is still an item. Metronome and Uzi are items. 2 gold and 1 XP, though, is 2 gold and 1 XP. It's 2 gold and 1 XP. Fortunately, we leveled by day 3. Man, rarely have seen that on the silver vendor shop, if at all. If this was like, I mean, cannot be, but if this is a combat core, we would have like jumped in circles here. It's not a combat core. And upgrading V core is by far the worst one, so we're not picking that. We are not proccing, like we don't have like crit, and we're not on a crit core. So the answer is we're just rolling and hoping for something better. Like, I don't know, I feel like especially the silver skills, they just feel so underwhelming. Like, I really hope they, I mean, they put a few new skills in that pool, but I really hope they rework that pool. Because it's such a, it's just like not a nice feeling to see like 6 skills and think like none of those do anything. Like, I have seen 6 skills, and okay, upgrading the core, okay, but it's not doing for us anything here in this situation. And the other skills, like 4 of the other skills don't literally never anything for us. The only skill that is doing something for us in the foreseeable future is maybe this one, if ever we have a like burn. And that is also, I think, way below average happening. Like, maybe 1 in 10 games we will have a burn here, or like maybe 1 in 5 games, best case, and then only in, I don't know, because we found a Fury Uzi. Yeah. Anyway, so much. I wanted to complain a little bit. Haven't done that in a while. So we are placing a dually, which means we're definitely playing the blast doors. I think like force field is actually something we can consider here because we still have the blast doors. Do we want to run a GPU or copper red? I think I go with the copper red. And just go with this. Like, we win because of the blast doors, and that's that. Did you ever try a dino in the new patch? Yes, I had like one Mamasaur game on the core. It was okay. Was actually good. Don't think though it's like necessarily always good. Good morning, Tashama. Good morning. Had a good sleep. Yeah, I had a better sleep. I would say I had a very much better sleep at least. So yeah. I had though a atrocious morning. Like, I don't know, I was cursed this morning, RNG wise. So we lost, like I lost 100 MMR this morning because everything that can go bad went bad, kinda. So there's that. But we will recover. It's looking better now. A lot more Vanessas in the ladder at the moment, on the ladder. And yeah. What happened? I found the craziest Vanessa high rolls in the history. And I found them very consistently, way too consistently. Like only bullshit. I'm telling you. Like day 2, 6.6 second Lengthian that gets start of combat rush from the mosquito skill and gets the 25% crit on day 2, and then one shots me for exactly 200 and I had 200 health. Like those kind of situations. And then double pearl, duct tape, turtle shell just go hard on day 4 or whatever. Like the reasonable stuff you find on average. And then also I had like one game where I went to 3 Isla stores and didn't get anything offered. So yeah, was not my day. Not my day. I don't know. I think it was just a very, very long bad RNG streak, to be fair. So there's that. We lost to a companion core though. Let's go back to the game. Which is I mean, it's okay because we don't have a real setup, right? Like, we don't have an alpha ray, we don't have scaling, we're just running around and looking at the game and be like, okay, Blastos, please carry, Plaskos, please carry, right? We had no weapon shop and no pulse rifle, nothing. So it's fair. And they have a real build. They have a silver brick body, and that is a real build. It's a more real build that counters us because it's in the long run just a little bit more scaling and we're not getting over the line here. I don't think it's a good build, and Mr. Greywalker is agreeing on that. Like, look, you start playing the companion core, and yeah, you beat me here because we are weak and exceptional weak towards like those kind of build specifically, which is, you know, a little bit unfortunate for us. This was like a standard pulse rifle build. The game would have looked probably differently. So it's not a real build, it's just like a build that counters us. Anyway, found the one companion core enjoyer, huh? I still don't play from the like front lines, so we're just taking XP and gold here. I don't need to work at the docks, so I can go shopping at JJ. Maybe he has a little bit of stuff I want. That's an alpha ray. That is stuff I want. Is it ever upgrading the blast doors? I mean, that's a cheap upgrade, and against non-Vanessa players, I might want to play it. So there's that. I don't think I want to run a battery in this build, by the way. It's more a hybrid build with a force field that you might want to play. It's not like that we want to run force field necessarily here. It's just like we never found anything meaningful enough. Might be actually already be time to play it like this for now. Probably. Anyway, we're keeping the force field around. Deadly Crow now. Yeah, let's just go with this. Should be good enough against the Kroner. Do you ever play railgun with the core? Yeah, sure. Always. When you hit it early and can pivot into it. I think the last game actually was a railgun game, or the game before, on the core. But you can play railgun whenever. It has nothing to do with the core, to be honest. I'll go for silver loot here. There's no music anymore. It's just a little bit quiet, but yeah. Like, for you, there is no music. I agree. Let me adjust that. Should be fixed. If it's not fixed, let me know. I mean, the song is like ending here. Okay. I hope the music is now again in a good volume. Sylvia. Sylvia has something. I don't want to go for gumballs. I don't want to buy a power center or monitor lizard here. I don't think this is ever a Ballista setup. I'm not buying a bomb squad for the freeze, so. So is it ever skills over Cav? And probably the answer has to be yes. I would have loved to go to Cav, but skipping skills feels a little bit weird. I don't think 4 crit is good enough in this spot. Like 30 damage might be good enough. Could also roll for a high roll potential, but that's too expensive. So it's just like the 30 damage. So we are playing a dually, which means probably Blastos needs to carry, and hopefully this time we also have like a damage scaling going on, like at least a little bit more. Any changed opinions since yesterday, talk streamer? Something you've tested more and gotten more experience with? Just high roll and don't low roll. Don't find the 2 Basnazer builds that are like crazily strong. And also find the alpha ray and don't miss on the alpha ray every run. No, like no, there's nothing. I think there's literally nothing I would change my mind on, or have changed my mind on. It's just like I had just an atrocious morning, and that's that. Maybe, just like very maybe, and I'm not like even remotely convinced Vanessa is better than we're giving her credit as a hero. But even though sometimes you have like a crazy Vanessa run, the issue is not that you cannot like get like all the crazy stuff like double pearl, duct tape, whatever you want, right? Or like the perfect one weapon build start on day 1 to day 10. In most cases, you don't have any of those. And if you're not having those, you're just like instantly breaking. Whereas dually is not breaking. That is or like breaking less. Like I bricked this morning a little bit more than I should. But in general, you should not break on the dually. And you will break on Vanessa. At least that's my personal opinion. If like someone is climbing to top 1 with Vanessa and not like conceding 9 out of 10 games, I'm happy to change my mind. Music super loud sometimes. Okay, yeah. I have to like take like an hour to make filters ready. Like I have to probably, yeah, music is a bit loud. Yeah. That was overkill. Sorry for that. Sorry for that. I think it's in a better spot now again. Yeah, I need to make filters for the music, the desktop audio, so I have a suppressor and expander, and then yeah. But it's also like a little bit weird because music sometimes is like the audio itself is like louder and quieter. Um, okay. Anyway, I think we won the fight, right? Yeah, we won the fight, so all good. We just lost day 3. Medium items for the pulse rifle because I rather have a pulse rifle here. Or working at the docks. I think it's a pulse rifle angle. Let's see. I'm willing to roll for the rifle. I don't want to buy a Tesla coil here. Sell skill upgrades. Sure. 5 damage on my weapons is good enough. upgrade a silver tier item or lower. I think like upgrading the alpha ray is quite important here. And then it's a 10 city major angle. So what is the inventory is bugged. Finally though, the rollback issue is hopefully resolved, so we can just fix the inventory bug real quick. So what's the idea here? We never found, like, yet at least shield enchanted weapons. We haven't found a defense grid. So at the moment the force field is not like really where we want to go. Though maybe we tech in the force field against a Basnazer with the blast doors to counter both Basnazer ways. Here. Am I willing to go to Sylvia, or do I take the XP? If I take the XP, I still will be one short, but it's like XP and we want to level, right? So yeah. And then we take the monster fight. Do we? Like if we take the monster fight and we're winning, we're leveling again. If we go to Goldie, we have high roll potential, of course, for like a million good items. Like Combat Core is a good item, Chrono Barrier, Scrap Metal, Pulse Rifle I would buy there. I would buy a Mamasaur here. I would buy a Metronome. Like there are like a lot of items. So there's that. Leveling though and having a monster fight is also good. I don't feel like we are like the issue is like if I knew I would find one of the items I'm telling you about, I would go to Goldie instantly, right? That is the easiest part. The issue is the pool is like really big, and that is a very inconsistent play to go there, and only rarely you get rewarded with the items you actually want to play on the board. And I don't need a golden, whatever, like solar ring gun at the moment. I don't need a golden, any of the friends I don't want to run, like a golden bomb squad. Like, what do I care, right? And those items will also be there, and they will be the majority of items. So I think it's more consistent to go for the PvE fight here, take the level, get extra strength, get extra HP, get the level up reward in. I think that is a more consistent play here, unfortunately. So let's do that. Why do you play without sound? Like, I like it more for multiple reasons. I cannot listen to in-game sound for a long time. It's super exhausting, and it's also exhausting why I have like trouble watching for a long time with sound on different streams. I often have to mute streams at some point because of the in-game sound. It's also why I have like very nice, hopefully nice, quiet background music. Like on my like that's the one thing. So I'm personally like a very sensible man to in-game sounds. Even the music is literally on volume 1 on Windows. Like it's nearly as quiet as it can get. Just like very smooth in the background. And then it fits my theme better. And that's the reason. I could put in the in-game sound, but that would mean I have to completely mute the PC, or like make sure I'm not listening to it. So yeah, and some people are in the same boat as I am, so there's that. Those are not good gold skills, so we are re-rolling those. This is an amazing gold skill, so we're taking this. Like, Combat Core obviously gets now a lot better. For those who don't know, I didn't know as well. I have not noticed. I have slept on that. Not paying enough attention. So this is a Vanessa. Let's talk about. Oh, okay. Finish the one thought. This is bugged and it's used indefinitely. So this is a very good skill now. I just for some reason did not notice earlier. Learned it yesterday. Which also means if you have like heavy machinery with 2 cores, infinite amount of haste procs, it's definitely a lot better. This is a Vanessa. She won every fight. So I don't know if she started with a silver pufferfish or silver barrel. Each of those probably the one she's running. Which means that Dillo will have trouble getting through, and I might want to run a force field here. So how do we tech for the force field? Maybe something like this. So we're running our force field. We still have the defense line of its weapons. We still have scaling for the long run. I still think in this situation we are not like bursty enough to justify going like this. So it's more like this, to charge more the core, get feedback here, that kind of situation. I feel that is how we want to play this. Okay, let's hope this is a smart idea of Mr. Streamer to run Blaster's force field against the Vanessa to prevent both ways, like have a little bit of leeway against poison as well as this against that. I mean, we're all dying here probably, right? Let's be honest. And I can see why. It's like, I'll be having blasters and they're doing quite a good job. The Shadowed Cloak, Perma-Haste, it's making our life not easy. Like, we are not surviving here. I think that is the issue. Like, it's just like too much scaling and we don't have that amount of scaling, and it's a region from the crow's nest here. So it's just like, okay, so small thought process here. Yesterday, and I think like this is the and I said it in the beginning of the stream earlier. The only thing that I have missed and that was like sounding convincingly, as well as I have not like made use of it, is the Shadowed Cloak pulse rifle idea that, I don't know who was it, I think it was 610, but I'm not certain, mentioned. I slept on that. And probably I should not sleep on that and should consider that more. I haven't done that today, so that's still on me. And here we just like literally lost more or less to the Shadow Cloak synergy of the katana. I mean, if there was like not the lifesteal of the crow's nest, we would have been probably very fine because we had all the time in the world, right? We had nearly the whole fight, like we had nearly like, I don't know, 25 seconds, 26 seconds of fight. So we should have had time to deal damage. It's just like our damage needed to be enough to more or less one-shot her or scale a lot faster than that build. And that is both not happening. Does this mean, like, if I had like, I never found a pulse rifle this game, so it's like, it's not a consideration. But would we have won here if we had like a pulse rifle on our own with a Shadow Cloak? And I don't think so, because we don't have the lifesteal. And I think that is the key issue here. So that is a very good setup. Like, question is, does it mean that Vanessa is stronger than I at least expected? And maybe. I mean, you can get like by on Vanessa early, right? You can get your barrel, you can get your shield, you can get your poison. You can win fights. Not likely, but you can. And then if you can like hit like all the crazy stuff early, you're in a good mood. But like, to be fair, like, okay, this is like day 5 now, but I have a hard time when I played Vanessa, for example, finding all those pieces early. It's like, it's not a like two easy to find items. Like a large item, like a large crow's nest, you're not finding that often. Cloak, yeah, okay, Courier sometimes has it, but ain't happening often. Silencer, well, somehow it's often an illusion. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I was complaining earlier, these are the opponents I faced today. They are a little bit very fortunate, and I'm just. I mean, I found randomly a Ray, but I still haven't found like an Isla. I think I don't like. We have to watch Watts, but I think like I have not seen an Isla. Like those are my days. Let's go for a weapon here. There are large items. Let's hope for a combat core. Let's go. That's a railgun. So it's a railgun game. Let's still roll maybe. I want to play the core the combat core so much. Yeah, I'm not playing a force field anymore. I don't have a setup for that. And then we just need to find some tech items. I mean, I would take like a combat core here as well. I just like would definitely put it in the bank. And also we have like extra reason to take the combat core here in all honesty. But we didn't find it. It's not the end of the world. We'll just hopefully find some tech items that I have not banked yet. And then it's all good. I'm not going for Curio. I'll just go for skills. That is a skill upgrade I take instantly. Oh, that was a bad. Oh, that was me being in a old dolly mindset of it has more targets. It has just more uses, and it's bugged, so it doesn't matter. So I just like made myself minus 20 gold there. That's not costing us the game. It's just like I didn't pay fully attention. Okay, small Mate break to untilt. Another perfect Vanessa, huh? I still think we're not changing anything here. Like, we're just taking it to the chin. Another Shadow Cloak Katana, okay. This time there's no lifesteal though, and we have blasters, and we have a lot more damage output, so I don't think there's any trouble. Yeah, so it's like triggering infinite amount of times. You can ignore that it has X amount of times, it has like infinite amount of times. But that also means it doesn't matter if it has 5 times infinite or 10 times infinite. It's just not proccing more often or on more targets. And that means I just lost 20 gold for the whole reason of me not paying attention. Large items, upgrading railgun, probably good. Let's stick with the railgun now. Even if I reroll, like a combat core, I might want to pivot later, but I cannot afford it yet. I screwed myself there on the gold a little bit. I take the gold back. Oh yeah, I love it. It's haste, and it's definitely haste on the core, right? So we're like, I mean, I know I have haste, but that is like just a little bit more haste, right? And not just a little, but like a little much. It's still the rock though, for the crit and the feathers. So I think we are in a good spot here. I would like to obviously get a few tech items, so small items, non-weapon items, shops need to be prioritized here. But other than that, we are in a good position. There are no big issues. That's good. Sure, now we get the weapon shop. But it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, do I want to go there just for whatever reason? Not really. I take the freebie. And I took deliberately the freebie over the dogs because I wanted to have a chance for tech. Just to be clear, that was intentionally misplaying. Quixel might have like a tech item, like any tech item is good enough. No tech item though. That's a tech item. So, is it ever ditching the Alpha Ray? Or like, let's say an Aiden? Or is it ever ditching blast doors? I don't think it's ditching blast doors. Okay. I mean, that's still good enough. We have now a little bit more tech. Okay, I don't know. The rise of Vanessa is real. Like, there's like, are we missing something? Is there any Reddit post about how broken Vanessa is? Like, am I tripping? Like, how many Vanessas can there be? Please don't outscale. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't see anything early on the Reddit page. Is there anything on the Discord? The devs were like a little bit unhappy about the data they shared about Dooley. Like not they, the unofficial data that was shared from trackers that Dooley is that strong. They were like disagreeing. So did they share something and were like, yo guys, please play this? Yeah, I swear I see more Vanessas than Doolies lately. I mean, I'm seeing like a lot more Vanessas, and half of them are like very strong. Like not even like you know, like some of them are crazy, and way too often. Okay, let's go digging for a tech item or anything that is good. Okay, who gets flashbacks? Who gets flashbacks? Like, obviously it's not good anymore, but, you know, like 2 patches ago, that would have been the easiest pick in the history of this game, right? And we even have, like, all the haste already. Like, we have a hasted core with a heavy machinery. That is, like, where you're like, Icy Lizard? Hell yeah. uh, I don't think 1 XP is good enough for us here. All items have their cooldown increased, okay. And then items with 8 seconds of or greater have multicast. Core will not have multicast. So is it ever like a railgun angle with port? I don't think it is like that good. Maybe we just buy it because of the gold, but it's not something I feel like I want to run here. It's definitely duty skills though. It's the freeze one. And then it's non-weapon items over chocolate for the tags. That's a tag. I mean, that's a upgrade, but there's no reason to do that at the moment. No, there's not. Oh, that is a tag. Okay, okay, we're back. We are so back. Is it ever Alpha Ray out and maybe Aiden in? Like, we're... So, let's be honest, this is out. So, this is 2 seconds slower, but if the fight is a little bit longer, it's giving out us at least a little bit of scaling. So, yeah. I'm still holding on to the ammo for like a potential atomic clock. And then we're taking the strongest fight. There are a lot of people that are long-term put off from Dooley. Yeah, I can see that. I still have PTSD from Icy Lizard. Yeah, me too, me too. That's like when you slow charge an item. Yeah, I mean, that's making the LEDs a lot better. And then we're going for our loot here, though. I think I want to, I mean, do I want to upgrade the ammo? Or do I want to get the feather in? I think like both are valid. Like feather is pretty nice on the board, and then you have like 4% less cooldown on your whole board, and that's impactful. This though is like 1 more ammo, either for the battery, though I don't think like the battery necessarily stays. It's more like 1 ammo more for the atomic clock. And then, it's a feather angle. Let's be honest, let's not kid ourselves. Oh, there are monster skills. Hello. When you haste, shield 10. Okay. I think we are hasting a little bit. So that is shielding. Or we get 5% CD on the left and on the right. That's also nice. I think I like the shielding a little bit more. It opens up Delos. It opens up like Dillo Combat Core, for example, here. I don't know, I like it a little bit more. And then... And it's just the 5% here on the left and on the right is just like the same impact kind of the feather we just had. So while it's good, it's not like the broken stuff. Board made me go infinite yesterday. 1 second. Yeah, but we are far off the infinite loop that you had. I think it's just a rare event over looking for a upgrade on the railgun though. Diamond tier items. Yep, there's my chrono barrier. I mean, there's a little bit of the issue that we spent 20 gold for nothing. If I had like 46 gold here, that would have been at least affordable, right? Like, at least affordable is the answer then. Now it's not affordable. Like, so there's like, we don't need to be mad about it. Also, like, if it's diamonds, so it's like giga expensive, and we're more interested in the IC, right? Well, would have been something to consider, right? It's like 3-second freeze though. I don't know. But we have haste, so it's like 3-second freeze every 2 seconds. That's meaningful. I think we can roll because we can still afford chrono barrier and scrap metal. Like, we can sell off stuff. And I don't think it's a temp boost. I think it's more a Kev's Armory angle. I like it so much. Yeah, I like it so much. I still roll here my money away. Okay, that is a shielded pulse rifle. I mean, that's also a build. I mean, I would like to buy that, but I cannot afford. Man, the money. I cannot really go this time for one shot, one kill. Even if I get rid of the Alpha Ray, there's still the issue of the core as a weapon. I don't need the haste here. I mean, we can in the long run take this or that, and then get an atomic clock. That is reasonable, but I don't think so. It's a turbo core. So let's take the strongest fight here. And yeah, light bulb was amazing. The issue is I have not seen a light bulb. Obviously, we would have picked a light bulb here. 7-hour stream, you're insane. Yeah, I don't know if it's sane, is it? Like, I would play this game like 14 hours, like, with or without the stream. So there's that. I think it's a upgrade angle, and it's an upgrade the railgun angle. I don't know if I go here to like 10 wins, to be honest. But we will see. Maybe it's time to say we are never running. I mean, one never running. Okay, let's say goodbye to Aiden. Let's go JJ. I don't think chocolate is it anymore. I'm more inclined to like, let's look for the light bulb situation. I don't think I need more haste. I have like all the haste in the world. I think monster loot is straight up better than we would have even found a snowflake for our icy pulse rifle. That's something, right? But we didn't find it, so there's that. I think 9 on the railgun is better than 4 on all. Yeah, I think so. Also, the freeze skill when you burn is paying off, fortunately, in this run, so that is nice. No chrono barrier this game though, so that's a little bit making our life harder, because if we're not getting over the line, we will get outscaled soonish. It's also a chunk of poison in like no time. Is that a poison puffer? That's a toxic puffer. I can smell that. Yeah, that's a toxic puffer. I mean, toxic puffer is still putting out numbers, right? Let's just use the gunpowder. Let's be done with this. And also, like, we're committing now, and when we are running out of power, we are unfortunately misclick on the exit menu button, right? And that is how I play this. Like, we have 7 wins, so we just go with this. I think like half a level is better than Goldie. And then strongest fight is strongest fight. Is there a sheet somewhere for the level up rewards? I mean, there is. I don't have it. I just play by intuition at the moment. And at some point I will just automatically remember every level up. To be honest, because like I've also struggled with that a little bit more because I haven't like really played last patch due to the technical difficulties. So doubling this is like a free spice if we get into trouble. This is not good, but I also think knife tricks is better, so let's go for the knife tricks here. That's like just the better version of if we're in trouble, which means the fight is going on, and then when the fight is going on, this is just like proccing faster and faster. Is it ever medium items for the chrono and the scrap? I think it is. It's more for the chrono than for the scrap. Like, I don't care about the scrap. I do care about the chrono, though. And then it's the same thing. We just care about light bulb. We care, I mean, why not? We just care about light bulb. We care about tech. We're not having like a lot of burn. So do we think a cooling fan is good enough to be run here? Like running it here? Like over the GPU or something. And I think like it's only better if we had enough burn to make it fast. We cannot rely on the opponent having burn, and our 2 burn is not good enough. So I don't think the cooling fan is it, and I don't care about the crit on the core itself. So there's a Vanessa. Do we think we are favored on day 10? I think we can say we're getting there. Heavy electric eel, huh? With a proboscis. Is there scaling going on? There's scaling going on. There's no healing going on, so we still have a fighting chance. I mean, if there was lifesteal on stuff. Okay. It's a okay-ish strong board, I would say. We had like a little bit luck. I've seen this board in other iterations where it was like a lot stronger. It just like trained, and that's about it of the scaling part, maybe. Scary. Scary. Probably still Kina. That's a scrap. Shield effect, yeah, sure. I think there's nothing on the railgun, right? So make it a shielded railgun. Now give me Chrono Barrier and we're talking. So do we upgrade just the scrap here then? I think we do, right? That's just better than the average gold skill. Like 1 second. Cooldown reduction straight up is quite a bit more than what the average gold skill has to offer here. Monster loot for sure. Okay. I mean, we're popping off hard now, right? And we still have knife tricks. There's the light bulb we were talking about. Let's go. I still think light bulb is quite better than the alpha ray. Yeah, we get scaling from the knife tricks, and then this just faster. And that means also we start at 3 seconds. I mean, the battery is running out of ammo kind of soonish, but when the battery ran out, the game is over anyway. I mean, we don't have like a lot of slow, but we have a lot of shield, and we have a lot of haste, and we are popping off. So I think we are favored. Also, he is like helping us quite a bit, right? He's a very nice person. He's giving us glass cannon. Yeah. Like, that's nice. Is the heavy machinery still haste infinitely? I mean, yes, but like you don't have a full hasted board in normal cases. And why we are like hasting that much, it's also because, and I think mainly because of the core, because it's a turbo core. And we are strong as long as we're not facing the really strong stuff on day 12. Like, okay, as an atomic clock. I use the... So is it ever worth... I mean, it's not like the ammo is the issue, right? Let's just skip it. We'll never run it, unfortunately. And I think it's just the gold. So I think it's a Trash Titan angle for the potential juggler. I know this is like quite a bit more gold and XP. I think it's more about the XP there, but yeah, let's try to get the juggler. Like if we get the juggler, we are just popping off so much harder. So here, I know this is a god board, but any radiant, even faster popping off Basnazer is killing us. Like radiant, whatever. Oh yeah. As well as the Caltrops. It's just like Caltrops is straight up killing us. We go for freeze. We go for more freeze at the same time, not delayed. We're taking a temp boost for the health here, just in case it's a close race. And I think for the same reason we do this just again. And then game is nice to us. Let me go to the menu though. I want to use those obviously. I mean, I think I am very, very, very favored against dualies. So I'm very willing to take this fight here. Yeah, now we are cooking though. Like, this is something we should win. Though again, it is like okay, we're ending like strong here, but in okay, that is you know, okay, like we hit like the good freeze targets here, so all good. But I was if the Mamasaur went off there and hit the core, and then I don't know. Seconds from disaster, yes. If so let's be clear. If this is a diamond chrono barrier, it's probably disaster. And if we're not freezing the Mamasaur, it's also at least more disaster by a lot. So the freeze was in clutch. Let's watch that again. Also, like, if you have 4 or fewer items, I mean, how often do you see 4 or fewer items on a dually board? Like, let's look at that again. I mean, now I'm relaxed. So I'm scared. And then second freeze, 2-second on the Mamasaur there probably saved us. I mean, to be fair, we got in enough damage early. So as long as we get enough damage early, there's not enough shield scaling going on here probably. And we still have a little bit of time maybe to get another hit in before we get out shield. And we still have like quite a bit of time ourselves because we are like tanky as it gets, right? So there's that. But that is seconds before disaster. I agree. How is the stats? Stats is you go for 7 wins with that. I mean, I can see this winning against at least a decent amount of boards. Like, I think you can win, but day 12 is tough. He has the skill that uses all friends at 50 HP too. If I was frozen. Oh, yeah. I mean, we are also not really climbing today because we're still getting like high roll left and right. Like, I don't know. If you can climb today, yeah. Anyway, I still want to continue streaming. I need to make myself though a hot water bottle, write someone else a message on my computer. So I will take like a 3-minute break. So don't go anywhere. It's like literally 3 minutes. I'm not away or anything. It's just taking care of a few things on the side. And then I will be back in 3 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Thank you all for the follows today. Thank you all for the support. Hope you're having a great day so far, and see you in just a bit. Okay, I am back. So, yeah, we came in clutch there. It was a very interesting game. Thank you guys for staying around. Thank you for all the follows. And thank you so much, Greenflow1, for the Prime. Thank you for the support. It means quite a lot to me. So, thank you so much. I will just restart the game because it was a little bit buggy, like inventory bug and like that stuff. So I think like just restarting the game might have been a good idea here. John Balter, thank you also for the Prime. Thank you so much for the generous support. Means a lot to me. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you so much. So yeah, let's just keep going with the Dooley. I still think Dooley is the most consistent and strongest hero, but it seems like Vanessa is on the rise somehow, unexpectedly. Like, maybe I'm wrong. We will see. So, I still like the core quite a bit. I like it more than the other cores. I think like Armored Core technically is in a good situation. The issue is Poison is on the rise, and then Armored Core is struggling unless you have like an early force field. And for me, I see all the force fields, but if I'm on the core lately, I have not seen it. It's probably just a bias because you remember all the negative stuff more. It's like this negativity bias or whatever it's called. But I think the core is just like very versatile, very consistent, and I like it. So now there's this decision we have like all the time, and I think it's one of the things where I'm not certain whether it's leveling or it's weapons. And I came to the conclusion it's probably leveling lately, because otherwise you just concede more. Like, I think like to a very decent degree you concede straight up day one if you don't level. I mean, sure, if you're not finding good items you're also conceding, kinda, but I think it's way easier to find decent items. Even like, as mentioned earlier, like even a Dave and a Chem Snail or something is good enough in my book. Like, there's like so many combinations of 2-3 items that are still good enough to carry. And since you have like double, like more or less, if you play with the core, you get double the space you can put items on in comparison. Like normally you have core and 2 items, and that way you have core and 4 items, as well as you get like a nice boost of like 20 damage on a weapon on average on the skill. It's just like, you should level. No, Ignition Core is amazing this patch. I just have not seen the Ignition Core in the last few runs. That's a JJ, so let's see what JJ has to offer. Okay, I think a Monitor Lizard is still like solid. And I also buy the Aegis. I don't think a Water Cooler is solid. And then I roll and see what else I get for it. Okay. So that's a little bit unfortunate I pick the Lizard, right? And I cannot buy all of like both of these unless I'm willing to sell the Lizard again, which probably is the play. Like, it looks like a little bit iffy, but we're selling the Lizard and we're selling the Stinger, and just buying these two. And then we have to take the poison or we take the crit. So let's think this a little bit through. So the poison would help us if we have a poison mirror and the extra poison is helping there, right? Like, if we have a poison mirror against a pufferfish, I mean, I don't know if we win against a pufferfish, but maybe we do somehow win against a poison mirror if we take the poison here. Otherwise, I think we are more or less likely to lose the poison mirror. Crit is nice for the future. If I was on the crit core though, I would have to pick the weapons crit. I'm not on the crit core though. So crit is not as important. And I don't want to lose day one. I think we have a very strong board. So we're gonna do this. I also think here it's actually, 1 second. It is actually a situation where I think it's core on the left just to charge these items because they both do a lot more than the core itself does. There's like a lot of damage coming my way. I have no idea if I can outscale this though. That looks like very, very strong. It's just like, oh, it's so much burst. Oh, half a second, like not even half a second, like 0.3 seconds. Ah, it's unfortunate. We got outbursted there. That's unfair. Me. I shouldn't have get outbursted there. Me. Like, it was also like 1 second, like 1 second tick and one, like, you know, like nothing away. It is what it is. It is just so punishing, right? It is so punishing. If you want to climb. Game payback from saving you from Basnazer last game. Yeah, maybe. But normally we shouldn't have, like, go to the Basnazer day 12 fights. I don't want to have the day 12 fights. I want to have the 10-0 fights. Good night, Emmy. Wish you a good night, sleep. Thank you for being here. Hope you're doing well. See you hopefully around. Hello, unknown D. Hello. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the stream. I will try for the rest of the day, try to climb back to close the top 100 on the second account. Let's see how this is going. Sure, that is the force field, because we're not on the armored core, but there's the Isla. So. Okay, that is that. That is a Dillo. Probably Dillo time. Is it ever Arc Blaster time? Sure. It's just a risk. It's probably something on the lines of this for now. I should have considered before I click there if I can get more defense line in. Because all I need here is make sure I'm surviving and maybe not proccing this another time, so unsure if this gets over the line though. That is a brick buddy, right? I am saying this very convincingly, and then I am literally uh, uh it was 0.0 or whatever, and then whatever, like it's my day. It's my day. I could have maybe prevented it though. I don't know. Anyway, still think this is the strongest board. Get scaling, shielding. Yeah, we joked yesterday, I don't know when, about that. That is like the day 3 warrior, the new day 3 warrior. So this is like your average day 2 Vanessa, right? Just struggling. So Dooley is the strongest character again. Seems like Pick and Vanessa both got nerfed pretty hard. I mean, I think Dooley is the strongest character, but today I get bullied or got bullied quite a bit by Vanessa's. So maybe Vanessa is still strong, you just have to find ways to make her strong. I have no idea. But since I'm a Dooley enjoyer, and Dooley is at least decently good enough, for now I stick to Dooley. I think it's just a chocolate angle, and we need to make space for that. I think the answer here is force field is out. Just we don't have the setup for it. I mean, I'm saying this while having a brick buddy, right? But that setup itself is not good enough for like day 4, 5 or whatever. So it's probably the force field that's out. It's 5 gold chocolate. And then we go for weapons again. There's a pulse rifle. I don't need a laser pistol. I'm rolling though. I need... Okay, like Chem Snail is out anyway, and Brick Buddy had it best time, right? And I need 5 more gold again. That's no problem, right? So, Dillo, thank you for being here. You did us a great service. Arc Blaster, thank you for being here. You did us a great service. Is it like one day of maybe this with the railgun? I mean, the tech has to stay. I like the Uzi. Maybe those have to go. Maybe just the pulse rifle. I mean, sure, was wrong to buy the pulse rifle. Who would have guessed? It's only a bronze item. I don't think I need any upgraded bronze item here in this setup, right? Like, the alpha ray will not stay for much longer, and it's not, like, impactful anymore. We are past that. And then it's just, like, XP and skills. Yeah, it's XP and skills any day. And then I think since we are, like, super broke, it's just, like, damage. Damage on the right is probably good enough. And then it's the strongest opponent, which is like not strong. I mean, while I think like especially early on, the railgun is obviously super strong and probably way overtuned. I will play it because I win with it quite consistently for the next few days, right? I still think though it's really unfun. And it's unfun because it's like so easy of a game plan. Like all I do now is I find 4 small tech items and that's it. And I don't care about which of those, like preferably one with a lower cooldown. I don't care what they do. If they give crit, if they charge, if they don't do anything, like they could have said like 3 seconds, do nothing. Like literally, I would pick that up. And then that's it. And then I'm sitting here and like steamrolling every of my opponents, at least for the next few days. Most likely. I mean, you know, and then there's the one Basnazer is one-shotting you, but that's that. I mean, I think like second wind is good enough for me. It means like if I, you know, get a hard hit before the thing is going off because someone is really fast smoking, we're just defending ourselves. So there's that. So you say force railgun and tech, I got it. Yeah, you will have a hard time forcing a railgun, my friend, especially when it's strong. I mean, maybe you can force a railgun day 9 on average. I'm not saying that, but that is, for obvious reasons, not as strong anymore as forcing a railgun day 3. If I could force a railgun day 3 every run, I would do that, and everyone would do that. But I don't think Ayla has that on average. That was a close call. Very close call. Can we win against a flame juggler for the XP? Or do we want to go somewhere else? I think we can win against a flame juggler easily. We have like 1,000,000 health here. I mean, I think I have it, right? It's not like that I'm really, really scared. It's just like I got burned a few times underestimating him. That's the main part. To be fair, a 20% heal actually is quite a bit. So, yeah. So, I know for a fact I'm screwing myself out of 2 gold. And that is true. But this is more likely to be tech than this because there are no tags and here are tags item. So this is why I click lost and found. I don't think I want to go for medium items. See? I can see in the future. Sometimes. Why do you like buying HP so much? Because agency matters. And this means HP has like... I will give you 2 answers. One, in this scenario, I am already very, very far ahead. And the only way I lose is when I get bursted out or something. So the best thing I can do right now is take every XP node, every skill node, and every HP node. And then I should like even win if someone else found a railgun, because I am 2 levels ahead and have 500 more HP than him. Just like if we have a mirror match and I pick those and he did not. Secondly, obviously HP is not the only resource, but HP is a very good resource and fights are like longer. It's back and forth. So you get like quite a lot rewarded if you have like early on double the HP of your opponent. Even if your opponent is a little bit stronger, you can compensate with that. So if you go to a random shop that is not like targeting the item you're looking for, and you just go to a JJ, that is not on average a good outcome for you if the alternative is get 100 health, which is sometimes early 20, later like 10% more HP. Surely there are exceptions where you are in dire need for specific items and you have to do it. But always I'm telling you, if I do that and I start to hard force certain items, especially in this meta, I will be on the back foot. And what I mean by that is, if you have an opponent who has the item and the HP, he wins. So if I play and looking and missing HP and HP and HP, and I have like 500 less HP, and he has like 1,200, like I have 1,200 and he has 1,700 or 600. That guy is a lot more likely to win, even if we have like close the same power level on the board. And that is like something that good players tend to do. Like they know when they need to go for items and when it's more likely a better outcome to take HP. And often you're just winning just for the fact that you took HP. For here, like, okay, like, it is like questionable because like we still need like small items that have the tech. But I feel like I don't want to skip HP. The last time I spent 10 gold, now I'm only spending 5 gold because I want to be careful with where to spend the gold in general. I will upgrade here easily the railgun though, because I want to always have like 20-ish gold around having available. But yeah, and also like I will, even if I skip the small shop, which is like premium, as premium as it gets, I will get options to buy my tech items. Like, for example here, it's like just like 3 silver chocolates, not as much, and I get a calf. So I can just go for the calf, it's okay, it's no issue. I will find my tech items. Maybe there is one, like an, whatever, like it's not an Aegis, but Shield Enchanted Nitro or something. And then we get there. Like, that's not a race. Like, for example, Shield Enchanted Lightbulb. Sorry, I was wrong. It was not the Nitro. How clumsy of me. Like, I'm telling you the future and then I'm wrong. It's the Shield Enchanted Lightbulb, not the Nitro. Always me that has no idea, right? I'm still rolling here. I'm rich enough. I don't think any of those do anything. And then I go for the mod squad. Oh, Ice Joker, I missed your question. I think Combat Core is more likely to be second to the right, so left of Crit Core than right of Crit Core, but it's very specific situations where you have to consider what is the rarity of the core. The higher the Crit Core rarity, the more reasonable it is to put it to the right, the Combat Core. And it depends on how much crit do you have, how much crit scaling do you have. Like, if you have building crescendo, never ever put the combat core to the right of the crit core. Skill upgrades. I mean, do I want to buy the skill upgrades here over shopping at JJ? That's like a questionable thing to do because this is not doing anything. This is, for it, as far as I'm concerned, do nothing. This is also like not doing like a lot, so like nothing. This at the moment isn't doing anything. Might be good if I have future battery or atomic clock. And this has a little bit of impact. So 2 out of 3 are okay-ish. Nothing is crazy. And finding tech items like 3 tech items, still pretty reasonable. Let's do it because of this one. Like, the gunners convinced me. I don't think the second wind is important. I think I'd rather have extra ammo on the potential atomic clock and battery. So it's definitely the gunner here for the future. It's definitely gold skills. Man, those are skills. I mean, there's one skill we're picking, right? But like, this is not a bad skill in the future. This is more of a bad skill. This is though charging this. And there's crescendo. So unlucky that we're not on the crit core though. Why I have to be unlucky? I don't want to be that unlucky. I still think we are in a very favorable spot here. Can you play this game as free-to-play somehow? Somehow, yes. This game is free-to-play, like, if you have access to the game. And I think it's also quite okayish free to play friendly. So on that part, yes. Though the access itself is restricted. And while you don't need necessarily to pay for the access yourself, you need to find someone who has access and one friend code to share. Like everyone who's buying a Founders Pack and get access to the game gets a second code that he can give it to his friend, and then that friend has also access to the game. So you need a friend who has access. Sometimes there are nice people that giving out codes, so maybe you're lucky. I gave mine a long time away, so I cannot help you on that, but maybe someone else can. Max HP mattered here. Yeah, that was like 200 HP that mattered there, like literally. So like 2 times or like even 1 time pressing chocolate and 1 time going to Finn's bite were actually making me win this game and not lose. Speaking of HP matters, huh? You know, remember? It's just like we need to be a little bit careful with the money here. So, is it ever trade health for power? I mean, I just like used a little bit, but I think that is still at day 6, it's reasonable. Don't screw it up. Put the crit on the nice crit target. I think this is reasonable. Though I just realized I have like building crescendo. I mean, it's still like 50% is 50%, so it's faster building up on that specific very important item. Was a little bit over. I didn't think that through. The answer is I didn't think that through, right? That's not a good defense, but it's what it is. No. It's not for code sharing, KDEX. It's just like the referral program, which is something different. Like, don't go to the official Discord and ask for codes. Don't. You get warned and banned quite fast. Just be a nice person and maybe wait and ask in politely in streamers chats on Twitch. Some streamers have no problem, including myself, with that. So that is the way to get a friend code in most cases, as far as I'm concerned. Or no, it's health, and it's more health. I saw you place Railgun right of the core yesterday. When would you do that? I lately came to the conclusion that it's like kind of equally strong. So like I thought about it this morning about positioning, because we like I don't know, some people and I discussed it yesterday, and I think it's very close. I'm not like fully clear about the positioning. It's like I'm not certain. I'm literally, I don't know. Like probably you have diminishing returns when you have all the small items to the left, but then you cannot use the battery and the other items, so yeah, I don't know. The answer is I don't know. So do we want to start looking for the chrono barrier here, or or like potential atomic clock, or do we want to go for chocolate? I think it's time to go for clock, chrono barrier, and scrap metal here. So those are the 3 items I would at the moment put on the board, especially since I have not like better options available. While JJ is offering me shops, risk is a risk, so we're gonna take a risk. There's a lizard again, starting with it, ending with it, kinda. So I think it's a thug. Like people are telling me it's Radiant Corsair, and I can see the argument about the extra XP, but I think like Bonk is just like so much stronger nowadays. the over radiant the pre-rebirth that I will always like now go to bonk if I can. Like I will do that. You cannot stop me on that one. It has to be the haste, right? It has to be on the core. It means we have to stick with the core and cannot replace the core with the atomic clock itself. But definitely fighting another monster. You get Chrono Barrier, and what do you substitute? Uzi, Alpha Ray, Thrusters are probably the worst items at the moment on the board. So some way of those items. Like, you will always fit a Chrono Barrier. You just like take your two weakest items, especially since you're just playing a railgun build, and then you will find a way to play that. V1v2 definitely is the pick here, just because I could upgrade the railgun. I mean, I can buy this. I don't need to buy this. This is like completely wasted. But those items will get replaced as soon as I can. That's a strong opponent, it seems. I don't think Tempo Storm will implement more testing than the data they're giving us at the moment. So that is a power drill enjoyer who has like a lot of slow, which is unfortunate. Which means we're like really, really struggling here. Because we're not building up. And then we lost by 150 health. We're just a little bit too slow. Yeah, it's like maybe I should have prioritized faster proccing tech items here. I think that lost me the fight for sure. It's time for Goldie here. It's still the rock for the cooldown reduction. I'm a little bit unhappy about the outcome. I think though it's self-deserved, because if I had like prioritized tech items, I would have charged a little bit more, and that's the thing that mattered the most, right? So if those two would be tech items, I would be in a better position, quite a lot. And this is also like a slow tech item, to be honest. I don't care about the Uzi upgrade, Sumpo Sumpe. There's like no reason to do that, because this Uzi, like if it has 2, 4, or even 10 or 20 damage, has no impact. Ah. So I'm now running the metronome to start off faster. But we again like are on a screwed run where we're not getting any MMR for this run. So there's that. I was wondering how I want to position this. And that's a close one. Probably still like this, right? Yeah. So I was considering what is better for us, because there are like two things to consider, right? One is I really like to get like haste on the lens, right? To have like the lens go faster. On the other side though, I also don't want to start too late again. I think like last fight we lost primarily because we were just like starting quite a bit later, and that screwed us over. So I wanted to prevent that issue happening again. I think it's gumballs, though they're not doing anything. Let's go shopping. Maybe there's still a chronoberry or scrap metal. Sure. Okay. That is something. So if this is getting charged by 2, it's like 2 seconds and it's hasted. So it's like proccing after 3.5 that way. And then we are proccing faster now. Yeah. So this way we're doing it like this. So the whole idea here is to start as fast as possible to prevent like having the same issue again. It's just a sad battery. Yeah, it is. So I'm very scared of like it's already day 10. I'm starting to get scared of Pygmalions quite a bit. So have to see how I feel about that. Playing Pygmalions here. I don't like we are the glass cannon, so there's that. But I still think we need a little bit of time with Crescendo maybe building up, and Knife Tricks is just like nicer. I do think Healthy Heart is giving us maybe enough time, so I'm more inclined to take that. And then Sure, let's just go for extra damage here on the deadly railgun though. Don't think it matters. I like the boss arrow. We can make use of this, means we're starting faster on the building crescendo, right? But also, I mean, this is not helping us, the assault focus, the more I think about it. Oh man, I'm like unfocused here. Crit low, crit is good. Monster loot is also good. Monster loot is still good. Feather is amazing. I always have to check there's nothing of a skill. Aerodrome for skills. Aerodrome for skills. Or enchants. Is XP good enough? Nope, I said skills. Enchanted items. I mean, can be a nice enchanted item. Do you want to look there? No. I said I want the guaranteed gold tier items. Nope. Starting to get expensive. I settle for metal, unfortunately. Maybe we get a scrap metal or a chrono barrier, though. None of those. Jujon, thank you so much for the resubscription. Thank you for your 2 months. Thank you for your generous support. Greatly appreciated. Thank you for being back here in the stream. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Sorry for the streaming break. It was more due to technical difficulties with the game than anything else. Spawn King. Thank you, Spawn King. Thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for your generous support. Greatly appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Well, this is my day, isn't it, right? That's how my day is. And it's like even it's a very, very close fight. And that's an icy cloak with like knife tricks on the radiant pulse rifle. So you get a radiant pulse rifle with that is also icy, right? And then you knife tricks it to 1 second. I don't know why this has to be my day. I don't know why this has to be my day today. Like, Reynard, make it stop. Like, I wouldn't be mad if this is my first loss on the run. Like, I wouldn't be. I would say, well, whatever. Sometimes, you know, someone is getting the cracks. I want to complain too much, but holy hell. Hi, what do you think about the patch? I think it's a great patch. I'm just having a bad day. I think agency matters, decision gets rewarded, a lot of flexibility, lots of great plays possible. In general, I think this is a great patch. Like it quite a bit. More faster haste on the board. Therefore, I take this. Yeah, I think that is the summary of the patch. It's just like today, I cannot make out what I faced today. Like, way too much of the stuff that I should not face that often. So do we... Wasn't heavy bugged? I don't think heavy is, like, enchantment is bugged. What do you mean by agency? So agency means you have a lot of decisions, and it matters which decision you are taking, and then which option you're taking. And if you're taking often good options, you get like rewarded by winning more often. So like there's a lot of possibilities you can do, and you can choose, and if you choose more the better options, you probably win quite often over your opponents. And last patch, it felt like it is a very rock, paper, scissors meta, where it just matters, do you get this skill? Do you have that item? Is your opponent having that counter skill, or is he having that counter item? And then that's about it. And like, what else do you do? Like, you could like play just like one single weapon on the board with like shield bash, and that's about it, basically. And nothing matters. And here, like, it matters if you have 100 HP more. It matters if you have 200 HP more. It matters if you have maybe, like, a lot of fights were very, very close here. This is what I mean. Like, there's an upside of taking HP. There's an upside of maybe taking even bronze skills over upgrading your bronze item, or the other way around. Like, you get rewarded for good plays. Colbeer, thank you so much for the prime. So, thank you for your generous support. Do I want to face a Pygmalion on day 11? And the honest answer is, I had enough. I had enough. Of this run again. I will not stare down the... I'm still at 155 anyway. I will not stare down the cal drops and taking another loss there. That is not happening. I was praising this patch yesterday quite a bit, and the last like days before today, I had the best time on this patch. But today it has been like literally like the equivalent of a icy cloak with a radiant 1 second pulse rifle. This is like my day. And it's my day on day 2, where I get like one-shotted after 3.3 seconds. It has been on day 5. It has happening more often than it should. Like, I'm not minding that stuff is possible, but for some reason I have to catch all the ghosts that do this today. Like, a little bit overstating, of course, but I just get like the crazy high roll ghosts. I don't know why. I really don't know. It's more like Slay the Spire meets Battlegrounds in my book. And it's obviously a little bit similar to Backpack Battles, yeah. But Blackbird, is it only today? Like, I had no issues the last 2 days on this patch. I had like the blast of a time. And today, I get that stuff. But like for example, I played like probably averagely 12 hours a day since the patch is live. How often do you have like Radiant Pulse Rifle, Icy Shadow Cloak, Knife Tricks? How reliable is that kind of power level on day 10? Today is bad, yeah. But why? Like let's be analytical. Did they change, like, skew our ghost pool? Do we miss anything? Like, do we miss anything? Is the meta still like rock, paper, scissors, and you cannot consistently win? Like, what is happening that is screwing us like all the time? Like, are only like a handful of very good players playing this game at the moment? And then that means that we like only play like against all the good players? Do we for without like any announcement just like change like they fixed like the ghost pool, right? Do they activated like hidden MMR matchmaking? I'm not gonna say they did anything crazy, right? But like from an analytical perspective, what is changing and why does it feel like this crazy today? Like, I mean, I'm like 8 hours deep into this stream. Like, RNG should start to even out. Like, cannot have like 8 hours of bad RNG. That is starting to be a little bit ridiculous, right? Yeah, but we cannot all have bad luck today. That's not how it works. I mean, you cannot have like okay, that I have like 8 hours of bad luck already sketchy. But if like 5 other people telling me the same, what's going on? Yeah, I mean, for me, for me, it's just like I finally back at streaming, and it still like takes a little bit of time to accumulate viewers, and now my stream has like 300 viewers, and then I don't want to like instantly stop streaming when I hit like a nice target, like a nice big audience. So this is why I keep on going on, and I didn't want to end the stream after like 2 hours. But if I wouldn't have streamed, I would have taken like half a day off the game and would have not played further down the line today. Anyway, let's be productive. We have an ignition core. Ignition core is probably the best, especially early. So, oh, sorry. So let's have like a nice, nice game. Okay, we go shopping here for small items. Those are small items. I don't think I need this, but I also want to buy it just in case. So this is a nice, very nice start for a dually. We have like an alpha ray. We were playing hybrid dually, ignition core. So hybrid dually ignition core means you playing a little bit the burn game and burn scaling, and then you still play your standard alpha ray build. And we have our alpha ray build already halfway through, so that is good. Yeah, and then you just go with the flow. Like if you find more burn alternatives, you can upgrade the burn core, you can upgrade the alpha ray, you can obviously try to high roll early a mega ray, but that's rare nowadays. There's a lot of pivot options. I think it's especially strong in the early days. So yeah, let's just go with the flow. Try to level as fast as possible, of course. Just like make a break at Isla. Okay. The game heard me complaining about me being salty and stop streaming if I'm not getting like on the right foot here. That is as much of a high roll as a starter as you can get, right? Yeah, that's like, I mean, like last time when I was on the ignition core, I said the same, right? Remember? I had like an Aiden, a brick buddy, another friend, an ignition core, and an Aegis, if I remember correctly. It was day 2. I was like giga strong. And then on day 2, I found the Lanxian that crit me for exactly 400 in this situation after 3.3 seconds. Before anything was going off, really. So just put that into perspective. We're still like power leveling as much as we can. We have like a full board and it's a decent board. I mean, I'm saying this without putting it on the board, but you get the idea, right? Taking a risk. We're winning this risk, and then we're even leveling. So this time we cannot get one-shotted for 400. That's the idea. Yeah, you get the one-shot, one-kill ability. Like it can drop. It could always drop, by the way. That was never bugged. So do we want to take a skill or do we want to upgrade? And I think I want to upgrade the core. I have already the Alpha Ray upgraded, and I really, really like upgrading the core here. It opens up playing more the ignition game. So we don't have to force like weapons and stuff and just have a ignition core on the side, but it makes it a lot more viable to play like one item to the right of the core. It makes it more viable because obviously you also get more burn from the core itself. So like burn itself gets like just so much stronger if you have the ignition core upgraded. And yeah, it's a nice way to play the ignition core in my book, especially early and mid game. If you're not closing out, you're always in hell as Dooley, I think, after day 10, but that has always been this way lately. I don't think I need weapons here. I have the key weapons. I take the risk. Surely you could like try to take an armadillo, and I would have went to the weapons if I had the duct tape here, but without the duct tape, there's no reason to try to get like a Delo already. And here, this is just like stronger and more flexibility if we're just power leveling. Okay, so normally I would tick here without hesitation. I would take here the chocolate. That is my to-go thing. And I still think that is a very good play. But we had lately played quite a bit on the core. And then we were very often inclined to go for the medium and large items because we want like to get our combat core. Maybe we wanted to get a force field. And every single time I just like fell into a railgun. And the railgun, especially day 3 to day 7, is obviously a little bit overtuned, I would say. So, oh, I lost one multicast. You're so correct. See. So, is it ever worth to say, I don't need the chocolate, let's go shopping for the railgun? And I don't think so. I think it was just like coincidentally high roll, and it's not to be expected to be here a railgun, not even like 20 percentage. So I just go with the chocolate, be conservative spender, And then there's that. And then we fight the strongest opponent. But thank you, I'm Shine, for pointing that one out. Thank you. I don't want any of those skills. I'm ready to reroll. I think like it's just like this one, but like I don't know, silver skills, not my cup of tea. So do we want to look for day 3 for Metronome and Omega Ray here? I don't think so. It's so unlikely. I rather take like extra burn. Question is if it's 1 or 2 burn. I think it's even 2 burn. I can justify spending here. So is it ever small items? I mean, I really would like to get better small items here. So I think like I can just like once take the break from like taking all the XP nodes. Be a little bit smarter about that. Let's upgrade the plasma grenade and annoy my opponents. There's an Uzi, that's a lot better than this one. Oh, now I have only 1 charge on the plasma grenade though. If I put it to the left, he gets the free burn though. How much do I care about that? I care about that, right? Like, okay, plasma grenade was a bit bad pickup. When shops can sell different sized items, are large items less likely? Um, I I think so, but for other reasons, like for 2 different reasons. One is the rarity is getting rolled first, and there are just like not many large bronze items. So there's that. And if the roll is bronze, it cannot be large. Second of all, and there I'm not sure, but I would wager it has to be like that. It's just like taking the large and medium-sized pool. And I would wager the medium-sized pool is just a little bit bigger, same as the small-sized pool. And therefore, it's still less large item, even if you're later at day 5 or 10. And at least all the higher rarity items are more likely to show, which means the pool itself of large item gets bigger. I think it's shopping time, small and medium items. I think here a first aid is actually maybe better. I don't know, maybe it was a over over thingy bar. I think like an Aiden is maybe better over the Chris Army knife just because it procs faster. It's definitely a risk though. I mean, all the risk were fights today on this run, right? So we are high rolling quite a bit. Yeah, Hydro Dude is like really, really weak now. Let's go for the maximum of strength, and that is like, let's go for XP here. So we can upgrade. What do we want to upgrade? I think, sorry, 1 second. I touched the mic. I hope it was not too bad on the voice. We can upgrade 2 items, Alpha Ray and Core. I think like how this game so far is going, it's more likely to be an Alpha Ray upgrade, to be honest, because we're still relying heavily on the weapon damage, and we don't have like anything to justify upgrading here the Core at the moment. What medium items would we like to get? I don't think there are many at day 4, so it's more a chocolate angle. So 10% or a little bit less than 10% of the health increase. I have the money. Like, I have so much money here. I had like so many PvE fights luckily. So I can just like justify that. I will go for Sylvia here. So do I want to buy this battery for potential pivot into railgun or use? I mean, at the moment, it's probably even a use over this power center, let's be honest. Yeah, battery is a good item. Like, it's not the item, you know, I'm striving for, but it's definitely an item that I think is good. We are so much taking another like fight. It's like ridiculous how many fights we got. Like this run. Like this is the blast run, right? Like it's like Giga Blast. Like I don't know. I had like probably 5 free PvE fights on top. Like we're like so like we're like level 8 before we even take our day 5 PvE fight. On top we have like the ray here, we have like ignition core. Crazy run. I roll, I think I can get better. I can get better. So this means I get like self-haste on the core. And in the future, I think like I will hopefully have at least 1 or 2 burn items though. Like I want to have an Aegis. I want to have maybe a soldering gun. Definitely an Omega Ray if I can get it. Okay, chocolate or cooling down and looking for 4 items. I think our health pool is quite okay-ish here for the day. I don't think Micro Dave is good enough. So, by the way, it's day 5, and we are like, I wouldn't say like close, but we are very close already to the level 10. Like, holy smokes. Yeah, I'm just having one more 1,000 more HP and 2 more levels and also quite a few more wins. But like, I mean, he brought it up on himself, right? He had better options, and I know that he had better options. No one can tell me he has no better options. And then also, what is the positioning, my friend? Like, hello, hello, hello. Why you are a right of core gamer? I mean, yeah, we are right of core gamer. You don't have a good reason to be a right of core gamer. So that's on him. That's a lot on him. Like, and I think he took like quite a bit of other bad options as well, if we're looking at that. Let's go for small items. So the reason is it doesn't help me to really haste my core. My core will get haste anyway. And then I was considering probably the best target. Oh no, we can haste the Aiden and then we can still charge the pulse rifle. That has to be the play. Yeah. Figured it out. Clumsy me. Let's try get a high roll here. Maybe a golden omega ray would be a high roll in my book. He picked the comp course, so his decision making was questionable anyway. Yep. That is a good summary. Like, if you take your rank ticket or your gems and play in ranked the companion core, that is on you. Like, totally on you. Woo! Woo! This is a 10-0 run. Finally, we get our revenge. Like, finally climbing again. Like, it was like, never a question. I think like not nerfing in the core enchants, like adapting to the new power level, I think was not good. Could it be that it's a build from the last patch? Like, they wiped all the ghosts, and so I don't think that should be the case. I go with the duty skills here. I think it's just the cooldown reduction, or it's overclock, or something else. Maybe it's a roll though. This is not needed. This is not needed, and this is okay-ish. I mean, it's 5%. Let's don't be greedy. Like, we don't need to be. Do we ever want to gunpowder or battery here? Or what? Let's not greed here. Let's do that. So I think like it's not a like build from last patch that we faced there. Also, okay, that is a railgun, but it's only a silver railgun, so we have some time to scale here. And I mean, we are scaling, and then we are winning, right? Whew, 500 HP matters. Like, did we have a million more health than him? Yeah, we have 1,000 more health on our next opponent as well. That's why we won here, right? I'm sure you've said companion core is the worst, but how do the other 6 feel? Good. Like let's take today as a like probably something is off, and then all the other cores are pretty nice. I think like the weaponized core is maybe the worst. I don't like playing him too much. I don't give him too much love, but probably he's still okay. In all the other cores I have played, and I'm really happy to play. So it's not like I'm only happy to see if it's an ignition core. I'm also happy if I see a crit core or V core. I'm also like, the exception of today, I was and I am really happy to play the armored core. So all the cores are viable, and you have like different builds that are better and worse, and it's nice. It's nice. So let's go for medium items on day 7. Maybe you can continue high rolling. I'm not thinking of that as a real item. I'm not even picking it up. Let's go with health here. Also, I really want like I need to go shopping a little bit more for small items. Like I really need an Aegis here. I really need like a Omega Ray here. Like, cannot be like we're playing like burn without like really burn. I mean, this is okay. This is like, no, the to go thing, but we're just winning by HP here at this point, and we should also be like a little bit stronger on the board, I feel like. So we complained. Keener is giving us the solution. That's not it. That's not it. So, Finn's Bite or Isla. I mean, upgrading the weapon itself isn't doing anything except for the Alpha Ray, and that's not the likeliest target. So I take the region here. Health is health. Durable got like completely deleted. I didn't realize. Snazer is not a driller. Yeah, I'm not. I gave up. Like, I tried it like I think yesterday or the day before, and even the best setup, I was completely underwhelmed. I have no idea if I can outscale this. Okay, I came to the conclusion I can really easy outscale this. Okay, I was for a second, I don't know, PTA, like I was scared from the past. That's the answer. I was scared from the past when Flagship was a real build. And here, Flagship is not a real build. Do we stop taking chocolate and go shopping for once? I think we go shopping for once. There's the upgrade on the Alpha Ray. This is unfortunately not a real item anymore. I think, so do we want to upgrade the core even though there's like nothing that scales the core? Like I don't even found a freaking frack Aegis. So maybe it's just like go crescendo and go ham. When you use a burn item, get +1. I mean that is good, right? That is really good here. And then it's just a temp boost because I don't need gold or large items. So more health for us. And then we go for monster skills because monster skills are broken sometimes. And those are not it, but we are rich. It's just unfortunately one weapon, but one weapon hasting is one weapon hasting, right? And if it's a Uzi, we are really happy. Shoku said he hopes your luck improves because his luck on Vanessa isn't like the ones you're versing today. That's nice to hear. I don't know. Like I didn't miss it, right? He just like said it somewhere else, right? But like, yeah, I hope so too. Like, I mean, look, this run is like giga high rolled and everything is working smooth. But yeah, I feel so too. It was just like a very long bad streak this morning. That's all. That's a number, 30. Are dinos actually good? Feel like they're completely bait. I think like first of all, the comment up top says I could have lost that round, and I probably could have to start with. Second of all, I like completely giga high roll because I have a turbo ignition core and starting with a metronome and popping off and like be like as bursty as possible. And then I just got over the line because my ignition core had like a lot of burn procs on my opponent. I feel like dinos are in a fair situation. They're like you need to have a setup that makes it work, but like a good battery or the core setup makes it work. And I think they're decent. They're just like we are just like not the type of build they are beating here. Like in general, I think like on average a dino should not beat us here. At least not most dino builds. Sure, if you have a diamond chrono barrier, but then you have a dino crow barrier. Sure, you can beat me with half of every, like nearly half the builds that are available. So, that's not the argument, right? I think they're just fair. I think like I got the worst skills for my scenario offered. I want a refund. I will not play glass cannon. That's not helping me. So we are playing this. This is like the first low roll of this run, probably. Like the really low roll, that like a fixed low roll. But we're complaining, and then, you know, Ragnar like, yeah, I see that you low rolled. Here, take this, Mr. Streamer. Take this. That's okay. Oh, I don't have money. I was considering buying the combat core. So I have like a 3-second diamond combat core, which would have been probably quite nice. Especially with what we're running here. But I'm around 18 gold away. Like I'm 12 gold away if I sell those. Yeah, I'm just like away from the 3-second combat core. I don't have 12 gold available to me. Never lucky. I was a little bit overambitious there. Where did all my money go? I was such a rich guy. No, I'm not. Never lucky. He has just an ignition core and a radiant pulse rifle. Yeah, look, this is fair, right? He just got a radiant pulse rifle from his level up reward, and I get a full hasted board from mine. And then he's playing my game. I played this morning for the last 8 hours. Where you just sit there with your radiant pulse rifle and you're trying and you're trying and you're trying, and then the guy comes with a turbo ignition core and stumps over you. Yep. Anyway, medium items, because I can get another scrap metal. I mean, I'm very poor here, but I think chrono and scrap are still items. Was I overambitious here? I don't know if I was overambitious. I was not overambitious. We're getting over the line, but very barely. We're not getting over the line. Okay, I was overambitious. That's on me. I mean, it was just to make my opponent being not completely tilted, because I'm only level 15 and level 16 on day 10. It was all anti-tilt from my opponents. Okay. It's day 10. Please don't Caltrops me. Please don't Caltrops me. Like, all I ask is don't Caltrops me. Like, that's all. Like, or like have like 20 damage on the Caltrops. That's also okay. See, that is okay. I don't want to complain about that. Okay, somehow that build is getting over the line. Why is he healing for 1,000,000? Restorative Jojo that has multicast. There is some big bullshit going on. Okay. I was high rolling and then not. Okay. I mean, look, we're just like tempoing around here, right? Or like sure, that is nice and stuff, but like we're just like a bunch of stuff with haste and tempoing around. And then I have to face that. I mean, I still want to try to get like this run done, right? Like get like my 10 wins. But oof, toughy. Okay, JJ, that was a shop. Can we agree that that was a shop? Like fixing all my issues? Kinda. I mean, the only thing that is like didn't went in our favor is this skill here, the focused rage. Like that is not doing anything for us. If this would have been like all the region in the world, we would have been obviously in a way better spot. This game is asking the question, how many scrap metals do you want? You're always looking for scrap metals. How many do you want? It's like, it's a fourth, right? We have 3 golden scrap metals. Like 1 we upgraded with a level up reward, 2 we upgraded by hand, and this is the 4th scrap metal in the same game. Do we take it? No, this is the 4th. Like, I had like one golden one. No, it's the 3rd golden and we had like 1 diamond. So it's a 4th, 1 diamond instantly, and then 3 golden in a row now. Not even enchanted. I mean, the game knows that we have a turbo ignition core we don't want to enchant, then we cannot use. That's the key. So do we want to look for small items or take a temp boost here? I think like maybe it's like actually looking for items. Maybe one burn item would have been fine, right? The game is definitely telling me I want to get over the line. Do we ever want to run a duct tape just in case for, I don't know, whatever reason? I mean, I can buy it, right? And then crit skills for crit. Okay, this is a fair board. Okay, okay. I'm scared. Mommy, I'm scared. I'm still super scared there. Not gonna lie. I think I want to take it, right? I mean, like, we have the Giga High Roll, but if that thing is something Caltrops, then I have something problem. I mean, that is a bonk. And a double whammy. That is Radiant. But it's still like a reasonable number of the Turbo Ignition Core, even with the bonk. And the whammy is coming in. He's not critting, which is nice. But he's like fully hasted. No, 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 no. Why? Why, game? Why? Why? One more second. Literally one more second. And also I want to complain. He has a bonk. Yeah, of course, bonk diff. Like, yeah, Moth would have saved both runs. I mean, in all honesty, nearly every skill would have saved both runs, right? The heal skill would have saved us. The Moth would have saved us. And even knife tricks, like, knife tricks is still crazy because you have like a 1 second pulse rifle that's just giga charging your core, like, at the end. So all three skills would have saved us. We have not gotten any of those. Like, I had not the choice, like basically, probably it's 9 skills or 10 skills, and I have not seen any of those 3 skills that would have saved us there for sure. Like, without even, like, you know, any problem at all. I feel so unlucky. Pierre was nuts. No. Pierre's not nuts there. But this is like my day, right? Like, even the 9-0 run that is perfect and very giga high roll, I'm just like getting shredded. Like, this is again no MMR for us basically. And only if we're like finish now and not lose. Oh, I sold something I didn't want to sell, in hindsight. Anyway. Okay, Dooley, like, you cannot have, like, a better board than us. No, 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 you don't. You don't. This is our 10 win. So, like, I mean, we lost a few coin flips, and we lost a few too many coin flips, even though we flipped quite good in the early game. We couldn't end the coin flips. I think, though, by the way, the defense grid saved him there, because we would have done double damage when there was, like, not the defense grid shield in the way on the burn. Yeah, but it's like, I don't know what it is today. Like there's something in the water that is it. Guys, I've been streaming for 9 hours. It was a good stream. It was a long stream from the streamer's perspective. But after this game and after the last 9 hours, I have to take a break. Yeah, for multiple reasons. I will, for a second, check if anyone is live that can raid. Katya's live, so I will make a raid ready for Katya. I like her quite a bit. Very nice stream. So thank you guys so much for today. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you also for the follow. Thank you for the support, for the primes, for the subscriptions. I hope you have a great day. I hope you have a lot better day on the ladder than I have. I hope you enjoy the patch. I hope you're doing well. I see you hopefully tomorrow all again when I will stream again. So I will continuously streaming again, like all the issues are resolved that I had. So there's that. Have a great day. Have a good one. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I will check chat for a last second. Yeah, there's that. So see you around. Up until next time. Bye bye. So much love. Ciao, ciao.